the moment you've all been patiently waiting for. It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
Hi, this is Larry King welcoming you to the Opie and Anthony Show right here on Sirius XM Satellite Radio. What the hell am I doing here?
Isn't it brilliant? Forget it. The thing's out of control. Out of control.
Great guests, interesting interviews, and of course, your phone calls as well.
Gets my nipples hard, you know what I mean, son?
Are you out of your mind?
It's not the most talked about, not the most written about, and certainly not the most listened to show in the history of radio, but I'm still proud to intro it.
Oh, you're going to have a ball. Yeah.
Hey, who's Jim Norton?
Attention! Citizens of Washington! Attention! Citizens of Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada! Warning! Warning! Earthquake warning! 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 Earthquake warning! Attention! Warning! Earthquake warning! 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 Earthquake warning! Attention! Warning!
Warning! Warning!
Citizens of California!
Warning! Warning!
Citizens of Oregon!
Warning! Warning!
Citizens of Washington!
Warning! Warning!
Citizens of Vancouver, British Columbia, Tell me, Canada. Earthquake warning! 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 Earthquake warning! Attention warning! Earthquake warning! 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 Earthquake warning! Attention warning! You may destroy block of house. You may destroy telephone poles. Attention! Major earthquake!
Major earthquake warning. He didn't have the state, but boy, that tard knew what he was talking about. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, earthquake warning. Right.
Yeah, that's probably going to be in my head now for a little while.
I know, that one will stick there. Ugh, like his tongue against a fucking cold pole on a winter day.
Or an electrical socket that's not being blocked properly.
Penny.
Paint chips. What's that?
Earthquake, I guess. Was that the big story? Oh, boy. Oh, boy, you can't get anybody that won't talk about that fucking thing. I would love to be able to add my 2 cents in about the little shaking and shaky wakey we got yesterday, but I was sleeping. I was asleep on the couch and felt nothing. I called my chick a liar because she was out back by the pool. It was a wonderful day here in the New York area yesterday, and she was back by the pool. And she came in, she goes, "What, did you feel that? What's going on?" And I'm like, "Well, I was asleep." You know. And she goes, "Everything was shaking." She goes, "All the tiki torches started like shaking back and forth in the yard." And she goes, "Look, the chandelier's shaking." So I look and I was like, "Get out of here. You pushed that." I'm quite the skeptic.
Jesus.
I thought she was pulling a gag on me.
That her and the whole neighborhood got together?
Yes.
They were moving your house?
Just for me. So I didn't believe it at first, but then I looked at the chandelier, the one that she couldn't reach, and that was shaking back and forth too. So, and I was like, oh, okay. So I guess we had some kind of an earthquake. And I gotta refute something here that, Ron Bennington said. All reports that minutes after the earthquake happened, I went out and shot all my neighbors. Completely false. Ron Bennington got on the show right after the little shake and was reporting that I had already shot all of my neighbors. False. Didn't happen. But you gotta love Bennington. That's hilarious. Panicking. It's the end of the world. I'm just shooting people. But no, that didn't happen. But like I said, I didn't feel anything.
I didn't either.
E-Rock loved talking about how he felt in the building here. Described it as the building moving like it does in a high wind, only up and down instead of side to side.
Oh, you could feel it in here.
Yeah. E-Rock felt that?
Yes.
E-Rock, did you...
How about a comment on the earthquake?
Yes. E-Rock, did you enjoy the multitude of E-Rock-related earthquake jokes?
Of course.
E-Rock fell. E-Rock took a step. E-Rock rolled out of bed.
E-Rock's jump roping. E-Rock's doing jumping jacks. E-Rock did a sit-up. You know, it just kept going and going.
I don't believe the sit-up one.
Yeah, who know him by that. Or jumping jacks. Clumsily fell while grabbing cupcakes.
Yeah, there is, but they just wouldn't stop though, and it was they did get annoying.
Well, we did whatever you're supposed to do on an earthquake. Roland and I went down and got food.
And got some food. An earthquake food break.
What'd you get?
We went down. There was a crepes truck right out front, so we went out there and
Should have got into it. Because you're creeps.
Because you're creeps. I guess this was based in Virginia. Old Virginia. And D.C. got pretty shaken up for the East Coast, you know.
How long did it last?
I think about 12 seconds.
Oh, that's a while. I thought it was like 2 seconds, 3 seconds.
They said about 12 seconds. And I'm looking at a video here, raw video of the White House shaken by the earthquake. And there's the guys on the roof, the the post 9/11, holy shit, we never had people on the roof, guys, and realized, wow, we better get up there with some Stinger missiles. They started walking around, I guess, wondering what the hell was going on. People in the Capitol and Pentagon and stuff freaking out because I guess they thought there was some kind of an attack again. People in the Pentagon saying it felt like it did on 9/11. They felt kind of an impact and a shaky thing. There's the
You see the
Capitol
camera shaking, but
yeah,
I don't see the building shaking. I see the camera shaking.
well, you definitely wouldn't be able to see the building shaking from that distance. If you saw the building shaking from about half mile away, that would be a hell of an earthquake. You'd see that thing come down like motherfucking Independence Day, bitch. Some damage though in our capital. I guess there is some damage to the church, that big fucking touristy attraction church they got down there, and the Washington Monument, big needly thing. They said some problem. I don't know what it was, but some problem there.
I'm looking at footage now of just a parking lot where one car is crushed. What do you think? A girder fell on it? Or
Yeah,
something?
like
wow,
steel girder and some cinder blocks and rubble. I would just call that all rubble.
Yeah, that's a car's fucked.
Yeah, that thing is fucked. That guy's going to have problems with insurance, I think. Earthquake? Why, you? No way.
Are they covered for earthquake, do you think, or no?
I would think so, right?
Natural disaster, maybe?
Act of God.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, people, wow, what a big thing to talk about, though. Twitter, woof. You gotta love the Twitter when you get a non-event like that. It's all right. It was a 5.9 magnitude earthquake, East Coast. Rarely happens. I hear it's felt for quite a distance further than on the West Coast earthquakes because our substructures and rocks are very densely packed together. Not like the West Coast where they're all just willy-nilly plates sitting around. I think the only funny-ish thing I read was a line that said it's on Twitter, and it said it lies on Washington is on a fault line, Bush's fault, which is kind of cute because they blame everything on Bush, but other than that, it was the same jokes. Iraq jokes or fat people jokes.
How many times did you see the lawn chair picture?
Yeah, the lawn
was
chair
that?
picture, which funny the first time I saw it.
Yeah.
Gotta admit.
100th time?
100th time, because then it would just be my name and a link, and I just stopped clicking links without any explanation. It was, you see that one, the plastic outdoor backyard table, 4 chairs, and one chair is just tipped over backwards. And then there was things like, the humanity, and we will rebuild. Like that's the picture of the damage, the stark damage from the earthquake. It's one plastic outdoor chair tipped on its back.
That's funny, though.
We'll rebuild. It was hilarious the first time, but then
the
people
humanity.
you know how they are, people on Twitter. The humanity. Never forget, and it has a date. It's just a plastic chair tipped over.
Yeah.
Anyone have any thrilling earthquake stories? I don't know. It's got there's a big superimposed picture of an eagle with an American flag, sort of see-through, so you can see the table and one chair. 8/23/2011. Never forget.
There's some funny people out there.
See, that's got to put a little work into it. That's pretty goddamn funny.
Is that an actual photo from someone's yard?
Yeah, I'm thinking they just did it to make a joke. The first guy just did that and posted it, and then other people kind of ran with the ball. Pretty good, though.
I was up here.
Sam, please extol upon us your horrific earthquake story.
It was. I'll never forget.
Casey Anthony's on TV. Oh, my God. Big-titted fucking baby-killing monster.
She has a big
Love her.
forehead, though.
I don't care.
Me neither.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry.
No, never. I was in one of the booths recording.
Yes. So you're in a booth.
Right, it's
now
soundproof.
That's claustrophobic as it is.
Yeah.
So this must have really gotten you.
It was. I looked up at one point. I was looking at my notebook, and then I looked up at the computer monitor.
Uh-huh.
And it seemed like the picture on the monitor was bouncing up and down a little bit.
Whoa.
And I figure, maybe I'm dizzy or there's something wrong with this monitor.
How great is that you thought you were having a fucking stroke?
Yeah. Brain tumor.
But then it stopped shaking, so I said, I'll just continue. And I was in there for another 10 minutes. And the monitor was fine after that. And then I came out of the soundproof booth, and everybody was panicking, and the radios around here were all blasting the news feed and they were talking about the Pentagon being evacuated, and I was like, what did I miss?
What happened?
And they were like, there was an earthquake. And I said, no, I was in there. There was no earthquake.
Monitor
And
show.
then I realized
That the monitor.
and then I got home,
Yeah.
and I looked at my shelf, and two of my action figures
Yes.
were face down.
Face down.
Where they were standing the morning that I left.
Which, by the way, you did take a picture of and,
Yes.
and post. And people, the sympathy you got for that, just amazing.
Well, it really does show you that there is a touching side to the fans of this show, and that when there is a
People,
tragedy,
People pull together.
yeah, they do pull together.
There is two of your action figures. Could you please tell us who those action figures are?
Well, that's Ted DiBiase Jr. and Christian on the ground after the damage that was left on my shelf. I mean, thank God Yoshitatsu is still standing there in the green.
Where
but
do you have those set up like that?
they're in my apartment.
But where in your apartment is that awful shelf?
In the living room.
Your fucking chick allows that?
It's the wrestling
little
shelf.
toys.
There's a picture of me and Triple H on top and my championship belt on the bottom. Thank God nothing happened to those.
Sam, will you rebuild?
I don't know if I'm going to be able to.
Yeah.
I may start some kind of PayPal account.
Yeah.
That I could help, but I will try to rebuild. I was
There's
also
the courage to be able to rebuild, knowing that the threat of an earthquake is there, and perhaps more action figures will fall over in the future. That's a ballsy move.
Although a couple people on Twitter accused Sheamus, who's standing there with the lead pipe, of knocking the other two out while I was gone.
Well, no one was there to see it. The ref had his back turned, so you don't know. It could have been Sheamus with the pipe. You are a fucking baby.
It really, it's just, that's an awful shelf.
That's terrible.
I'd rather have a shelf of spam.
Shelf of shit. Just lumps of shit up there.
We're losing sight of the real damage here. The story
that's-
behind this picture
that's
is
true.
that we were all affected by the East Coast earthquake yesterday.
I'm trying to think, as you're talking about your tale, I'm thinking of how could I structure a story around that for a film? That's an amazing story.
That's right. I mean, it's no Crepes story, but it is, we all were affected differently.
Travis, are you okay?
Yeah, I was in the subway.
Travis.
I had no idea what happened.
Wow, that's like an action movie.
Yeah,
actually.
exactly.
If you were in the subway.
You came out and everything was different.
It's a different world. It's a post-earthquake world.
I came out. I came out from underground, and I usually sleep on the subway.
Yeah.
So I wake up
Sure,
and
why
I
should there be any different than here?
I check my Twitter feed, and it's just earthquake. And then my chick texts me. She's like, "Yeah, there was an earthquake." And I guess it was a little worse where we are because we live.
Of course it was, because it's worse
always
where
worse
everyone
where
is.
Where you are.
Yeah, where you personally are.
We live out on Rockaway, which is like a 4-block peninsula.
And it rocks away. Like Rockaway would probably.
You right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just had an earthquake pour out of my mouth.
No, you didn't. I had a pencil insula once. So
You're in Rockaway, right?
Well, I wasn't. My wife was.
right. Your
but
wife was,
It
yeah.
was bad enough that, or it was long enough that she had time to figure out what was going on and wake up our daughter and stand in like the middle.
No, she did not
Yes,
stand in
she
a
did.
doorway or a.
From what I get, it was like a minute over there as
What?
opposed to like 15 seconds over here.
Really?
Yeah. Maybe it's different where it's a peninsula and you're like we're like right on the water.
Now, you guys are out on the water. Was there fear of tsunami? Now, you, being on the water, there's a fear there, right?
Not from me, but I may have read on Facebook some other people that live in the area were fearing aftershocks and tsunamis.
Really?
More retarded people that live in the area.
Well, that's what this film that we're working on is going to be all about, the different experiences. I feel like for me, it's sort of the rebuilding process. For Travis, it's the action-adventure sort of thing. Eric and Roland, the harrowing tale of having to get down to the bottom floor of the building for crepes.
hopefully the crepes in the truck hadn't spilled on the floor.
Exactly.
Making their trip null and void. Right.
And my fiance was at work, so thank God she didn't have to see the damage firsthand. I was able to brace her before she came in the door.
Yeah, because that's something that stays with you.
Yeah.
You know, you can't unsee
this.
2 action figures.
I'll bet
laying
she
down.
knocked them over before she went to work, and there happened to be an earthquake. She just looked at that dumb display, and
Went, ugh.
I'll bet you every morning before she goes, she fucking flicks one with her finger. Fucking asshole.
Or she just kicks the side of the shelf.
Yeah, I bet you there's been plenty of times where all of them were knocked over, and she's like, ugh, I just don't want to hear his mouth.
But without the coincidence of the earthquake, you didn't even give it a second thought. Just set them back up, going like, it must have been something. I don't know.
Loose articulation in the ankles.
Yes. It's just that is you are so immature. It's adorable.
Wow.
Yeah,
Where's
that's-
Mick Foley?
That's the SmackDown shelf, so McFoley's not going to.
Well, how many shelves do you have?
Wait, what? You have them segregated?
Obviously.
Into-
And
obviously.
And there were people who noticed. You see Cody Rhodes there wearing the championship belt.
I don't know who that is.
Well, now, I'm saying now you
That
do.
looks like some guy named Dom.
But he is the current champion, so people on Twitter noticed that I changed the belts
Oh, you changed the belt.
as the titles change in life.
Who's the champion? Wow.
Right.
That
Yeah.
would let us know
Oh, yeah.
that is an accurate time-wise picture.
Yeah, I couldn't
Yeah,
have.
yeah.
I couldn't have predicted that.
So you don't put the Rock in there. Is the Rock in there?
the Rock's a shelf below on the Legends shelf.
Yeah.
Do you have?
Yeah.
Well, it's a tall bookshelf, so there's like 5 shelves on the shelf.
And you have wrestling figures. Never. How do they get? They get Dusty, right?
Dusty Rhodes.
Dusty Rhodes is there, yes.
Where's that under the fucking questionable preference shelf?
I mean, they get Dusty. If it gets bad, I'll use one of the whatever Swiffer things.
What?
You know,
What are you, the help? Get a fucking the little air thing and blow the air thing on there. Do you know the air thing that you clean your computer dust, Joe? Your
Yeah.
computer keyboard. Those you should use.
I find Swiffer does a better job.
How does he work with a Swiffer?
You know, you just use the cloth.
Oh, fucking
A cloth on the fucking thing.
They probably all fall
Then you
over.
got to pick them up, each one individually.
Well, the
They
air
have weakly
thing,
articulated ankles.
exactly. The air thing would probably knock some of them over.
Oh, would you love
Yeah.
my glass display that I have in my apartment? I have a glass display thing, which it shouldn't. I spent way too much money on years
Oh,
ago.
he would love that, right?
Yeah, it's
Put them all in
fucking
there.
perfect for what you have.
Keep
I
the
know.
dust
I've
out.
seen it.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
That'd be great for your wrestling figures.
I know.
But then the earthquake probably would have like shaken that, and they all would have fallen over.
And then I would have had to go into the
Ooh,
glass
a disaster
shelf.
that would have been.
Oh
Wow.
my God! Don't even speak of it.
Wow.
Does she like the shelves?
She doesn't mind.
Oh,
She'd probably rather put anything there, just books about clitoral
Yes.
circumcision. Anything more enjoyable to look at than these figures.
Well, she prefers that there is one shelving unit as opposed to figures everywhere. Just
Would you put them everywhere if you could?
Oh,
well, I
God.
already do like
Oh.
extend it out, like Akeem the African Dream and Macho Man Randy Savage stand next to the television
Why?
because I like them.
And
And
you
they
could
stand next
see
to the
them
TV.
while you're watching television. You can
Yeah.
glance over and be like, "Those are my favorites."
I like those guys. Right now, maybe they'll change positions.
Oh,
Plus,
holy shit!
Are these
They're-
all the same size?
yeah. They're all to scale.
It's all the same figure, right? I mean, the same series.
Yeah, it's the same series. It's all Mattel.
Well, how tall is each
WWE.
one?
Yeah, that would be stupid, Jimmy, to have different ones.
I remember
don't
when years
mix.
ago I used to collect like dolls like this.
Dolls.
Like
Well, we
they
go,
are dolls.
We'll go action figures.
They're
but
not-
whatever.
we'll- Action,
and
they're not
we'll
doing
go
anything.
dolls. Yeah, the lack of that.
Exactly.
They fall down
They should
when
be called-
fucking there's a little
Yeah.
shake.
They're atrophied figures.
That's all
But I
they
had
do.
like the Thing and the Fantastic Four, and this
Yeah.
is in the 70s. But then they made bigger Hulk dolls, and I hated the bigger ones because it
Of
didn't
course.
match.
It doesn't make any sense anymore. I mean, the Big Show, of course, is going to be about a 7-inch figure, but your average figure would be about 6 inches.
Are they scale
This-
to each other? Like, is
Yeah.
the Big Show bigger than the rest of these action figures?
Oh yeah, they're to scale.
Oh, well, that's interesting.
Mattel does a great job.
That's interesting because then they can't just mold all the body parts for one thing and then just pop different heads on them.
Right. I mean, they do share some
Shut
of the.
up, I don't
okay.
care.
Okay.
I like the arms on this one are exactly the same as the arms on that one.
Yeah.
Fucking
Yeah, they do.
Who's the
share.
who's the guy in the red shorts over there?
That's Tyson Kidd.
Oh, I don't know who any of these guys are.
I know.
Where's fucking Ivan Putski?
They don't have an Ivan Putski yet. I mean, maybe he'll come out.
Why
in
not
the
into Legends? Why not George Animal Steel into Legends?
I have a George Animal Steel. He's a
So
shelf.
why
below.
wouldn't you? Who else is there?
I mean, there's 4 or 5 shelves worth.
I've never wanted to knock shelves over
Oh,
containing anything as
you should
badly.
clean the dust off of them with a shotgun. That'd be a
Yeah, there were a
fun
few.
thing to do.
How do I repair this? There were some that said, with a blowtorch. There were some that said with a shotgun. Though they weren't being helpful, but for the majority of people, we're sensitive. I don't think kids would buy an Ivan Putski figure.
You're probably right. But it's not all about the money, is it? When you're making real legends, you got to make real legends.
It's true. There's some integrity to the line.
Right. And kids don't buy this either. It's fucking adults.
That's right.
E-Rock, would you own any of these?
Would he?
I own a couple, not to the scale that Sam does, though.
You don't own nearly as many?
Nowhere near.
Does E-Rock know a lot about wrestling?
I mean, he knows. Like he's a wrestling fan, yes. But I mean,
I'm not as in depth or intense as Sam is.
I think Sam's a little OCD. I think Sam's a little OCD because I get it. I'm the same with other stuff, but I think Sam's a bit OCD with this collection.
Well, there was one like I used to when I was a kid buy every single figure, like repaints, every single one. And at some point when I got older, and it's still difficult to this day, had to say one of each guy that is made. So I don't need to get every Undertaker. I have an Undertaker.
So
figure.
was it like Toy Story 3?
I didn't see Toy Story 3.
You gave your little dolls away?
No, I didn't give them away.
What'd you do?
They're in my parents' house. They're literally
they're in the
closets
attic,
and closets and closets
talking
full.
about.
Here's what
Closets.
Sometimes something like this you could probably make some kind of I don't know who would give a fuck, but it'd be a cool display if you could set it up. But then again, there's probably people that have more stuff than you, right? Like dolls and stuff.
I mean, action figures, dolls, a whole bunch of stuff. But yeah, there has to be people who have larger collections than me. But I have a fairly extensive wrestling.
But you buy like all the dolls. Like you buy like these people they're.
Well, I buy current action figures.
They're nobodies.
Yeah. I go into no Yoshitatsu, maybe, but Sheamus is a main event guy.
I know, but this kid guy, like you don't need that doll.
Look at the action figure positioning. You see how he's towards the back of the shelf?
Yeah.
The main event guys are going to be at the front.
Are there any dolls you don't have that you want to buy?
Well, there's
dolls.
There's lots of action figures.
What?
Action figure.
That you don't have?
Yeah, I mean, and they keep making them.
What's the next doll purchase you'll make?
Well, I am looking for a Bam Bam Bigelow action figure from the Legends line.
Bam Bigelow.
How much do these dolls run?
The action figures, the current ones are like $12, $13, $14.
That's not bad. All right.
And the Legends are a little more expensive. You're talking $17, $18.
This would actually be a cool. As much as I want to smash Sam, I do get this. Like,
I get it. I completely get it.
Here's where this would be cool. If you had
a garbage can.
How great would they be with fucking just garbage juice and pigeon shit?
I'd be
scraped out macaroni that you didn't eat, just laying on their faces.
Fucking meatloaf. Come on, Jess, man up already. Get rid of this shit.
I'd be super pissed.
But if you had a basement, like a house with a basement,
yeah,
and you could get like a wall display where they were along the wall in a kind of a glass display case.
That's what I've always wanted to do. That because I have all the collections from when I was younger.
Dreams.
Yeah,
that's not my dream. It's just something.
Would you like to buy some of the repaints?
Yeah, I mean, if I had the money, I would buy more.
What is?
You need a raise.
Why don't you just not buy these dolls and then just buy the ones that you really want?
Well, the action figures that I buy are the ones that have the priority, of course.
What is? Maybe we can go on eBay or something. I'm curious as to what is I don't remember where those dolls that I had when I was a kid are, but I still love them. Like I remember the packaging they came in, those little Marvel Comics ones. And like, if you're kind of OCD, it's like, you have to have them all.
Yeah.
What is the fucking get for a wrestling doll?
All right. Well, I just eBayed wrestling doll.
Well, you're not going to get
figure. Try action figures.
Action figures, the better result finder.
Here you go, Hulk Hogan talking wrestling doll.
I have that.
Of course.
I don't think it talks anymore.
Go and
but
order
I
a
have
price.
Thank God. I wish the real Hulk was like that.
The Hulks are in heaven doll. It's a little box with a fucking tear on it.
The little fucking dopey kid.
Yeah, there's just one empty seat with a W because it's Wembley.
Wembley.
374 wrestling figure collection with free bonuses. $1,300. That's the starting bid. Nobody's bid on it.
Let me see, Jeff.
Wow.
Is that the most expensive one?
No, there's a single.
No, wow, that's a whole Hasbro collection. I think I have every single one.
Oh boy,
are they hard to get?
Well, some of them are, some of them not.
Now, those are probably harder when they're in the box, but you at least you take them out of the box. You're not just collecting them to.
I got bad though when I was like 13 or 14. For about a year, I bought 2 of every single figure that came out.
One in the thing, yeah.
That's
you keep one in the box.
I have like boxes at home of.
That's why you don't eat certain foods, and that's why you have a sickness from being overly mothered.
Surprised that's the only box you don't get into or do get into. Shit.
That's
Is
all right.
this worth
See, he wasn't
$1,500?
supposed to get.
I
What
mean,
is
I don't
that?
have any of the rock and wrestling series.
Would you want them?
Yeah.
Why?
Because
That's
I don't
the
have
Rowdy
that. I
Roddy
mean, rock and
Piper.
wrestling is like the cartoon, and so they
Oh.
look more cartoony. I don't. The box is in perfect condition.
What is? I think with Star Wars ones too.
Oh, yeah.
I think with the original Star Wars, which we all had, what were the sand ones? I believe
Sand
me.
people.
Yeah, I think that was the sand people. The little guy is the hardest one to get in the box.
Oh, the
Or
Jawas?
The Jawas.
Jawa, they
Yeah,
call
yeah,
'em?
yeah.
The ones that
With
were,
the hoods.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's one of them in the
Soldier
box
droids.
is real. I saw a Star Wars poster. I forget how much, an original art poster for thousands of fucking dollars.
Oh yeah, there it is for like.
There you go. One sold for $910,
$910.
That's
I thought
loose,
they were
though.
even more than that. That's loose.
In the box there.
$750. But they're graded too, so like
Yes.
everything's
Jim
everything,
Minton.
They do that for everything now.
Are these the small? Oh yeah, 1978. Unpunch. What's that mean?
There's probably not a hole punch, I'm assuming.
Oh, okay.
to
We're
put it-
selling faggy wrestling dolls. Faggy wrestling dolls for any faggot that wants one.
What's ironic is that is what Don West is selling now.
Is he doing
Yes.
that now?
I don't buy the TNA.
Look
figures.
at this doll. Let's open it up. Check it out. It's another unknown wrestler. Another has-been. Is that what he's doing?
He's not in those words, but yeah,
Well-
he is selling TNA action figures, and selling them like that.
Who are
trying
some of the people in TNA?
Well, Mick Foley was. He's gone now. but, Hulk Hogan has TNA figure. And
well.
Jeff Hardy's there. And
Why don't you get these?
Hardy Boys.
Kurt Angle, Rob Van Dam, the TNA guys. That's you got to cut the line some places. Now it's
And that's where you
There was
drew
a-
the line in the sand?
There was a time when I would have gotten the TNA guys because I needed every wrestling figure, but I don't get anything. From
I
TNA.
should buy them because I would like to buy them just to break them in front of Sam.
Oh,
That
yeah.
would upset me.
God, I
Because
would
why
lo-
would
I
why would you
I
just
don't
give them
know.
Big Boss Man comes with exploding heart. His heart explodes. Quite the action figure or doll, depending on how fairy-like you are.
They could have a whole line of exploding heart dolls.
Yeah, exactly. Holy
to me? I did just get the British Bulldog.
the British Bulldog. His heart explodes too. Be dialing, people. Be dialing 911 for the action figure.
I had to get 2 more by the end of the month.
Comes with a flatline E EKG.
I had to buy 2 more from Toys R Us by the end of the month because they're doing a deal where if you buy 4 and you send the UPCs in, you
Yeah.
get a free Vince McMahon.
Oh, wow.
Mattel has not made a Vince McMahon, and so far I've bought 6, so I need 2 more so I can get 2 and leave 1, of course, package.
Oh, you still do that?
Well, just for the
It's not going to be worth
special
anything.
ones. But I like the special ones. I would like to have one in the box.
What piece of wrestling paraphernalia that would you like to have that you've seen? Because your chair is pretty cool. That's signed by all those people.
Right, I would like. I don't have anything. I don't think ring used wrestling gear like tights,
Oh, okay.
boots,
Of course.
things like that. That's what I would really like to have.
Those are hard to get.
Get
Yeah.
the Macho Man and a Bronco. Macho Man and a Bronco. Whiskey bottle included in this one, people.
Tree sold separately.
Tree sold separately. But we're going to throw it in if you buy it on FlexPay.
I have that old Vince McMahon. Just
That's
not,
sold for $125.
Oh, I don't have it packaged. That's the old LJN Vince McMahon. from the 80s.
Maniacal Chris Benoit! Maniacal Chris Benoit! Maniacal Chris Benoit! And his dead family. Buy it now, people. This isn't going to last just like his family.
3-pack?
It's a 3-pack. Still in the box, the wooden ones that they were buried in. Be dialing the SWAT team.
It's horrible.
Terrible. Say something like that.
Just trying to talk about the damage from the earthquake. I didn't think we were going to get into Chris Benoit's family.
Well, you know, it's tragedy. Tragedy, we're doing a tragedy break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would need, though, I mean, a giant. If I actually wanted to display everything I have, including the figures,
Yeah.
I mean, I'd need a humongous basement.
Why would you put them in the basement?
Well, like
Prominently
a finished
displayed.
basement.
That's a cool place to put them.
Prominently
Yeah.
displayed.
There will one day be a Sam Roberts house with a Sam Roberts man cave, and by man cave I mean a room where I
Your
put
asshole.
no.
No.
I would love that if somebody broke into your house with a gun and like in Olivier and the Marathon Man, you could only keep the action figures that you could swallow or shove in your asshole.
And then he could keep the whole collection.
Exactly. Jess would also start to ask for some of her stuff. Like, I didn't know there was so much room in there. Can you bring my shoes?
Get the Pat Patterson and the Ring Boy doll. With working genitalia, articulated genitalia. And look, his hand fits right on the ass and locks in. Locks into his ass. Pat Patterson with articulated penis.
It could become a wreck.
What? I would buy some of those if they were advertised like that.
Poor taste wrestling action figures.
Yes. That's great. Now, what? Jess cannot like this as a beautiful young woman. She likes. Seems to like the better things in life.
Yeah, she does, but what she doesn't mind it. Like, she likes that I have passions.
Yeah.
And I also try to point out action figures of things that she likes.
Yeah.
For instance, she always liked Twilight Zone growing up. So I go, oh, look how cool this action figure is, and she'll feign interest, but, you know.
It's not her thing.
She doesn't care.
I wish I envy people who don't like that stuff. Like I love it. I as much as I get it, and I wish I didn't get it. I wish I was like, you cunt, but I fucking get it.
Things like
Yeah.
I all the time. I wish I could just clear everything out of the apartment and just get rid of everything I own. But there's no way I can get rid of this stuff.
Do you know how many people have seen my stuff and just go, oh, it's like a museum in here?
Yeah.
Like, the way I frame everything, and it has to be. And it's like it takes the fun out of life. Like I obsess over nothing. It's
Right.
so
But once
stupid.
it's all up there, it's nice to have, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Because I got into that movie poster thing. Now I'm like fully.
But you have a
engrossed in
finished
that.
basement with a movie theater in it, and maybe 6 or 7 posters, tastefully done. Ange picked out. Of course, I fucking saw the frames that Ange picked out, and now I
that's
want
so
to
nice.
burn my own apartment to the ground. I got to go buy new frames.
The museum glass, no glare.
I
or
go with that
anything.
stuff,
It's
of course. But I mean,
fantastic. You got to.
Yeah, the frames are beautiful that she picked out for him.
What are we on a Molly?
If posters were like what I was into, the
Yeah.
wall would be covered in frames and posters. Like you wouldn't
Yeah.
see wall.
Oh.
It would just be posters, and that's not tastefully done.
I was like that as a kid with my Kiss stuff, and I was always jealous of my friend James because his mother let him put on the ceiling in his room. So his ceiling and walls were covered, but my parents would never let me touch the ceiling. Like once in a while, I'd start doing the ceiling, and just until they told me to take shit down.
I get furiously jealous when I see people with with wrestling collections that have stuff that I don't have.
Like who's one, or what have you seen that's one that you really like that you didn't?
Well, this is a good one. You're not going to believe the deal we got. It's the masturbating cuckold Hulk Hogan with his wife with double penetration action. DP action. Masturbating cuckold Hulk Hogan action figure doll.
Is there a Brutus the Barber Beefcake Hulk Hogan 2-pack?
Brutus the Barber Beefcake Hulk Hogan double dong dildo pack. Let's pull the dildo out and look. I'm going to open this package up. Think of the fun.
It's just stuff that's in like better condition than I have it because my stuff is old from when I was a kid, and so some of it is played with because I played with stuff when I was a kid, and like
you
they have
played
like
with
the
it.
old
so the
stuff.
paint where the ass cheeks are is all worn off.
Those aren't the moves I did.
Be dialing.
Be dailing.
They got the Sergeant Slaughter beat dialing because he's slaughtering everybody.
What?
Yeah, that's wow, that would be a good one. Be dialing now for the Owen Hart action figure. Owen Hart action figure. With includes gravity. With splatting action figure. Gravity included.
With prolapsing asshole from hitting the canvas.
It's the Iron Sheik water pistol. Iron Sheik water pistol. Pisses right through his penis. It's amazing. Be nailing, people. Be nailing. Because he pisses himself, get it? Oh, God, that's
fucking
wonderful.
hilarious, man.
That's wonderful.
Jesus, that's funny.
I'm glad most of your action figures pulled through.
Yes, I mean,
from the big earthquake.
Where have you seen better collections?
online. I go to wrestling figure message boards and look at their pictures.
There's wrestling figure message boards?
Yes, absolutely.
Why would you
Where
go
do they all
there?
come from? Asshole.com?
There's so many smut sites. Why go anywhere else?
Exactly.
There's a big wrestling action figure message board that I'm on all the time. I don't post.
Do they know you on there? Oh, no.
But
is it wfigs.pro? Okay.
Yep.
Figs. Oh, it's kind of like the one you go to, Ent.
No, it's a little different.
Where
but
should I go?
If you scroll down, Wrestling Figure Talk, Mattel.
Okay.
That's where I hang out.
9 viewing.
Well, this should be called like Figure Mania. This is pretty cool. All right, so.
See, like that's a great topic. Will we see a Kevin Nash anytime soon?
Hey,
I don't
will
know.
we?
I can't think of a link I would click on in fucking less want to click on than that.
Right.
Fucked baby photos I would click on before that.
Click.
I have it bookmarked if you need the address.
This site
Horrible.
fucking stinks.
Well, see, they post pictures of stuff that's coming out. That's where all the news breaks. Then people post pictures of collections.
Why don't you show your shit collection?
I'm not gonna.
Why not? Your fucking awful wooden shelf collection that you built.
Nothing wrong with my.
Stinks.
I didn't build the shelf.
Collection's fucking horrendous.
Uh-huh.
Does your mother have a message board for Sam collectibles that nobody's onto her? I have his hair. I have his teeth.
Taking pictures in my Boy Scout uniform.
Yeah.
Click on WrestleMania 27 figs right there.
How long ago is it? 27.
That was last year.
Oh, big deal. It's new.
I just wanted to see if there were any pictures up. That was just
Now,
for my
what's
own.
a collection you've seen one that you've seen one on here that you were jealous of?
Yeah, I can't. I don't remember a username, but if you just scroll around on that board, you'll find people just post pictures of collections, and sometimes they're really good, sometimes they're horrible. And
Like we've been looking at, yes.
No, my collection is not horrible, and that was just a small segment of it. That was just to display the earthquake damage to my collection.
Heartbroken Jerry the King Lawler with genuine crying action. What a pussy. And his chick that fucks everybody. Now it's just getting personal.
This guy has a lot of CM Punk action figures.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
See, I'm a little jealous of that because when the last company was making figures, I had a CM Punk collection as well, and I didn't maintain it into the Mattel line.
Punk.
I just bought one
The
of...
fuck is in CM Punk?
I've never seen anything more bowlable into.
Would you love to take a nice 16-pounder
Holy
and just roll it right into it?
I would love to. After hours were spent setting it up properly.
CM Punk is one of my favorites.
I don't know
Is
what
it?
CM Punk is.
He's a wrestler.
He's a big-time wrestler. There he is.
That's him.
Why do you like him? Looks
He's
fruity
pretty
in the
cool.
eyes.
He's not fruity. He's very good at what he
He
does.
looks like an MMA fighter actually with his tattoos.
He's very good at what he does, and he's bringing something cool back to wrestling.
Check out the Jim Ross doll we have. Pull the string. It talks as its mouth droops from the Bell's palsy. It's one of the only Bell's palsy action figures ever made, people. Be Derler. Be Derler.
Bell's palsy rules.
Hey, Numbface. Be Derler. Special drooling action.
Oh, you're funny, dude.
I love that shit.
Oh, there's one I'm excited about. Macho King MOC pick.
Oh, you're funny.
Right there.
Oh, good God.
This is the one I'm looking forward to a lot.
Ah, the Macho King, Randy Savage.
Macho King.
That's
all
him
his
with the
getup.
crown.
I saw it at Comic-Con displayed, so.
Now, is there an old? Let's see. I want to see old action figures. Like, show me a really old one.
Snap into an oak tree.
If you just Google image Hasbro or LJN WWF, you'll find it.
Ugh, every time we click back on that fucking awful shelf collection,
I know, I hate it.
Just standing there on that fucking homemade woodshop shelf. How humiliating for them.
What are those figures?
Well,
They look
these
a
are the
little
old ones. I had these as a kid.
caricaturish.
Those are the Hasbros. Those are from when like Travis and me were growing up.
Jake
just
the Snake
after
Roberts,
the LJN.
I see that.
Jake the Snake Roberts. A little trivia for you, Anthony.
Yes,
That Jake the
please.
Snake Roberts
Yeah.
was my first wrestling action figure.
Wow.
That's right.
Are these worth money?
Some of them
Of course
are.
they're not. They're shit.
Andre the Giant is worth money.
I would
He's
say the
in
Big Boss
box.
Man ones. Well, the Big Boss Man's in a box. But
That's
are
not
the
the
dead ones
exploding
now. Are
heart.
the dead ones more valuable than the living wrestlers?
Not always. No.
No?
No. It has more to do with the figure than the wrestler.
Now, what is the? Let me ask you, how much is the Andre worth? What is the most valuable wrestling figure? Like with comic books, people could say, well, it's Action Comics #1, or it's with baseball cards, it's the Honus Wagner. What is the fucking Honus Wagner of this?
I don't know if there is one per se, but like in this line, the Andre is pretty rare. In the box, it's probably like you could probably get one for like $90.
That's it?
Yeah, it's not. I mean,
shit.
they came out in like 1989, so it's not like it's that old.
Yeah, the thing
Right.
about these figures is that there's so many of them.
Right,
But,
and
like,
they're mass-produced.
Yeah, in the box, they're probably worth a little more, but like everybody had these. You
But,
know?
okay, so what is one that wasn't mass produced, like a fucking an old Dusty Road or a magazine or so? What's an old wrestling thing that's really worth money?
Well, I mean, it would probably be like ring used gear goes for a lot of money.
Is there anybody on the phone that knows any of this? These are all these people trashing
gear.
us.
Oh, I know, of course.
But is there anybody who like, actually is a collector that knows?
I don't know.
Jim
Okay.
saying you don't know anything about wrestling. Let's get somebody on the phone.
I know lots about
You
wrestling.
do, but you don't know anything about the action figure value. You're just pointing at your heroes and going, "Yay!" Fucking such.
Well, they're not like there is no super like $1,000 action figure.
He's saying
Okay.
there's no one that you're looking
Right.
for.
And the Star Wars one is that little guy. I don't
Right.
know why I'm interested in this.
Like there's not a huge.
Because collectibles are cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
they
all
are.
collect things.
But they're not. It's funny. Like since like, even maybe '89 or it started, but baseball cards from before then, before people knew. But then after that, everybody knew to save
Everyone
them.
knew to save them. They pumped out a fuckload under different names.
And they would make them like $400 a meet, like these shitty Don Russ fucking cards or all these. It's like
Yeah.
nobody. What are you doing?
Those are the ones Tom West was really hawking a lot of
Don
those,
Russ.
man. Yeah, he'd sell like a box of the fucking things. 1,000,000 cards.
I
Like-
think they're valueless now.
for a while.
Yeah.
Baseball cards took a major dive.
Big
Baseball
shit.
cards from like the '80s, like Frank Thomas, or the '90s, all the ones that were
Yeah.
like expensive for a little while.
Yeah.
Yeah, once it started being, like tops special, edition tops this Don Russ Upper Deck. Once there was 20 different cards.
Flooded the market.
Yeah, stuff from the 80s and before is still worth
And
money.
the '70s, yeah. Even though you said and before, and I had to add and the '70s.
Yeah,
which we-
because that would
we
be
got
before.
it.
A blue Blazer figure came out right after Owen Hart died. Like it was already in the shipping process, so they couldn't stop it from coming out. And when that figure came out, it was worth hundreds of dollars.
It's
Like,
still out.
yeah, but now it's not worth close to what it was.
Just
worth.
like the Joker figure from The Dark Knight when
Right.
right after Heath Ledger died.
right,
They pulled that figure.
right.
They pulled it.
Yeah.
Is it back out now?
I don't think
Why
so.
wouldn't
It did. Yeah, it came back
Oh,
out.
did it
I
come
found
back out?
one, and now it's not worth much.
Jesse the Body Ventura doll with dandelion-like hair. You blow it, it just falls out. It's amazing. Good fun, people, for the kids. Dandelion hair. Just give it a little puff and watch it fall out of his head. Riff-raff hairdo, as per Jim Norton.
If I sold everything, I could get a lot of money for it, but that's because
No,
I have
you couldn't.
a lot of stuff.
Yeah, that
You
includes your chick and your apartment. Then you could get a lot of money.
If I sold my whole
I've been
collection.
watching this show about collectors now. It's like the hoarder collector thing. And a lot of these collectors are like organized hoarders.
Yeah. I've seen-
and I saw the one with the woman with the shoes.
I
Did
saw
you
it
see
too,
her?
yes.
Okay. Here's the
That
deal.
was so-
This woman has fucking umpteen thousands of shoes.
What show is this? I'll try and find it.
It's
It was on TLC.
collect something with collectors. It's on TLC. what the fuck is it called? Someone will get it up here within seconds. Ah,
there's also a kid collecting vacuum cleaners.
Yeah, the kid that collected vacuums was just a weirdo.
The woman was the best though with the shoes. It was miniature shoes.
She had miniature shoes and then full size ones and anything that was shaped like a shoe. This fucking dumb bitch would buy.
Was she
collection obsession?
I do get hoarding for that reason, but there is a fine line between collecting and hoarding. There absolutely is.
And the collection obsession one, she had these shoes, and then she had an appraiser come in because she wanted to have the collection appraised so she could get a bank loan for like $750,000 to open up a shoe store.
No, I think
kind
it
of
was
a thing
I think
for her collection.
I think she wanted a $700,000 loan.
$700,000? Oh, did I say $750,000?
I'm stupid.
Gee.
I thought you said one.
No, it's an excellent distinction to make.
You go ahead.
How much was it, Sam? $1 million minus $250,000?
Perhaps more than that.
But you know what? Could you sell yours? Like, here's the thing: there's collectors, and then there's people who can collect and sell.
None.
I could never sell. Like, I could never be a guy that made money off stuff because I could never sell.
Well, she didn't want to sell her dumb shoes. She wanted to assess it and have take the value and get a loan against that, and then open up a shoe design shop. That was her big thing. And the guy came in and he's looking around. He's like, well, this, she goes, here's my Tiffany shoe. And it's like a boot, the Tiffany thing, but it wasn't Tiffany. It was a fake.
Oh.
And he's like, that, probably $50.
It's spelled TIFF-A-Knee, Knee.
A knee.
A boo.
Tiff a boo. And she, the guy was like, yeah, if that was a real Tiffany, it would be worth, $250,000. He goes, this, probably about $30 or something. It was like
Did she know it was a fake?
She started, yeah. She started getting real mad, though. Like, I don't like this guy lowballing my stuff. And she wouldn't take his final assessment. She wouldn't even hear it. He said, well, what you paid for it is different than what it's worth. He goes, you paid such and such an amount, but it's worth about maybe $5,000. And she was all pissed off.
She's gotten ripped off.
She just thought her collection was worth a lot. To her, it's worth it's her everyday life. It's her whole life is these dumb fuck shoes. And so it's very important to her, and she sees it as very expensive. But then you get a guy in there that does this for a living. It's just another collection. So his is going to be more accurate. He's not attached to it emotionally. So that was that. And this dumb fucking bitch with these crazy dolls.
Do you know I've seen stuff? It's funny. Like, I've looked at stuff that I have. Like, I have a lot of UFC signed stuff. Like, I have a couple of books signed by like so many of the guys, fucking Hoist Gracie, and a whole shitload I got on these Dana White mag. And then I see how much these autographs go for. I'm like, fuck, these are worth money.
Yeah,
it doesn't even occur to me to sell them, though.
No,
I have no desire to sell that shit.
You didn't get him to sell.
No.
You got him because you like the shit.
But it's like sometimes you have stuff that's worth more, but it's emotionally like, I can't let that stuff go. I love that stuff.
Yeah.
But I have everything from the time I've never thrown out anything wrestling related. Right. So I have all the old T-shirts, all the old paraphernalia that they sold, and that's the stuff that actually goes for money because you can't get it anymore.
It's not mass produced anymore.
Right.
Ugh.
Rock T-shirts. It's funny, old Rock T-shirts are worth. I almost bought one when I did the Ozzy tribute a couple years ago. I wanted to wear like but I'm too fucking fat for the mediums. And what happened to people? Were people in 1990 or 1980, 1970 all 108-pound twinks? How do these shirts are all so small? The old Rock shirts, but they're all fucking expensive, man.
They used to shrink like fucking crazy, especially the early 80s ones, even the late 70s. If you went to a concert and bought a shirt, one washing, it would be a midriff top that you couldn't even put your head through the fucking head hole anymore. And then they were made of material that was, I think it was like 5 thread count. It was like you're wearing mesh.
But I was looking recently on my, when I moved out of my parents' house finally, and this is going back fucking, 13 years, I was 30. By the time I got all my shit out of there, I had all these Rock, I probably had 50 Rock shirts. And I'm looking at them like, why did you throw them out? But I'm like, what, I wear them again?
Yeah.
I'm not going to wear them.
And you wouldn't want to sell them.
Would you?
No, I know. I mean, I literally, the way I want to collect stuff, I act like I have an 8-story house. I want displays, but nobody would give a shit. Like, my dream is to own a place where it's like I just walk around and can go, huh? And nobody fucking cares but me. It's stupid. baseball cards people care about. Stuff like that, but nobody gives a fuck about the stuff I like or your wrestling. I'm not
sure
shitting on
they
you.
do.
but-
No, it is in the
the most people
presentation.
don't give a fuck, dude. You're right. The most people don't. Your posters are really nice, but if you had 300 of them, nobody would care. You have
Well,
fucking
that is
10,
true.
and that's
It's
the beauty
just
of it.
kind of there for the room.
Not only do they not
But-
care, they think it's lame. like this is stupid. Why would you have all this stuff?
Well, if you have a few good things that you wanted to display and then, just store the rest.
Right.
That's fine, yeah.
A few good things.
Mm-hmm.
What did you don't have a holy grail for wrestling stuff that you want? I would keep asking the same question.
It's just the ring use stuff. Like I would like
Ring used.
yeah, like tights, like Macho Man boots, like yellow with the stars on it, something like that. Like that he-
Hulk's wife's condoms, used condoms, tied up and shoved in E-Rock's pants.
Why don't we ask Vince or somebody from wrestling or Mick Foley? Why
Well,
don't you get something from Mick Foley?
That's one of my favorite things that I have is one time when JBL was in here, he brought in a cowboy hat that he had worn on Raw for me, and he gave it to me, and he signed it, and there was a stain on the inside from when CM Punk had thrown whiskey at him on
Holy
TV.
shit.
And so that was like amazing to me.
Now you
that's
own
a
that.
cool one.
And
Yeah.
But Mick's not going to give you anything because he's selling all of his stuff, right?
He sold it all for charity. Like he put a ton of his
Mick Foley Foundation.
That chiseler.
he put a ton of his ring use stuff on eBay. But like I want it badly. He had his boots with leopard print and there were still thumbtacks in the bottom from one of his matches
Oh,
with Ric
wow.
Flair. And I wanted it, but they went for like $3,000 or more, which I think they should have gone for more. But
You do?
I couldn't afford
I
$3,000
don't
for a
think
pair of
it's-
Mick Foley boots.
Is Mick's a weird guy because I'm fascinated with him because he's a really good dude.
Yeah.
and he's just a complete penny pincher, but he's also generous with his time for charity. Like he really does
Yeah.
give away. He's not a dick.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm fascinated with that guy. He's just such a wacko in every way.
He's
He
a
is.
good egg.
Really, he's a great guy.
But he does get stranger every time we talk.
Dude, he's out of his. He's coming in later. Tonight, actually, he's performing at the Brokerage in Long Island at 8:00. BrokerageComedy.com.
He's doing stand-up.
I would love to see Mick Foley perform stand-up.
Last time he came in here, he said he was, as WWE champion, he slept on some fan's couch
Yes.
after, and it was just like, what?
Yeah.
Like, I would like to know how close I was to having Mick Foley sleep over my house. Because if I
probably
knew that
coulda-
was a possibility,
Yeah, you probably could have done that.
I would do that today.
How creepy. Mick opens his eyes, and you're just staring at him from like 3 inches away.
Taking photos with the
Sorry.
flash off.
Yeah. You open your eyes, and Nick is down at the foot of your bed smelling your feet and jerking off.
Oh, shit. You'd enjoy that, though.
I'd be all right.
It's like, yeah, why not?
Sure, go ahead, Mick. Finish yourself off.
You know what? Before an earthquake happens or something, see, now it's possible.
It is.
Come on now. Let's eat. We'll take a little break-a-rooney, as I like to call them.
And
And
as we go to break,
yes, sir.
Aunt, you're just a funny guy. That
Oh,
was
Jimmy.
fucking hilarious.
Please. I laugh and laugh at the Jim Norton.
That dude, that's fucking. Oh God, if I could do impressions, that's funny.
I just wish I knew more wrestlers and the tragic way they died.
There's plenty of them.
Fucking hour on that one.
Fucking great.
Yeah, I'm sure. All right, let's take a break. We'll eat. And I welcome the people at home listening. Take this time to eat. Go ahead, get yourself a good breakfast. It's the most important meal of the day. We'll be right back.
This is Aaron Sheik, World Wrestling Federation, 3-time champion, All-American AAU champion. Pleasure for me to the Anthony and Opium. Bring me here to New York to I say hello to all my wrestling fans and everybody know I'm the real Middle Eastern. Come to the greatest wrestling country and most famous city in the world, Manhattan, Madison Square Garden. I come 3 times champion. I want to say hello to all my wrestling fans, especially all American and also my Iranian friend. خدمت همه شنوندگان ایرانی عزیز سلام عرض میکنم. همه دنیا آرون شیخ خسرو وزیری رو میشناسن. Pleasure for me to I come back here again one more time to I talk to the Opium and Anthony, and pleasure for me always.
The virus. Sirius XM.
Thanks for calling the Opie and Anthony line. Here's the latest batch of FUs.
Fuck you! I want to give a big fuck you to my boss.
whose little bitch pet gets a DWI in a company fucking vehicle, and he doesn't do a fucking thing about it except change him around, and now he can't even handle the fucking workload that he's given. Fuck you. Fuck you. Hey, I want to give a huge fuck you to all the octogenarians in Nassau County that voted no on the new arena for the Islanders. Every interview you heard, oh, I'm afraid of the future of the county. You're afraid of the future. You're 93 years old, you prick. I hope you fucking die. Fuck you! Fuck you! Yes, I'd like to give a big fuck you to my cousin Anthony. So he decided to turn me on to the New York Mets. Yeah, I've always been a Jets fan my whole life. And instead of giving me a good team to fucking root for, he gets me into the Mets. Thanks, pal. Now I have two teams that could rip my fucking heart out all year long. Fuck you! Yeah, I'd like to send a big F2 out to my hometown police department. I went there the other night to try to ask them if they could help me out and tell me what to sell these drugs I had. They took my drugs and threw me in jail. Fuck you, police. Fuck you! I want to give a big fuck you to the guy who gave a fuck you to Kings of Leon for canceling their tour. Fuck him for being a faggot like the Kings of Leon. They suck a dick. And of course the bitches. Fuck you, asshole. Fuck you! I just got a Mondo fuck you to give out to this little bitch-ass specialist from 19 Field Artillery, Fort Stewart, Georgia, that just had me fucking walk back and salute a goddamn commander because I was walking with my head down. You want to fucking dress me up and yell at me when we're the same rank. You know what? Fuck you, little specialist! Take you out to the wood line, fucker! Fuck you! Yeah, this FU goes to my former boss and my former employer. He didn't even have the common courtesy to come and fire me in person. He had to do it over the phone. Fuck you, you fucking pussies. And I know you can hear this FU, and I know you're a daily listener, Matt. Fuck you. Fuck you!
Call the Opie and Anthony FU line. 866-FU, line 1. That's 866-FU, line 1.
This is Randy, the Natural Couture.
This is Tito Ortiz.
This is Chuck the Iceman Liddell.
Hey, this is Dana White from the Ultimate Fighting Championship, and you're listening to the Opie and Anthony Show. There we go.
Hi, everyone. I hope everyone's having a pleasant day. I know I am. Just being here. It's a dream come true.
Sure is.
Yes.
I want some more food. I don't know what I want though.
Really?
It's so weird eating like breakfast. It's just what do you eat after egg whites, which are watery and shitty?
You know, yeah, I can't even eat an egg white.
I want a little turkey chili.
Rubber thing. Oh, maybe later on. Maybe we'll enjoy that. I don't think it's prepared yet down there. But that turkey chili's good shit. I gotta say. We were talking about the earthquake before we got kind of took a left turn into wrestling land.
Oh, right.
Wrestling doll land.
Action figure.
Whatever. But there is a couple of audio things I wanted to play. Or I didn't want to play. I got them. Sam brought them in. Brought them to my attention.
What are they?
Well, one is CBS News story on the earthquake. People describe the devastation. Reporters like to play play on words, I guess, is what they're doing. The reporters, I've noticed, there was a lot of, I think even the news knew they couldn't really jump on this one and try to panic everybody, but they did it anyway in a more subtle, roundabout way.
This reporter tried to, and I think this is from yesterday. I think today everybody kind of really realizes that nothing happened.
Yeah.
But they were still trying to get the panic from everybody.
Yeah, and we have a clip of Dr. Michio Kaku talking about the whole thing.
It could happen. Who are you? I've never met you.
I'm Jim Norton. I live the. Hi. He's very petrified.
Oh, he's fucking so skittish. Thanks for coming in. 10 minutes at a high. Oh, don't hit me here. Oh, my hair wild. I'm frightened.
Don't hit me.
Strings. Right. What?
So, CBS News story on the earthquake.
Shaken, not stirred. A dancing chandelier first in Williamstown, South Jersey, And a lighter one here inside a 25th floor Manhattan apartment on Central Park West. Errol Rappaport rolling on his cell phone.
I didn't know what it was because I figured in New York City we never have earthquakes.
My right elbow was leaning against something and there was a vibration and the vibration kept getting bigger.
Mayor Bloomberg felt it.
I was like, I'm getting out of here. I'm not staying. I'm not taking any chances.
Yeah, fucking Bloomberg. I was leaning on a pile of money.
Yeah,
fucking creep.
Getting out of here. I'm not staying. I'm not taking any chances.
In Bed-Stuy, this woman so frightened she spent the afternoon outside and at a coffee shop in Diker
gang.
Exactly. It's more dangerous being outside in Bed-Stuy.
Shop in Diker Heights. They say the pots swayed like this.
A little bit, yeah. We're not used to that sort of thing around here.
Where were you when the earthquake struck? This guy getting a haircut or a quake cut?
Outside, we felt the...
What? What does that even mean?
It's when Michael J. Fox cuts your hair.
Quake.
Haircut or a quake cut?
Outside, we felt the ground shocking left and right, and I thought it was dizzy, but everyone felt it.
But two native Californians just couldn't agree, earthquake or not.
Oh, yeah. I've lived through 3 of them, so I know.
Wow. I didn't know what it was. I was sitting in my car in the driveway, and the car went... I said, what is that? And then it was over.
And here live at the crossroads of the world, only an earthquake could stop traffic and freeze tourists in their tracks. Thankfully, it only lasted 15 seconds.
Only an earthquake could stop traffic in Manhattan?
For 15
seconds. No, everything can.
Yes. Only an earthquake could probably free it up a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, only a pedestrian standing in the middle of the crosswalk can stop traffic. Morons. Yeah, that guy. And what
Quake cut.
Quake cut? Like a quake cut for the show.
That was a chip joke. More like a quake cut or something.
Quake cut. That was pretty good, though. Because I was saying, like, what's everybody doing? Shaking, rattling, and rolling or something?
Rattling.
And now I guess Dr. Michio Kaku, a regular on this program who has no idea who we are.
Who any of us are.
And is petrified of anybody.
I've seen him 400 times in my neighborhood. And every time I see him, hello, Dr. Kaku.
I love the scared Michio Kaku.
It's fucking enraging.
Yeah, you'd think at one point he would be like, even if he goes, yes, from the show.
He
radio.
remembers what pi squared is. He remembers all numbers. If you take X and make it 400 times, and he knows all that. Hi, I've never seen you.
Eric remembers pi round.
Oh, poor fat kid. By the way, I still want to take the staff to lunch. I'm sorry I keep saying that and I haven't done it.
That'll cost you.
I'm not paying for it. I'm just going to shepherd them.
Dr. Michio Kaku on the earthquake, yes.
Now, let me ask you about what I know our viewers on the West Coast are probably thinking, because they go through a lot of quakes, some of them bigger than this. Are they right to say, hey, guys, this is not so big?
There's a difference between West Coast and East Coast earthquakes. The West Coast is very fragmented. Look at this. The fault lines are like this, so when an earthquake fault moves or shifts, the energy is localized. Therefore, the damage is concentrated.
So one shifts, but not everything shifts.
That's right. The energy is localized.
You were saying on the East Coast.
Right. We have the North American plate, and so it rocks as one
Iraq
unit.
eats off of.
And so energy is scattered all the way to Canada for it.
He's shaking his head.
Poor Iraq.
I know, it's every
The
single
North American
line.
plate.
North American plate. Just never ends. I'm sorry, Eric. I'm sorry, but I'll do it again in a second.
Of course he will. And I'll always go, come on. And I'll laugh every time.
Of course.
Oh, look at the fat kid.
Yeah, well, you kind of missed the end of that because of Iraq getting in the way with his joke.
And so energy is scattered all the way to Canada, for example.
And
So
well, I was going to say, you were telling me earlier that it's a wake-up call for the East Coast that we are not immune.
That's right. We have to prepare our building codes for the once-in-the-century earthquake. We are not prepared at all. Our buildings don't sway like those in California and Japan.
Our building has swayed.
Our buildings would collapse if we had a major earthquake in Manhattan. And realize that Indian Point can only withstand a 6.0 earthquake, and that's a nuclear power plant north of New York City.
Really? Can only survive a 6, and it was a 5.9 or a 5.8. We were like 0.1 away from
nuclear meltdown disaster, wading through nuke stuff.
If it's the epicenter. The epicenter. Wow, so he's saying we're not really prepared with building codes. So what are we supposed to do? Like rip down every fucking brick building in New York City, take the whole Manhattan skyline, flatten that out, and start fresh with, all these earthquake-proof buildings like they had to put in L.A. and San Francisco.
What time did it happen?
Whatnot. That was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 2 a.m.-ish. Yeah.
PM. I did hear something.
Not 2 a.m. Sorry.
I did hear something.
I had an earthquake at 2 a.m. I was drunk and I fell down the stairs.
I thought there was somebody in my apartment. I honestly did. At one point, I heard something. It was right around that time I thought somebody was in my apartment. So I actually walked out of my bedroom and looked around, and I thought, it must be from upstairs.
And what would you have done?
Nothing.
Gotten shot.
Yeah, I would have reacted the way Kaku does to me in a restaurant.
He turns Indian. He's very scared.
That's why his hair is white. He probably was brown one day, then he saw me in the neighborhood and it just went white.
He just got petrified.
He was a great radio guest on Art Bell. I don't know whatever happened to Art Bell.
Yeah.
You remember him?
Oh, Art Bell was
Coast to Coast.
Did he do all that weird conspiracy shit and UFOs?
All of it. But he was good.
Derek still listens to Art Bell. Derek loves Art Bell.
I do too. I don't think Art Bell's on the air anymore, though. I think it's George Norrie.
I think he is because Derek's mentioned that he falls asleep listening to Art Bell. So he's either listening to old tapes or
he's a weirdo,
or he's still on somewhere.
Art Bell, I used to ride around listening to when we were kicked off the air because I could listen to him or Joe Beningo on sports that wouldn't depress me because I couldn't listen to shows like this.
Yeah, because it was nothing like we would do. Right.
Yeah. But Art Bell was fucking. Sometimes he would have guests that were just
you're right.
awful.
He's retired.
What?
Thank you, Kerry.
Is that turkey chili? At this hour? It's crazy. No, I'll have some later, though, Kenny. Thank you.
Fresh turkey chili.
Thank you, though.
Very fresh.
Later. Yeah, so, I guess that's it with our earthquake clips. Is that all we got? I saw some video at some of the places. It got shaken pretty good. I guess in Virginia, the epicenter. They had some shit falling off shelves at a grocery store. Ooh. But you know what it is? It's like when we make fun of those states that where it never snows, and then they get like a dusting of snow, and it completely shuts down the city, and we sit there and go, oh, really? Really? So it's the same thing. People in L.A. look at us, and people in San Francisco look at us and go, how could they put that penis in a vagina? It's terrible. See San Francisco because they're gay.
Oh, it's cute.
That was. You thought I was going to go one way. I went whoosh.
No, I knew you'd go that way.
Of course you did.
I wonder what the most valuable thing broken was. Like what's somebody as much as we're there's somebody right now who something has broken yesterday that is irreplaceable and they're miserable about it.
Very valuable.
I would love to know.
Making fun saying nothing happened. Fucking I lost my.
It could just be something sentimental. I would love to know what somebody has lost that they really are gonna fucking miss. Probably nothing.
Nothing.
I'm just trying to make a bet out of nothing.
It was just it was an interesting little event, but nothing that you
it was a who gives a shit earthquake.
Go like, like I said, I slept through it. I think a real earthquake, I probably would have woken up.
I hate the way Obama runs up and down the steps. The way he does his little jog run up and down the steps. I'm trying to look athletic.
Jog. And I hate because we're watching him doing some campaigning on the TV. And the way he just rolls his shirt sleeves up when he leaves his little tour bus or when he walks out into the crowd, it's like, look, he's working.
Yeah.
He's in front of a bunch of pallets talking to people, working Joes, and he's got to roll up his shirt sleeves like, I'm ready to do some work here. I'm the common man. No, you're not.
I do think he's a nice man, though. I really do.
No, I think he's mean.
Nah, I
really think he's mean.
It's hard to really dislike, even though I don't agree with him.
Yeah.
It's hard to dislike anybody like him or Carter who really do like poor people.
I think Carter really did like the idea of helping the poor out of just his principles. I think Obama likes the idea of helping the poor out of getting his job back again, and it looks good on his legacy. But I don't think he really enjoys it. I don't think that's one of his passions. Like Jimmy Carter is swinging a fucking hammer with Habitat for Humanity after he was president.
Well, yeah, after, yeah.
He told the Secret Service to go fuck themselves. He goes, I don't need any Secret Service.
Nixon did the same thing, paid for his own security. But Jimmy Carter has security. He does not walk around without any Secret Service. Yeah, he has to.
He told him no.
Maybe he pays for somebody.
He might pay for his own private security, but it's not Secret Service.
Because I'll tell you why. They fucking hate him. Muslims hate him because he fucking took care of the Shah of Iran. Yeah. I mean, maybe they like him more now because he was anti-Israel, but
he's such a non-issue now. God, those Muslims hold a fucking grudge, don't they?
There's fucking 5 or 6 ex-presidents. They're all important guys.
Yeah. Symbolically, pretty important. Gaddafi, wow. Did you see them partying at his compound? Man.
Like it's 1999 or something, right, guys?
Yeah, just like that, Chip. It was, I guess he took off, right? He ran. And everybody just jumped in there. There was one guy wearing one of his hats, like his gold fucking turban-y hat, holding a gold chain. Like they just looted his house and were wearing like his Gaddafi shit and jumping around in the street like, woo, look at us.
Somewhere he's watching it on TV like, what the fuck?
Just like, I was just there and now
Why
they
would
just
you
ransack
fuck with all my shit.
Leave my shit alone. They're knocking his wrestling figures down on the shelves.
Yeah, that'd be like them going playing with all my wrestling. You don't play with them. You
terrible.
display them.
Could you imagine watching TV and seeing people just wreck your shit like that?
I'd be so pissed.
Yeah.
I bet you used to play with them though. Like make them go like, you know the noises you make with dolls when they're like, like you probably make them jump off the top rope.
That's what I would do with my G.I. Joe dolls. Yeah, fucking get that Charlie. Get the gook. That's what I would be like when I was growing up because that was the war that was going on.
Sure.
You know?
Yes, Korea.
So I had my G.I. Joes. And, I had to play with him and make like he was in war because it's G.I. Joe. What's he going to do? Peacetime G.I. Joe?
Organized and obsessive with my wrestling figure federation.
Yeah.
I had record books. I wrote down.
Oh, see, that's crazy.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I did the same thing.
I have notebooks somewhere because I wouldn't have thrown them out. I had a little gold dust notebook.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, and I had like listings of who was fighting tonight and who was winning.
I guess you didn't see computers coming where you could just Google that shit.
Yeah.
You have fucking worthless hours.
No. Of my wrestling figures matches.
Ugh.
The matches that I would put on between the figures.
Ew,
Yeah,
what
not
a dick.
real wrestling.
Not even real
No, I
match.
wouldn't.
I did the same thing.
You're
Yeah.
a dick too. What does that mean? He's not a dick.
Like if Hulk Hogan was wrestling the Ultimate Warrior, I'd write that match down and who won. And
But you
like,
made them win. So you could have written the whole thing in advance.
Yeah.
Like real wrestling.
You knew. Yeah. You knew. That is lame.
I would write out cards. I had my own pay-per-view names.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, me too. And I would have to do. I'd have to do 4 Raws before I did another pay-per-view because I wouldn't have to wait literally a month. But 4 Raws would represent 4 weeks of television, so then I could do another pay-per-view.
Why didn't you just have WrestleMania every day?
Because I was booking a show. I was booking a federation. I was wanting to put on a product that people would enjoy seeing.
You should have shot yourself on tape then.
Imaginations.
Yeah.
Did you?
Better than kids these days.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Not better than kids these days. They're all on computers. Well, like a retard, you went ding, ding, ding with a fucking wrestling doll. Kids these days blow you away.
No.
They do. Kids these days are smarter.
Shows I was putting on.
And I had the 12-inch G.I. Joe. I never considered the small G.I. Joe.
With the fuzzy hair?
I had the fuzzy hair one, the lifelike hair.
Because you had hair like
With
that.
Fuzzy and the beard. Yeah.
You were G.I. Mo. So easy.
That's great. But that was cool because you were, we're fighting.
I wish Gaddafi had had an action figure collection and just got humiliated for being childlike.
Like you?
Yeah, but I'm not like a world leader.
No, not even a show leader.
Exactly. Well, I lead the after show.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of a show.
It's true.
Yeah. I had a little drama this morning on the way in too. I get a text from my girl and she goes, "Hey, someone's ringing the doorbell." Someone's ringing the doorbell at the house.
When?
Right after I left.
When you were driving in, you got
yes.
The
Then I got
506. She called. Oh.
So now I'm like, oh shit, what the fuck? You know, what's going on here?
Yeah.
So I go, okay, make sure the alarm is set. So she set the alarm. I go, okay, now go to the closet.
Oh, good.
Puts the code in. Like, now grab the 12 gauge. And she's like, which one is that?
Oh, I was about to ask if she knows how to shoot.
I know. Now I'm like, oh boy. So I'm trying to drive as I'm texting, and then I realize I better just call. So I called and I'm talking her through. I go, okay, you got the shotgun. Now rack it. What do you mean? I'm the talking I do, all the
you never taken her down to the range or anything?
No, yes, I have.
And she doesn't remember.
She's afraid to shoot the gun. It's too
like
loud.
it.
She would never be able to shoot an intruder.
I don't
Not
think
with
so.
a giant shotgun.
Crazy. No. But I'm trying to tell her. I go, I don't think there's any rounds in there.
Oh, so she's got to load it?
So I go open and look in the breech. What? Okay, it's the hole in the side of the gun when you pull the. So now I'm really gonna have to show her the deal here.
Yeah, because there's no way an accident can happen. This is being handled so well. As you're on the fucking LIE doing 80 on an iPhone.
I'm trying to talk her through loading a shotgun.
You just hear a blast. Oh no!
Yeah.
I said, whatever I'm telling you, whatever you do not touch the trigger.
Yeah,
just do what I'm telling you. You open the breech, put a shell in. And then she's like, well, what if there's more than one person? I go, okay, look. Now, I go, turn the gun over.
Might as well have been teaching her how to load a musket.
I know.
Loading the powder in.
Put the powder in. Now, tamp it down. Now, take some wadding. So then I'm trying to, tell her how to slide the rounds, because you can slide, about 8 rounds in to the bottom of the gun. And then
why did I think only 2 shotgun shells when an 8 can go in?
2 is like a double barrel, where you crack barrel, it goes like that, and then you put 2 in the barrel in the chamber, and then you click it back. That's 2 shots. This is a pump shotgun where you just go boom, boom, and it's got an 8-shot magazine.
That's cool.
That you can just slide 8 rounds in. So I go, okay, turn the gun over. Now slide a round in. And she goes, okay, I slid it. It's not really gone. I go, she goes, the brass end goes forward.
Oh, no.
Like, no. And then I'm realizing
she would have shot a bullet back.
I really had to. It never would have fired.
No.
But I'm like, now you got to get it out of there, because now you can't get any rounds in there.
Yeah.
So she goes, okay, I got it out. I'm like, it's like a Remington, 870.
And by the way, if there was an intruder, it would have been finished already.
It would have been done. That's why I was trying to get this as quickly as possible. I wasn't like, wait till I get to work where I could call you.
Yeah.
So I'm doing it. Like,
as you're talking, you hear a black voice go, no, you're doing it wrong. And then he actually helps her.
Pick it up like this. And she finally loaded those in. I go, okay, now rack it back, but don't push the slide forward. So she goes, I hear it, goes back. I go, okay, now look in the breech. That's the hole on the right side of the gun that is now exposed from pulling the slide back. And do you see a shotgun shell in position to go in to the chamber now? She goes, well, I see one in there. I'm like, good, okay. Now just push the thing forward now. I go, okay, you're all set.
She's now standing in your house with a loaded shotgun.
Yes. I go, just put it down. I go, make sure it's pointing in a safe direction.
Not at you.
I go, don't I point it near yourself, your feet, anything. Put it in a safe place. So she put it down next to the bed. And I go, any problems, you hear anything. I go, just point it at the door and just, wait, make sure that you identify your target.
Get ready for the shit to go down.
Call the police first. Don't shoot anything.
How much does a shotgun weigh? Like that shotgun?
That one's not heavy. It's really light. It's like a Remington 870. It's pretty light.
And how much pressure does the trigger
It
need?
doesn't take much. The
So
slide
she
is
can-
easy.
Yeah.
It's a very easy gun for a girl. Like an automatic pistol, little more difficult for a girl to pull the slide back. But no, it's fine. She knows exactly what to do. It's down there. She knows the safety of it, and she knows a lot of the other guns. Like she could have had the AR-15 loaded and ready to go, but I figured a shotgun would be better.
I mean, precision on it.
Never really showed her the shotgun.
Why don't you take her to the range? Teach her how to shoot.
I did.
Oh, you did?
But she gets she doesn't like the loud noise and
she can't shoot
even
it at-
with the ear things on and the kick.
If she can't shoot it at a target, a piece of paper with ear protectors and goggles on and everything.
Well, if you're being ready to be intruded upon, then you got to get your courage up for that moment. But I was
shaky hands
all I'm
with the
thinking is
shotgun.
like, oh boy. So then when I got in, I had to pull up all my cameras and rewind some of my security cameras to look. I watched me leave, and then I watched until her first text came in, and there was nobody there. Nothing happened.
Good.
Maybe it was an earthquake.
The doorbell rang, but sometimes that happens when the phone gets called.
Basically, you're living with a crazy person who now has a loaded gun waiting for you to come home. That's good.
Yeah.
She's delusional now.
We'll have a gun battle.
Yeah.
No, she absolutely knows not to just pull the trigger from a noise.
You'll come in hand on your pistol. Just
Yeah,
ready.
watch
ready.
it.
High noon.
Here she
Yeah.
goes. Don't shoot the maids. They're supposed to be coming in soon.
She's going to be shooting at you from the balcony as you walk into your house.
Yeah, like Scarface.
Hey, it's me.
Yeah. Yeah.
She goes, no, I know. That's why I was having you show me how to load it so I can shoot you.
Exactly.
You suck.
That would be a great story.
Ah.
I don't want you to get shot, but if you had to,
How awful would that be?
after you walk
That'd be
her
the
through
way
I
to go.
walk her through the whole thing and
It
she
would-
blasts
It would
me.
beat the closet story.
It really would. Yes. Oh, would that be horrible? No, that's everything's fine now, and there aren't any intruders. My neighborhood is very safe.
So who was calling at that hour?
Sometimes when my home phone, which is now hooked up to the fax machine, because who uses their hardline anymore?
Right.
Really?
Do you use a fax, though? Do you ever use a fax?
Yeah, sometimes I have to fax things to Bob Eatman
okay.
or the accountant.
Hate
Which
faxes.
which
They never
now-
work.
Really?
Never. I can never get a fax to work.
Really?
Wrong line. Oh, it's a fucking nightmare in my house.
Easy. You just put the number in and it goes.
I get frightened.
Goes, baby. I because now I have to fax some stuff. I need ink actually for my fax and printer because I have to print out some more tax things because apparently again
I thought you were gonna
the
say-
IRS is now looking at me again
You had to print out instructions on how to load a shotgun.
on how to load a
Post them
shotgun.
in your
I
house.
probably should do that and just nail those to the wall. But again, yeah, the IRS has decided to take a look at it. I think my diatribes on various media have gotten the attention of somebody in the Internal Revenue Service, where they are now taking peeks at every single year of my tax returns.
But let them. You pay.
Yeah, they do. I think they found something, though, that I erroneously left off of a tax return. Nothing big, but it was like, oh, God, a couple of stocks, things like that.
But you didn't sell them, right? Or you did?
No, I did. But the great thing about the Internal Revenue Service is if you have unreported stock trade that you did, let's say I bought Widgets Incorporated for $1 a share, right?
Okay.
And I sold it for 50 cents a share to get out because it was going down. I have made 50 cents on one piece of paper, but I'm actually losing 50 cents.
Right.
They don't look at what you bought it for because you didn't give them that information. So all they will bill you on is saying, you made 50 cents a share on this stock. Pay us.
So it's your responsibility to let them know.
To let them know
Oh, okay.
what my buying price was, to show them that, no, indeed, I had lost 50 cents.
Well, how do they see the selling price but not the buying price?
Exactly. They see what they want to fucking see.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And the reason they know it is because they get a form from E-Trade saying that he made this trade. But for some reason, they only see how much I got when I sold the stock, not what it cost me. So now I got to send
Can't
them.
they cross-reference?
Oh, they can. Anything they can do where you won't owe them money, they will not do. That's their fucking game.
You know, with computers, I had a thing where I was paying off my mortgage. Okay, you know, I've been obsessed for 5 years with dumping everything I made into principal.
Yeah.
So I paid it off, and still didn't get anything for 3 months. And I go to the bank, and like, no, you still owe $1,000. I'm like, no, I don't owe $1,000. So I went through the whole process again. It wasn't the guys in the bank; it was the people on the phone, and they had applied my last payment incorrectly and put it into escrow. So they said I still owed money. Mm-hmm. But it was like, how with computers do you not know, A, who was fucking around in my account? How do you know which agent did this?
Yeah.
And I had the bank manager there as my witness. I was like, how do you not cross-reference on a fucking computer?
Yeah.
I don't understand how with computers, if you overpay me, say I go to get $500 out of a bank and they pay me $10,000, they know.
Oh, they find that shit out.
But how come you can't cross-reference the money I paid you and then just check why it didn't go? Why is that a nightmare situation to do?
I have no idea, but it's exactly what they do.
They always do it where they can't cross-reference to take care of what you should have taken care of.
Yeah.
But man, if you fuck them for $1, they know it.
They find that out really
yes, they
quick.
Do.
I have another problem with the IRS in the same vein as this because it was attached to the same stock thing.
You're claiming Goebbels as a dependent?
It was Philadelphia Lottery Commission, and I never claimed that I had won $2,500 on a scratch-off ticket in Philly, but I didn't. What had happened is some fucking savage cocksucker had used my name, had some type of identification, and another savage asshole fucking took the goddamn ID, the fake ID, and the lottery ticket, and cashed it with my name. Didn't have my social security number or anything. Didn't have that, which you're supposed to give them when you do that. So all they had was my name. And there I am now, stuck for the tax burden of this? No. But now I don't even know how to go about letting the IRS, because I'm sure they'll be so understanding and just believe me to say, it wasn't me, someone did this. There is a police report. But now I have to fucking go through all this shit to get this information, send it to the IRS, and you know, have them believe that this was somebody ripping off my identification to cash this fucking ticket. I wound up seeing some of the surveillance video from the store where they cashed the ticket. Oh, yeah. I got some friends.
How long ago did this happen?
This has to be now 2009.
And they still have surveillance footage?
Yeah, I saw it at the time.
Oh, okay.
At the time, because they were trying to see, like, do you even know who this guy is or anything?
Okay.
I'm like, I don't hang around with those people. I have no idea who the fuck that is. But here he comes, strutting in the fucking store. Right there, he looks around, buys a couple of little things, goes up and hands the ticket, and the fucking idiot savage behind the counter gives him fucking $2,500 with my name and ID.
That's weird, because in New York, you can't cash in more than like $500 or $600 in a store. You've got to...
Well, here's the worst part. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop, as they say, because he won $5,000. He had two fucking $2,500 winning tickets. God only knows. He probably stole them somehow. I don't know how it works. But he cashed both of them, one on one day and the one on the next day, both using my name. So now I'm sure that one will turn up somewhere now.
How could he use your ID if fucking the picture... Did he look like you?
No, he was a black guy. He was a fucking black guy, a crook, a criminal.
But how would he use your ID with your face?
He probably had a name, but then had his picture put on there.
But only the name he's using?
Yeah, it was the name and my address.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't know.
How do you know if you've had identity theft? That's fucking scary.
I'm signed up with a couple of identity theft services.
Do they help?
And every month you get an email that says, everything's cool. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. And then occasionally you'll be like, we've noticed some activity on this credit card or that one. You're like, oh, okay, no, that's fine.
I want that. I want to find out. I want to get that.
Well, I got that after this episode happened.
Okay.
But the guy didn't use it as anything else. Never had my social security number. Did have my name and address. But then put his own picture on there, I gather. And I was just fucking livid, like you fucking typical Philly fucking animal. You douchebag fucking cunt. And seeing him on camera just doing that just pissed me off. But then I thought it was like, all right, well, whatever. It's done and over with. And then yesterday I opened up that envelope from the IRS, and there it is. $2,500 that I got to explain because some fucking animal is pulling bullshit shenanigans using my fucking name.
Pennsylvania lottery retailers can pay prizes up to and including $2,500.
That's what the guy knew.
I would bet you those scratch-off tickets weren't even real.
I was just saying they were real. Fake, yeah.
They were fake or stolen or
two
fucking
$2,500 tickets, the maximum that you can just cash in at a store.
And I'll bet you the store owner was in on it.
Inside job, the fucking his other fucking savage friend behind the counter. Go fuck yourself. God damn, please, you know my address. Come over. Fuck. Break into a house like a man, you fucking pussy. Cashing the lottery tickets with my fucking ID.
Your little name and address was on it, too.
Yeah. You know where I live. You know what I'll call you on my drive home. Oh, boy. When that happened and I saw that tape, holy Jesus Palomino. That word, a record use past 1865.
You look a little taller on video.
Oh, was I fucking mad.
It's violating. It feels violating.
And to watch it on video, it's like the guy just and this dummy behind the counter just paying out $2,500. And now I'm liable for taxes on it, and I got to prove now that I didn't win that fucking thing? Give me a break.
How do you prove it?
Yeah,
you got a police report.
I got to now go, but now I got to deal with the police report. I don't want to deal with the fucking thing. And then I got to get all this shit together and send it off to some examiner at the IRS so he can look at it and say, well, we need this now and that. Leave me the fuck alone. I give you enough. That's why I hate this tax shit.
Boy, the fact that they're coming after you for a little bit on $2,500 in Philly.
Yeah. $2,500 for a lottery ticket in Philly. Blow me. Oh, God. All I can hope is that the guy that cashed it was lying on a street somewhere with a bullet wound to his neck, bleeding out slowly, watching his dumb, fucking useless life flash before his dumb, fucking useless eyes.
Maybe he was trying to buy things for his family.
Oh, please. Right. What, crack and some malt liquor? You fucking... Get a job, you thieving cunt. Oh, was I'm so mad. It brought it all back yesterday. It brought it all back when I opened up that envelope and saw that $2,500 for this shit. It was settled.
How much was the taxes on it? Just pay it.
Yeah, that's like, considered fucking gambling winnings, so it's taxed at a higher rate, and it's, I'm not going to fucking pay some
Do they give you a tax
fucking
break?
animals taxes.
Do they give you a tax break on your losses? Gambling losses?
You can put a certain percentage of your losses against your winnings. It's like
let's just say you go, right, and you gamble and you win $100,000. You pay taxes on that.
Yeah.
Let's say you just go one time and you gamble and you lose $100,000. Is it all a write-off?
No.
So why is everything you win a write-off and everything you lose not?
Exactly.
I mean,
yeah,
taxable.
You can use some of your losses against your winnings if you're in the plus
What if you have no
column.
winnings?
Then you're just fucked. Then you just lost money.
But why will they allow you?
Yeah. Isn't that amazing?
How do they fucking do that?
You can't use your losings as a write-off, but you can.
But they're gonna take a piece of the winning. Like you can, they just win. There's no gamble for them whatsoever.
No gamble. You lose, they win. You win, they win. It's and who voted for that? Who said this is what we want as a people that you represent? You go to Washington and tell them we want our losses to not be reimbursed or be able to be written off, but our winnings, we want you to tax it.
Hey, is Ron Paul any good?
He's a little wacky.
I find most Ron Paul supporters are a little nuts.
Yeah.
But I hear a lot about him, and I kind of want to... I'm starting to think maybe
a lot of people like him.
He's like a mind your own business guy. He doesn't like to get involved with world affairs or
doesn't like the big government. He's a little wacky.
But is he? Is he smart? I mean, is he?
I just can't get past the wackiness.
What's wacky about him?
He almost reminds me of like who was that nut that was running a few
Ross
years
Perot.
back? Yeah,
but even
like
he was a smart guy. He just fell apart.
Yeah.
Let me see.
He's libertarian kind of a thing going on there. So
yeah, what's he? He's a libertarian. And did he do well in the vote last time?
He's got a name. He's got supporters, but I don't think he'd have a chance in hell of actually winning.
I don't know. I've been hearing his name a lot, man. I get a lot of tweets about him, and a lot of Rogan loves him. So I guess I just read some of Rogan's tweets or whatever.
Yeah. Revolution. Revolution.
Oh, Revolution.
Oh, Revolution has love in it backwards. Never realized
Love
that.
Revolution.
It's a stretch.
Jeopardy.
Yeah,
that is a stretch.
Yeah, it also has ton in it.
He loves
or
Revolution.
An ent.
Yes.
Vol.
Ron Paul.
I'd be interested to know more about him. I should probably do some more Ron Paul research.
Yeah. Well, Perry looks like he could be a front runner. And I guess they were thinking about having Giuliani be his running mate, but Giuliani's got a lot of baggage. He's got a lot of fucking baggage.
I want to I fucking the Republicans with that religious shit, with that religious right. Get the fuck. I'm sick of it. That's where they lose me every time. Mind your business.
It is infuriating.
Leave gays alone. Stop with the fucking the obsession with God and family. Go fuck yourself.
That's why you can't have these conservative Republicans, conservative Christian Republicans are just as bad as those fucking panty waist, bedwetting liberal.
They're the fucking most enraging, annoying.
Democrats. Yeah, but I fucking hate the liberals so much.
I do too, but I have a weird hatred for liberals. It's almost like it's irrational. And when I hate the fact that I think what I hate about liberals so much is, to me, you guys who are listening who are liberal, I feel like you are supposed to represent freedom of all thought, and you don't. And that's what bothers me. Like the conservatives, I despise those religious conservatives, but I know what they are. I feel like you guys are not what you're supposed to be.
Yeah.
I don't want to hate liberals. I really agree with them on most issues.
There's so much dishonesty with liberals and these conservative Christians. They put it right out there. They'll stand there and say like, and anybody that has an abortion is gonna burn in hell. And shut up. I love abortions. Just fucking get rid of all these pieces of shit. Fucking kids that are going to amount to nothing.
I love abortion.
I love the
That's a great platform to run under.
The first doctor that performed the first abortion should have a statue built to him. Man, with just the fucking goo in his hands. Fucking poor guy's got to figure out how to chisel marble into goop.
or no, you just have the guy, he's holding a little teeny baby Tootsie over a fucking a marble glad bag. And he's smiling, and the mother is frowning, and the father is doing a jumping jack in the air with his hands up. Yay!
Perfect statue. Who doesn't love a good abortion? Yeah. Oh man,
1,000 dumbbells stopped.
Yes, worthless fucking 1,000 fucking just burdens.
I do like shifting from pro-choice to just pro-abortion.
Yes.
Like you don't have to
It's not pro-choice.
Abortions for everyone.
Pro-abortion. I'm not pro-choice. I'm pro-abortion.
And you know what? Pro-life people are also anti-abortion. Just say the word.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to say the word.
They don't want it. It's a dirty word.
They're all fucking cowards.
We're pro-life. No, you're
isn't?
Anti-abortion.
Yeah.
I like life. I'm here.
Yeah. Well, likes a little life, but boy, get those abortion. We're just chatting about abortions there, Mr. Burr. I'm pro-abortion. I love the fact that people can get them, they get them, and it's less fucking burdens walking around this planet that are going to cash $2,500 lottery tickets using my identification, and now I'm liable for the taxes on it. Cocksucking Philly cunts.
Did you get mugged by a baby?
No, but I'm sure that guy that was cashing that lottery ticket, if he was an aborted baby,
Do you wish he had been aborted?
I wish his mother, not even an abortion. I wish her fucking husband or baby daddy before he obviously left, kicked that mother in the stomach. And he fell out like so much fucking jello.
So you almost said like so many nickels and dimes.
Like so many nickels and dimes.
Or how about that fucking abortion doctor in Philly that was just doing the horrible ones? You know what I mean? Like
yeah,
he would just, pinch a girl's nose and pull the kid out. It was horrendous.
Hold your breath.
Leaving arms in the pussy. He was a terrible guy.
Oh, yeah, you can't leave anything behind.
Terrible.
Got to get it all out. Yeah, some guy fucking used, and this is going back 2009. And it was all dealt with. I went to the police and had people look. I looked at the surveillance tape. They were asking me, do you know who this is? I'm like, no. He's just some fucking skill dirtbag Philly cocksucker using my ID. He had two. Wow, what a luckiest guy ever. He buys 2 lottery tickets, and they both win for $2,500. The max you're allowed to cash in every day in Philly, in Pennsylvania Lottery. He's got his picture with my name and address on it. Doesn't have my social security number, though. And goes to the counter, and without, the proper social security number and ID, and it's from New York and everything, the person cashes the other idiot behind the counter cashes it 2 days in a row, $2,500.
Oh, and then they tax you.
So now I get audited. My 2009 return now is getting shit on.
How do you think they got your ID?
I don't know. It's not hard to get. It's in this day and age.
Could you do it through? Do you think people have
Fake
connections
ID?
in DMV, like in motor vehicles, and they kind of
shit like that? There's plenty of computers. Believe me, you find anything. You'll find anything.
Do you do a lot of stuff online where you swipe your credit card?
No, I don't swipe it on my computer.
Do you hold your driver's license up during your radio program?
No.
In the compound?
No, don't do that at all. Hold it up to the camera. Hey, check this out. Snap a picture. Screen cap this. No, they used a fake ID with his picture, and they chose my fucking name and address. And
so when they bust this guy, they didn't try to do some sort of paper trail.
They didn't bust the fucking guy. He was on surveillance tape, but he's first of all, he looks like 80 other skells that day that were performing some kind of fucking bullshit.
Did he rip you off in 1940?
Yeah.
He spelled skell.
Oh, love that word.
The most interesting part of this story is that when you win the lottery in Philly, it's $5,000.
Yeah, $5,000.
They don't have one of those bigger ones where maybe you could get yourself a bungalow?
Well, good thing they didn't. I'd owe taxes on $1 million.
No, you wouldn't have.
So they say now that I owe taxes on that. But now it's not even that.
Yeah, but you're going to say
that.
this isn't me.
Yeah, but that's just it. Now I have to go and get the police report from the cops. I got to deal with people. I got to fucking send it to an IRS agent that only wants to fuck me over. So now he's got to
you can't serve two masters here, Anthony. You're all about technology. And if you don't want this shit to happen.
But I'm anti-tax and anti-government.
We got to go back the other way.
Which way?
Okay, you with your iPad and all your little doodads.
iPhone.
You were asking for it.
I was? Just putting too much trust in the system on the grid?
Yeah. What's the funniest one is people who bank online. You're out of your fucking mind.
I do bank online.
But it doesn't even matter because I don't, but all my information's on there anyways, just in case I want to. It's like, dude, is it even my fucking money? Is it even my money? Can I make that decision?
Yeah, you can.
Fucking assholes. And they're like the major, like the corporations and shit. They're just like your parents trying to bust you for the latest drugs. Like, they have no idea.
Yeah.
Is that the wacky tobacco? That's them trying to stop hackers. Hackers are like 10 years in the future on those guys.
What
if
are
they
you
want to
doing?
get your stuff, they can get it. That's why I don't mind banking online, because they get through bank security. Like, if they want it, they're going to get it. It's like they can get through the fucking Bank of America or Chase. They can get through.
Insured. I mean,
yeah,
it's like any other.
And they will be able to operate.
Yeah, insurance. That's a great thing to
You don't
call
like the FDIC?
It is until it isn't.
Until it isn't.
That's how that shit works.
What do you?
I have hurricane insurance. Yeah, listen, too many people in your neighborhood got their houses knocked down. Go fuck yourself. Sue us.
Bill's sleeping on a mattress full of cash.
But I paid the premium. Go fuck yourself there, Drowny.
It's what we call an act of God that we don't cover. Sorry. But I was paying the premiums.
All of it's set. All of it's
set.
set.
Thank you for that. Thank you for being a loyal customer for this many years.
Hey, if you got frequent flyer miles, you got till Tuesday to use them.
Yeah.
But those were mine. Go fuck yourself.
That's the biggest scam ever with the airlines.
All of it.
Yeah.
Nothing is insured. You just hope it is. They just tell you, dude, the two biggest banks in every two biggest buildings in every fucking city is going to be a bank and an insurance company. They don't get that way by giving you any fucking money. It's the dumbest shit. We all work our asses off, and at the end of the week, you're picturing you're giving it to a bank. You're giving it to other people. They're criminals. They're fucking counterfeiters. They fucking screwed up the entire economy, and they gave them the houses back to do it all over again. It's hilarious.
And you give them your money.
Yeah,
hoping
it's like that guy who fucked you over.
Yeah,
who just fucked you over. Okay. Yeah. And you're trying to clear everything up, and then next week, would you give him your driver's license?
No.
Yes. Well, that's basically, as far as my little intelligence on this, as far as I can tell, the same guy's got the houses right back again. Now, you guys better not do that again.
But there's no recourse for the people anymore.
But you can get, dude, if you argue right, you can you can get what you want. When I went into the bank, and I was telling before you came in about a problem I had when I closed out my mortgage and they applied the wrong payment wrong, and I knew I wasn't going to get them another $1,000, and they fucking wanted another $1,000 out of it. And
because you're running off the plantation.
But I went in and I sat there with the fucking bank manager, and we got the people on the phone and made them do the research. And if you are willing to sit there and fucking go back and forth with them, they'll usually, because as much as they don't care about you or your fucking money, like government contractors, they also don't have enough invested to fuck you because the guy you're talking to is not the one making the profit.
So how long did you have to sit there and beg them not to steal from you?
I was.
I want to hear this feel-good story. How many people did you have to talk to before they didn't try to turn you upside down? I'm not giving you shit. I'm talking about how you paid off the fucking mortgage.
Yes.
Upstanding citizen right here. Goddamn American flag flying right behind him. Right? And then you still have to go in there and beg them not to steal another $1,000.
Right. But it wasn't, I tell you what it was. It was absolute incompetence because I had the bank manager on my side. Like this was done online. Like, I mean, not online, on the phone.
Has the incompetence ever worked in your favor? That's what I want to know. Did they ever accidentally fuck up and give you a grand?
We were talking about that and how if that happens, they always catch that one.
Yep.
And they'll be on it going, letting you know what date, the time of day you came in, and they handed you too much money.
They were taking an extra $50 out of my account for fucking years. It was something when I moved to L.A., I had this account, and I just left a little bit of money in something. So, like an asshole, I wasn't paying attention. But then I finally caught them. And they've been doing it for like a year and a half. And then when I call them, they go, "Yeah, we're sorry, sir. Our records only go back 3 months."
Really?
It's like, really? You're holding on to millions and millions of dollars here, and you can't
3 months of records.
You can't tell me what happened in March.
Yeah.
So then I had to go through all that bullshit, and
they try to wear you down to where you just say, fuck it.
But you will get what you want. And I tell you, the fucking bank manager, he was actually, the location guy was great because he knew I was right. He goes, he talked to them, and they did the fucking thing. She told me what they had done. They had applied it to escrow. I probably would have wound up getting it back anyway because they refund your escrow. But it was just the idea that they couldn't just immediately cross-reference on the computer and see what happened. It's like, you fucking lying motherfuckers. Because again, if you give me too much money, you immediately know where that money went.
Day they'll
Always.
know. Oh, we gave that guy too much money. Let's check on the computer. Yeah,
get down here by 11 before we charge you with the crime.
Yeah.
AT&T was charging me when I went to Montreal last year. They were charging me because I got the package international thing, so you don't get raped on the fucking thing.
On the roaming.
And I remember taking it off for a year because again, like you, I wasn't paying attention. They were charging me, so they just refunded me over $1,000 fucking dollars. Because I said I want interest too. I want all the taxes I paid.
Wow.
I think I said the taxes on the interest. The taxes I paid on that money, everything back, and they gave it back to me. Over $1,000. If you're adamant enough with them, and you know what you're talking about, they will almost always, if you're right, give you back.
If I can keep myself calm, I just use the magic word unacceptable.
Dude,
that's unacceptable.
Yes,
it's unacceptable.
It's unacceptable.
And you can't lose your mind. You can't curse.
Yeah.
So what they do is, I think that they're trying to make you mad. So you curse and then
they go,
sir, yeah, we can't.
Sir.
I can't listen to that language. And they hang.
I shan't. Yeah.
Unacceptable.
You gotta go all the way back to start.
I use that in the bank. I was on a speakerphone with the bank manager, and I said that's absolutely unacceptable. I said unacceptable about 30 times. Exactly the word I used.
You know,
absolutely,
completely unacceptable.
You know how they have the Geek Squad for computers? They should have like the Geek Squad for something like that. To complain and be able to keep you cool and just be a bunch of old people from the greatest generation. It's absolutely ridiculous. And they just fight for you and they just sit there
for you. Yeah. Yeah, they're like your proxy.
Well,
they just get on the phone.
I never
Well,
good night.
Well, you have a lot of moxie, don't you?
My hands hurt. Just finally, just get her out of here. Give him 10%.
I don't like going through the bullshit you have to go through. Like Bill said, so they don't hang you upside down and shake you down. It's your burden of proof. Now you got to go up there. They're the ones with all the information.
If you fuck up, if they fucked up and gave you extra money, that shit, if you didn't spend the money, would be out of your account immediately.
Yeah.
But if there's a fuck up on their end, I mean, that's going to be 4 business days.
Yeah, and we have to. Do you have the form or any record of the?
I'm sorry, sir. This has to be processed in Saskatchewan.
You're the bank. You're the one with all the paperwork and everything like that. Why do I have to come up with shit and bring it to you? It's in your building somewhere or in your computer.
I understand that you're upset, but this is just
Fuck you. Click. That's
and you know what helps though? Do you know what helps too in those situations where I'm furious and I'll say to the person, look, I know this. I'm not saying I know this is not your fault. This is not your doing. A lot of times because they're a person just being yelled at.
And they go, no, it is. But I was the one personally
we're actually
that
stealing
fucked you
from
over.
you.
Yes, you caught me.
But no, that actually helps a lot because that makes the person want to help you a little bit more.
Yeah.
Because then they know that it's being screamed at by some maniac. You're like, and they're like, I understand your frustration. Because most of the people you're talking to, you're not talking to the head of the bank that got the $1 million bailout. Most people you talk to are consumers like you are.
Yes, working
and
Joes.
They do. As much as they don't want to help you, they do understand they've been in your shoes with another company before.
Yeah.
So if you handle them right, a lot of times you'll get what you want without as much hassle as you think.
My thing is if I know I'm already fucked, then I can give myself a halftime speech or pregame speech before I get in there, not to lose my shit. But I am so bad in the moment. I immediately go, "Oh, sir, you don't have the phone." What the fuck you mean? I don't. Like I immediately. And then by the time I calm down and then try to go the route Jim's saying, I'm just like, it's over. Everybody already hates me at the bank.
Yeah.
But there's a fear with it, though. There's a fear and an overwhelming feeling. In something like a bank, it's like when you go into the Bank of America or Chase, it's like this overwhelming, I can't comprehend how it works. It's too big for me. And it feels scary. So I'm going in with a weird, I can't beat this. It's like fighting City Hall.
Yeah.
And I think that somehow they're right. Deep down, I've fucked up and it's beyond control and I can never fix it. I can never get it back.
Yeah.
And it's like a lot of times you can. It's not as hard as you think because you're dealing with just average fucking dumb motherfuckers.
I was having a hard time fucking like sleeping last night because I kept popping in my head this fucking issue that I got to deal with.
It becomes overwhelming, but it's not.
I'm like, fuck me. I'm like, but it is. And you know,
dude, it could have been way worse.
Oh, I know.
Could have been way fucking
I know.
worse.
But the thing is, like, I know me and you go back and forth a lot, but there's so many things I truly
that we're agreeing
with you. Yes, and then we realize we're agreeing. Yeah. We've reached a point where the people aren't big enough to do anything anymore about. Like it used to be the old days, the townsfolk in fucking Sleepy Eye, there were Little House on the Prairie people would go to the bank. They'd all get together and go, "Hey, is the bank treating you like?" Yeah, me too. They're fucking, and they'd all march to the bank and go, "Hey, asshole, you're doing this to all our people," and they'd be like, "All right, now, townsfolk, settle down. We'll take care of the problem." Now we've let it get to the point where there's no direct person of accountability. There's a board.
Yeah,
there's shareholders. There's always
insulated.
this thing, this entity that has to be dealt with. It's like, well, we only answer to our shareholders. Well, the board had to discuss this, and then you're like, who's the guy? And then you realize there's not a guy; it's a thing.
Yeah,
and a person can't fight a thing. You just have to kind of go along, and then it became too big and monolithic. So now you're just at its mercy.
Do you send emails? If you go to a corporation like that, like a bank, any of them? No. I had one recently with Continental, and I found out the emails of the corporate officers and the president, and you CC everybody, and you let them all see that you've CC'd the other officers, and then they know that everybody has read this, and you would be fucking surprised. They always get back to you.
Yeah, they'll get back to you, but the amount of shit that you have to go through just to be treated like a human being. That's the thing. I get indignant. Like I shouldn't have to go through this. And
yes.
I don't know. I had one time when they charged me like $30 to check a bag. And then they ended up. I stood downstairs for like I don't know for like an hour and a half before the thing finally came out because they run a skeleton crew on Sundays or some shit. So there's like 4 guys unloading like 20 planes. So I walked in. I said I wanted a refund. Of course, they couldn't do it there. I had to go through the whole thing on the website. And just for some reason that day, I was just determined. I was just like, I'm not going to stop.
I'm following through.
And I just felt like they were on the ceiling watching me. Going, Jesus Christ, this son of a bitch won't quit.
He's not stopping.
Yeah, let's give him another 100 yards of shit. Let's see if he'll crawl through it. He's still crawling.
Yeah, why would it cost you the same amount of money for the shitty service? Which, by the way, the $30 a bag thing is ridiculous.
It's disgusting.
But it's like, what? But shouldn't that price be based on the service now? They gotta come on. They can't just be like, hey, by the way, we're just taking $30 from you. We're shaking you down. It doesn't matter if your bag comes out within 5 minutes or 2 hours. It doesn't come out at all.
Yeah, that's why. Well, that's why I try to go to small businesses as much as you can because they're still going to have that. The customer is always right, kind of thing.
Where do you find that?
When you got to go to somebody who individually owns a business. And what I like about individually owned businesses is there's a justice because I'm not saying all individually owned businesses are great.
Yeah.
But if you walk in and they suck, you're like, well, fuck you, I'm not coming back, and they go out of business.
But they can't afford.
You know
to
you can
do that.
affect them.
You can't say, well, go fuck yourself, American Airlines, and they'll be like, hey, whatever.
Yeah,
whatever.
Well,
we got
that's
90
it.
guys on standby.
Yeah. Fuck. Bill Burr said, all right, mothball the planes.
Yeah.
Mothball the fleet. We can't go on.
It's like quitting the NFL. I don't like my car. I'm going, all right, we got 9 million people. Take your spot.
If you have an Amex, make sure you fucking change your miles over, too, because a lot of times with Continental, and they're not as good with American Airlines anymore, so I had a lot of miles that Kenny told me I had to do by September. So check your fucking credit cards. You're going to lose your miles.
Really?
If you have Amex, yeah, make sure you put them in an airline. But it's a contract, I guess, that's running out.
I did that with United. United, I'm flying them for years. They called me up out of nowhere and said I had like a certain amount of days to use my miles.
Oh yeah, the United States for that, right?
Yes. So I called them up and I told them, I don't like being threatened. That's what I said. They said, what? We're not threatening you. I go, yes, you are. Like you're telling me that if I don't use these miles by such and such date, I'm going to lose them.
That's a
I don't
threat.
like being threatened. I said, you know what? Take them. Take them now. I don't need, just don't call me up and fucking send me a letter threatening me, forcing me to go to Orlando or some shit that I don't want to do.
Does United miles run out? I think they do. And now Continental's probably going to have the same thing. I think United sucks.
I'm sure any way they could fuck you over,
they
all
will.
Suck.
Yeah.
You can never get the upgrades. They really are terrible with the miles. It's like, then don't have those programs if you're not going to honor them.
When you think back in the day of the pillow and the blanket they'd bring you, and like flying was an event. It was like, and
people dressed up. The stewardesses were hot. You could say stewardess.
Yeah.
Remember
you could call them stewardesses. They were all girls. It wasn't some gay guy at the front of the plane. And they had little skirts on, and they were there at your beck and call with a smile and shit. And now it's just. They're belligerent. They don't want to fucking be there and deal with it. They're all old bags because they couldn't fire them because they got old.
Listen to this. My girl's mom used to fly for Pan Am.
Jesus. Pan American.
And she told
the
me.
Clipper to Japan.
She told me in the 70s. She was just telling these, like, this stuff that you could, like, people getting drunk and all these crazy stories. And then she said, yeah, in like the mid 70s, like, and she was probably like 25, prime of her life. They had hot pants with basically, the hooker boots on.
Yeah.
And she goes, we were killing them when we were walking through the airport. I was just like, what had happened in those days?
Just a fucking gaggle of sexy stews walking through the airport.
And when was stewardess? When did that become almost like a racial slur?
Oh yeah, you're calling her a cunt. You might as well just be calling her cunt.
What is wrong with the word stewardess?
No, we're flight attendants. Because stewardess became synonymous with the short skirt, the boots, the fucking big tits, young girl that's just bending over. Her ass is in the other guy's face, like next to you'd go to the guy next to you and go, could you order something so I could see the girls? I'll pay for it.
You know what's funny about that is they just kept the stewardesses the same way the Price is Right kept those 3 girls until they became like 60.
Yeah. They just have the same stewardesses. From the 70s, yeah.
But steward is not a taboo word. It is weird why that anything with gender involvement.
It's gender involvement too.
Waitress
that
became.
Sucks.
They do it in comedy clubs too. Your wait staff,
server. I'll be your server. What?
Nothing with gender.
You're a waitress. Shut up.
Unless it's a phony empowerment.
Yeah.
Then they want to use gender. It's the same way people use race and religion. When it's a phony empowerment, they're comfortable using it.
Yeah.
When it's anything that identifies their job, they think it's negative.
Yeah, that used to have men or man at the end, and you'd have to put woman at the end. Then they.
I think server is more condescending. That's somewhere between waitress and slave.
Yeah, slave. Yeah.
It's like a woman's. I guarantee you, somebody who goes to a Columbia women's class, women empowerment, would be offended by the word stewardess.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, it's fine for you to be in a gender obsessed course.
Oh, is this the one, Maggie? Yeah, this is great. Turn the volume up on this. Go back to the beginning. This is National Airlines, one of their commercials from the 70s. Ultra swank.
Oh, I wish I'd lived back then.
You did.
I'm Maggie. Fly me to New York. You'll love my 2 747s to Kennedy. Fly me.
You'll love my 2 747s. Fly Maggie. And Maggie's like, she did that sexy thing with her head at the end.
Yeah.
It was all, like, that was part of the fucking experience.
How great would it be if the camera pulled back and she was truncated? She had no arms or legs in a wheelchair. Wouldn't that be the greatest commercial of all time? And you realize her body was shaped like a plane? You're like, oh, I get it,
did you hear that right before you played that guy? I wish I lived back then. And Norton goes, you did. Old enough to be able to do something about that.
Yeah. I remember being a kid, like, flying to California to see my dad and shit like that. And that's when I saw that kind of shit. But
it was something to aspire to. Those people in first class, there was a party up there.
It was a fucking, and it was known as a party. Now it's like, that's why first class became this thing that was like, whoa, first class, that's cool. Now it's just, all right, I get a bigger seat, but I'm still dealing with fucking assholes and flight attendants.
I was on there one time, and they, you know that shit when you're in back with all the animals, and they go, we have a limited amount of breakfasts. Your choices today are an egg omelet or a handful of bran, and you're like in row 36, and everybody's like, I'll have the omelet, I'll have the omelet, I'll have the omelet. And you're like, you motherfuckers.
Yeah,
and then somebody, right as it gets to your row, they give out the last fucking omelet, and they go, all we have left is a handful of bran. Right? You're like, and you're living. So I'm in first class, and they did that. They did it in first class.
In first, they didn't have it.
So they ran out of eggs. So I go, I don't want anything. And then 5 minutes later, the stewardess comes back with magically has eggs. And she goes, yeah, the pilot said you could have his eggs. And I was like, I don't want his eggs.
The pilot's fucking eggs?
Yeah. I want my eggs.
Let him eat.
And by the way,
she's dizzy up there.
She's probably lying, by the way. They're probably eggs that she wanted to eat, and she fucking just had to say the pilot gave them up. Fucking, you want to see about how bad Continental has gotten? I was in first, and the same thing happened. They ran out of the meal I wanted, and now they sell food on the plane, which I kind of like, because they have like these really great snack packs for like $7 or $8, but it's fucking good shit, so you have a bunch of choices. So I fucking said, I don't want anything. Let me have the snack pack. They fucking swiped my credit card for $11.
You're in first class. They ran out of shit and then charged you.
I said, you ran out? I'm like, you should be embarrassed. I was so aggravated. She goes, yeah, I know. And then she had a male flight attendant come with her to swipe the credit card because I guess I was considered a problem. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, boy. See? And you know what? They have complete power over anybody that's even mad at something like that, because then it's like, well, ladies and gentlemen, we got to make an emergency landing.
9/11.
Because the guy's mad that he didn't get his food, and he's out of control.
But I fucking wrote my email to the head of fucking United for something else that happened.
Jimmy just sitting there in between jerking off at his computer, waiting for his dick to get hard again. And he's going, dear Continental.
No, that made my dick hard. Dear Mr. Smythe. Like, whoa. Me and Kenny had used miles to fly first. We used like 100,000 miles or whatever. But it was a brand new plane, and they hadn't installed the real first class seats.
Oh,
they were like, they were shitty, and I didn't want to pay full mileage for that. I wanted some miles back. So we went to this fucking old twat in Newark Airport, and she just was not helpful at all. And that's what, like Bill said, I was like, I'm fucking gonna crawl through this shit, because I could not stand that cunt's attitude.
Yeah.
And I got back miles and an apology, and then the next time it happened with the fucking meal, I was giving it to for free, so they had to change the policy.
What I'm learning listening to Jim is you just have to be that guy who's not going away.
Just never.
Who's not going to curse, not going to lose his temper.
But he will not go away.
I am not going away.
Yeah. And you have to be adamant, but without screaming. And human intuition, they a lot of times know, you're right. And when I had that AT&T thing, I said to her, the woman on the phone, who was nice, I said, I didn't realize I had to check and make sure that the phone company wasn't stealing from me.
Yeah.
I feel like I'd been stolen from. When you start saying that to them without cursing, it gets a reaction.
Yeah.
He's good, man. He's got all that.
That is good,
What
yeah.
kind of way is that to run a company?
Absolutely.
I feel like I'm unacceptable. I'm being stolen from.
But they're not.
Yeah.
The more you deal with them,
What
the more
kind of shenanigans is this? Sorry.
They're so used to being yelled at and screamed at, and people going, "What the fuck?" and people not being prepared. But if you're prepared and you speak to them that way, it doesn't always work, but it absolutely helps. And a lot of times they want to help you.
It annoys me to do that. I don't want to have to do that.
Technically, I mean, you need to have credit, but technically you can keep all your money in a safe. If you want to, you can do that. I mean,
But
it's
I don't want to. No, I don't want to. When something fucks up, I don't want to have to be on the phone first pushing 1,000 buttons, useless fucking menus.
Do you do this? Operator, please.
Yes.
Operator, please.
I'm sorry. We did not understand that. And it's like, that is, you hit 0. That's not an option yet. You know, yet it should be in there because they don't give you that operator one until you run through all their other shit. While you wait, let us tell you about. It's like, really? First of all, you could put me right through. It's not while I fucking wait. You're making me listen to a commercial now?
Or they do the thing like, you're going to be your phone call will be answered in the order that it appeared.
Yeah.
Your wait time, or you can go right to online and have a deal dealt with right now. Your wait time is 43 minutes.
Yes.
While you wait, let us talk about some other shit.
Yeah. You use the fucking take the option for the survey too. I find that I don't know if they know you do it. Maybe I'm just convincing myself it's gotten me better service. But a lot of times they'll say beforehand, if you would like to take a survey after it, I would always go, no.
Yes.
But then all of a sudden I'm realizing I don't know if the agent knows that or not. But if they do know it, they automatically know that you're taking a survey about their service. And the companies do look at that shit. Just the way this fucking company investigates every complaint. All those companies do too.
I tell them, like, by the way, what's the menu prompt for the survey? Because I would like to take one after this is done.
I want to start recording the phone calls too.
Yeah,
and
tell
this is being recorded for quality assurance. I'm also recording this phone call
for quality assurance.
Yeah, I'm having a backup.
I bluffed that, Bill. It didn't help. I have bluffed that though. I'm recording as well. They don't give a fuck because they know they're being taped.
I'll
anyway.
have your union card, Cramden. It's infuriating.
You hear so many stories about it, and it really. I think part of it is my own fear of being over. This does not wipe out, whatever the word is, their incompetence, their fucking thievery, them being despicable. But a part of
he's got all the words.
He does. He's good, man.
No, but I mean, I'm not disagreeing with Bill because they are disgusting. And when you these fucking bankheads are the most hateable people.
No, but
alive.
you just gave them 3 criticisms without dropping the F-bomb. Like that's like the triple Lindy for me.
Yeah.
I'd be like, they're incompetent. They're cunts. Like I can't even get beyond one.
You get one and then just throw the fucking atom bomb at him.
All right, tag it with the F word. This is fucking ridiculous.
I get so condescending toward them too. Like they'll tell me something I don't want to hear, and I just start going, "Oh, really? So that's what you're going with here, right? Really?"
I go totally conspiracy theory, and I'm just like, why are you part of the problem?
I'll do that. The problem.
Yeah, this is what you dreamed about when you were a kid. This is what you wanted to do. Just steal from people like this.
Yeah. And then Jimmy looks at it
like they have any sort of decision making.
Well, that's what it is. Jimmy looks at it like they're not the people. They're just the working guys behind the scenes, doing that. They're not the scumbags. But I look at it like, that scene in Clerks when they're talking about the Death Star and the workers that had to fix it and they got blown up. It's like, well, they chose to work for that company. They have to take the consequences of me calling them fucking asshole, shithead, fuck you.
Right, but the way Jimmy is looking at it, with that, you have to have empathy for the guy. And what's the sad thing is I totally realize that, and I still I am so bad I go from if I'm on the phone and I discover that I'm being fucked with, there's no way I'm gonna be able to keep my cool. If I discover I'm being fucked with and I'm off the phone, and I'll act like a fucking caged lion for like 20 minutes in my living room.
Just back
my
and
dog's
forth.
over in the corner shaking like, is it me? Is he mad at me? What is going on? And then I calm down. Then I get on the phone and I have patience like, I don't know, maybe for 7 minutes.
I do put it on speakerphone. It helps a little bit. Like I have my fucking landline. And holding the phone to your ear when it starts to get hot and you want to bite your fingers off.
It's sweating. Your battery power's down to nothing.
Take it out, or your call gets dropped. Put on a fucking landline and put on the speakerphone. I'm on my computer, and you can barely hear their shit music when they come back. It's almost like I'm just doing my day while it happens. And believe me, I fucking hate them. And I don't have as much empathy as it is. I know that they're my only link. Like right now, I can't get the fucking the director of the board on the phone. Yeah. He's not coming to the phone.
No,
so this is who I have. This is my way in. They can get me to a supervisor. They can eventually help me. And back at that fucking Bank of America, I had the bank president in there with me trying to help me. And he was genuine and sincere.
Probably the janitor. They're like, dude, you got to play the president again. Get out there. We got some fucking guy.
I even said that to him. I'm like, I can't believe that you're the bank president and you mop and do the windows. He's like, see,
I'm el presidente.
But just him talking to them on the phone, too, and he was getting nowhere. But when you start saying stuff like that, that's unacceptable, and you just start being adamant, and I even said to them, I'm not paying $1,000. You're going to pay it. You're eating this. I'm not paying for your incompetence. It's not happening.
When you say you should get an award.
When you say it's not happening,
I'm not paying for your incompetence.
And I did
Can
say that.
Steal that?
Absolutely.
Who thinks like that?
Who can say that without dropping an F-bomb?
No.
Because
I'm not
knew
fucking paying for your goddamn fucking incompetence, you cunts.
Yes.
I said what he said. It was just on steroids.
He's getting the money. You're getting a click.
But I knew I was right. And because they said this was enraging, and this is why I was grateful the bank manager was cool. Because I had gone in, and there was a bank employee that sat there with me. They call on a speakerphone, and I got my final mortgage payment, and I paid it. 3 months later, no. So I go back in, and the woman on the phone tells me and the bank manager who I'm in with, says, well, there's no record of your mortgage being closed out. And then I started to go into, thank God the employee walked in and recognized me. He goes, oh, yeah, I helped you last time. I'm like, would you like me to bring the guy in and he can tell you on speakerphone? Don't expect me because your records are not kept properly. Mm-hmm. And you have to tell them.
If you missed a mortgage payment,
the
second you missed it, that would be through all the system. Your credit would be fucked and all that type of thing.
Fucking there, 100%. But you just have to be adamant, and again, don't curse, even though I want to.
How about something going on for years when, and I've told this story before, but quickly, I'll tell it again.
Take your time, sweetie.
I turned in my vehicle after a 3-year lease. Payments made every month, automatically, on time.
Sure. Send them a little
right
mint
up
for
to
their
the
pillow.
fucking, whatever. Right up to the end of my lease. I go to a dealership. I turn in my old vehicle. I lease a new vehicle. There we go. Dunsky. I get a notice like 3 months later that my loan is in default. They're repossessing my vehicle, but it was the vehicle I turned in. I'm like, what the fuck? So now I'm trying to...
Just picturing you in your silk pajamas reading that. You gotta
My word, you gotta be shitting me.
Stocking cap.
You motherfucker. Yeah. It turns out the dealership I gave my old vehicle to and got the new vehicle from parked it in their storage lot and never got it back to the manufacturer or the deal, wherever the fuck they send your done lease.
Right.
So I call up and they were like, well, we don't have any record of it. I go, do you honestly, I go, honestly, do you think I paid my lease off every month on time, even the last payment? Paid off the last payment and then decided to just keep the vehicle.
And then you guys gave me another one.
And you gave me another one, which I have, right, that I've been paying on time, but I kept the vehicle. Really? Really, you motherfucker? Then that's where I make my mistake.
Was there... Because a lot of times, what I save everything like from stuff like when it says you paid your lease off successfully or whatever it says.
Yeah.
You save that, but they hadn't given you anything.
Oh no.
Oh okay.
No, I had everything.
Oh, you did. Okay.
But it had gotten to the credit reporting companies. It got to the big three credit reporting companies, who then had me. I got my credit reports and looked and had repossession of a vehicle on there. My credit rating was shit. and I had paid the fucking
Now,
thing off.
and how long did it take you to get that
A year.
Scarlet A?
1 fucking year to
Right.
get it off, too. It never got off the third one. As far as I know, it's still there on the one of them. They would not take the repo off.
Why?
Who knows?
Did you talk to them?
Yes!
And what was their answer? Would
They
tell-
didn't have one.
When you say that,
did you? I sent them. They go, what you need to do is get a letter
Can you
from General
sue them?
Motors.
Can
I
you sue them
should
for that?
sue everyone.
I'll sue you for ruining my good name.
Yes, my good name.
I'm an upstanding citizen.
I had to get a letter from General
they've
Motors.
heard I sue you before.
Oh, I know.
Bank of America, here's the language I use with them because I said that. I'm like, I don't want to get my attorney involved, but I will.
Oh, see,
I'm
that's
not
good.
paying this
It's not
money.
sue, it's get my
Attorney, I'll
attorney
get my
involved.
attorney involved if you want to deal with him because they've heard I'll sue you. That's
Yes.
reactionary. I'll get my
Yeah.
attorney involved.
He's unbelievable.
That is good.
Jim, you should give
guy.
a seminar
You
just
should.
to every angry cunt
Yeah.
who's out there.
And believe
Yes.
me, I have the same hatred and the same anger for them. I don't want to interrupt, but to say sue you, they've
I
heard.
don't want to get my attorney involved.
But I will.
It's perfect.
That's like the "you complete me."
Yes.
Of,
phone calls to scumbags.
That gives you that's Chinatown right there.
Dude, sometimes none of this works, by the way. I acknowledge sometimes
I know.
none of this
Oh, that's got to be
works.
infuriating when it doesn't work.
Because then you just go fucking cunt and hang up on them.
I had to get a letter from General Motors, 3 of them, to send off to the 3 credit reporting companies, stating that I did indeed pay my debt in full on time, and the fact that they didn't get the thing back had nothing to do with me. I gave it to the credit reporting companies. 2 of them, it was wiped clean, fucking disappeared.
You had to cancel checks and all that. I mean, not cancel check, the cash checks.
everything. And the one credit reporting company, they just never took it off. I sent them the letter. I sent them everything. And they said, oh, we got that. I go, it's not off. Okay, well, yeah, we're going to work on it. Was always they're going to work on it. They're going to do
How long did you stick with them?
A year.
Do you get names?
Kept calling.
1 fucking year.
And you
get
finally
names?
said, fuck it.
I finally said, fuck it.
Do you
Yes.
get names of who you talk to? Every time you
gotta
call.
get names. He's right.
First thing you
part of
do.
this Jim Norton seminar.
Dude, first thing
Get
you
names.
do. I write down, to whom am I speaking to, please? And they understand why. So-and-so, I write down the name and the time. It sounds crazy, but the next person you talk to, because you will have to call again. Look, I spoke to Bill Tetley at 5:50 p.m. Why has this not been handled? This is who I spoke to. And when you get a list of names, you still have to make the calls, but it helps a lot because they know that you're legitimate and they know you're prepared.
Yeah.
But when you're just screaming anonymously into a fan, it
I
feels
love
like
screaming
get their
anonymously, though.
fucking names.
Yeah.
Always
that's
get
how
their
I
names.
screwed up with my cable company.
Yeah.
They had my internet just craps out on me like every 3 days. And
Get Fios, Bill.
I always gotta sit there and reset the thing and I just would always deal with it like it doesn't work in my bedroom. My wireless doesn't work in there, and I'm just not a guy who fucking is. I'm out traveling. I don't have fucking time.
Yeah.
So I call when it gets absolutely ridiculous, I will call. So finally, like for the 6th time that year, I have to call up and I'm flipping. I've called like 6 times. Well, who did you talk to? We don't have any record of it. I go, do you think I'm just like making this up?
Yeah, I'm lying. You're
I'm
right.
not trying
you
to
caught
get.
me.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get any money out of you guys. I just want this thing fixed and blah 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 blah. And they go, sir, we keep impeccable records here. And I go, and what is what? You just say you keep impeccable records, so therefore you do? I also keep impeccable records. Right up here in my brain.
They didn't want to hear that.
Yeah. Who did you talk with, sir? I don't know. Well, I can't help you. So you're saying because I didn't get the person's name, now you're telling me that the phone call didn't happen. So you're basically saying that I'm lying to you.
Yeah, they're calling you a liar.
Keep the bill in front of you, and if it's a bill, you write down on the problem bill who you spoke to, and it's almost like you feel like you're getting something done when you do
you have
that.
a rosary too?
He's crazy.
Do you eat
No.
those candies with like the jelly in them? You have like the patience of an 85-year-old woman.
But I'm not
He's
patient.
sucking on a Werther's
Dude.
while he's waiting.
Dude, I blew a fucking 3-pawn lead in chess and fucking Friends with Chess, and I bit my fucking arm so bad I almost had to go to the hospital. I don't have patience, but you feel like you're accomplishing something.
Yeah.
It's almost like it's a tangible thing. Like it's not as frustrating.
Jim's in his house coat with a girdle. Big fuzzy slippers. I'd like to talk to the man in charge.
And you know what? You say you feel like you're accomplishing something. When you think about it too much, though, you realize what you've accomplished is getting back to square one. You're where you were supposed to be in the first fucking place.
Sometimes
you didn't accomplish anything. You just got back what the fuck you were fucked out of.
But I've almost always part of the problem is we get so like as much as technology is a pain in the ass, it spoils you, and I forget to check. Like Bill said, I don't always check. It's like part of it is my responsibility. Because years ago you went over a checkbook. You went over. My mother would go over it meticulously and subtract and do everything, and she knew exactly what we had in the bank.
Balance the checkbook.
You don't do that anymore.
No.
So if I did that every month, if I went over my checks, which the bank gives me a thing to go over my checks, if I did that system, but with the technology, I've gotten lazy. So part of it is I don't check my own shit either.
Yeah.
How hard was it to get caught fucking around with your taxes back in the day when everybody had a ledger?
The ledger.
Yeah. Now they can
ledger.
just break into your computer and see exactly what you're doing. But back then, you're like dusting
2 sets of books. You got 2 of them. Yeah, I'll take one off of there.
Yeah, and the only thing you had to do, the other one was like in a different closet down the hall.
Yeah,
like
same house.
Yeah,
same
how are
room.
they gonna find it? You really want to dig through my entire house for my other ledger?
Well, I guess he's on the up and up.
Do you know in Facebook this big lawsuit that's going on? It's like a $50 billion lawsuit or $25 billion. They're going over the computers of the one guy and they're doing forensics on the computers because it's $25 billion at stake. And they said they found on one of the guy's computers a contract, like that had been deleted, encrypted, that was signed a certain way, and they think that they might have got. It's amazing what they can do when they want, because they know they're using every bit of technology in a $25 billion fucking
I'm going to
case.
sound a little like Bill here. You know that the computer companies, with that delete and shit like that, they know it's not deleting anything. Even the programs that you buy that supposedly wipe clean the programs and files.
Yeah, why can't you do that? Why does everything get stayed?
They always
stuck
find
on your
it.
hard drive. Yeah, it's like nothing. It's whatever you did, it's there.
It's there. Pieces of it are there, enough to put together the puzzle. But like those shenanigans, like they're not in cahoots. Yeah.
This guy just shooting a fucking AK-47 up the side of a Toyota Prius.
Oh, I actually have that. It's an MP5. Oh, look at him. Oh, I got that pistol.
God damn.
Crazy bastards.
Look at this. These
are the guys that are taking over.
Yep.
Hey, we won. Let's shoot in the
Sharia
air.
law. Good.
Yeah, yay.
That's what I would be doing. I'd be having a great time. And you just know we got 3 days. 3 days R&R before the tribes come in. This is all going to go.
He's wearing a Yankee hat.
That's funny.
Boy.
Everybody looks like Vladi Divac.
And I love their weapons. The guy had a pipe, what amounted to a pipe, in the back of a Toyota that explosives would fly out of. Hey, why not?
It's hardcore.
But seems like they're winning.
Hey, if you guys,
yes, we do have reads.
break?
Let's
Okay.
take a break or something.
I gotta pee.
Yeah. What was that, Bill?
There's a YouTube video. I don't know if you guys have seen it. Somebody sent it to me. I saw that they already showed it on Tosh.0, so I didn't talk about it on the podcast. But have you seen that the pervert game show host?
Oh, with the kids?
Kids,
with the little
yeah.
kid. Did you guys see that behind the time?
Kissing them.
Oh, when he kisses that one girl and he goes, whoo-hoo.
And
that
she's
woman
fucking
goes,
like horrified.
the mother goes, dirty old man. That was what a pedophile was back in the day. Stay away from him. He's a dirty old man.
He's a dirty old man. Yeah, that was so
Stay away from him.
fucking
He'll fuck you. He's a dirty old man.
The girl didn't the girl was really uncomfortable by him, and
then he had like some little trick where he would sneak the kiss in.
Yeah, he pretty much took a kiss from her.
Look how he's blocking her with his body.
What happened to our sound man?
With his big helmet.
She has cool hair.
Oh my God!
Look
at how close he gets. This guy is a ghoul.
Wow.
This girl, Leanne.
Oh, look at him leering at her.
He is leering. He's
got
got
his
his
hand
arm
on her.
around her, yeah.
No, you don't. What do you do when you're 11 years old for a date? Where do you go? What are some things you do?
Where do you go?
We just walk home from school with each other. Oh, you walk home from school with each other.
Does he finger you?
Yeah.
What category? Do you hand
They have the same hairdo.
That's the mom to the right.
They put it in slow motion.
You look like a young lady who likes to give lots of hugs and kisses out, do you? Hey? Hey? Not really. Not really. Can I have a hug and a kiss?
She's like, no. She's biting her fingernail. This is so uncomfortable.
Even if I say and whisper in your ear that Allison You're gonna win the show.
Holy
I still can't have a hug.
That's a
and
good
kiss?
message for a little girl.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you can't win the show then. If I don't get a hug and a kiss.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Was this guy arrested?
Dude,
You hear that? That's a good answer. So you missed.
Stephanie, which category?
Oh my God,
It's
that guy.
fucking-
This guy's terrible.
Are you shy?
He's trying to kiss another girl.
Can I have a little kiss?
Show is great.
Oh, Uncle Paul. And he goes, ooh.
Show. See, so you'd get a whole bunch of right answers.
Yeah.
Who's bringing their kids on this show, first of all?
Don't too?
I love that he doesn't give a fuck about keeping the game going.
No.
He's like eating up valuable minutes here.
Yes.
The big family kiss. I couldn't get that kiss earlier.
And he looks like the mom kissed him on the cheek, and he points at her like,
Okay, dear.
what did he just say?
That he wanted the kids.
He said something about like the.
Couldn't get that kiss earlier.
Oh, the mom kisses him.
The mothers are always so easy to kiss. It's the kids. Okay, dear.
Holy shit! What's the history of this guy?
I think he's Canadian.
Is he? I don't hear that.
Perv.
They just stamp perv on
It's
his
not
head.
even, it just said ped.
But did he have any problems later in?
Well, the sex man tells me that he used to be a Blue Jays announcer.
Yeah,
as
he was a
well.
broadcaster for the Toronto Blue Jays, but before that, all he did was children's game shows.
This was the children's
Really?
game show, Just Like Mom. Sure, is what we were watching.
Just Like Mom. Yeah.
You know what you got to do? You tap them on the back, and when they look at you, you stick your tongue in their mouth.
Jesus, Uncle Paul.
Hi, Billy.
Paul, I haven't seen you in a while.
Sure. Billy's got freckles. I used to like to connect his freckles with kisses.
Jimmy's just disturbing when he does this.
He had little freckles on his backside.
How'd you find that out?
I'd open up his cheeks and go, let's see if they're in there, too.
All right,
Jesus Christ, Jimmy. And with that.
Jimmy's making me very uncomfortable.
You got to kiss the hole. Scratch his feet.
All I want to know is if this guy ever got arrested for anything.
No, the fact that guy was like,
He was hiding in plain sight.
Yeah, and he has like 9 different sport coats on there, so that thing went at least 9 episodes.
Yeah.
the fact that he's just sitting there. What if I say you'll win the game?
Yeah.
I mean, that's like he basically was saying, what if I give you some candy?
Yeah, he's bribing. Yeah.
A total of 595 episodes were filmed.
Wow, man.
Over 5 years, so.
Holy shit.
The moms are easy. It's the kids
It's
that
the
are...
kids that are tough, you know? And the face he made when that mom kissed him, like, ugh.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Old lady
old
Brett.
bat.
Always smell like dentures. Like when the breath smells like lollies.
Cotton candy, yeah. Right there, Uncle Paul.
Fergie Ulver.
Who's that?
That's the name of the
name?
guy. He has a
Creepy
very
name,
short
too.
Wikipedia page for doing that for 595 episodes.
Likes baseball, fucks kids. End of page.
That guy's horrible. Well, let's take a break. And I got a read to do, right?
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do.
Ugh, I hate reading. Reading sucks.
It's fundamental.
I'd rather just watch TV. All right, we're back in a flash.
Virus. Sirius XM.
There's the good boy's phone and his naughty boy's phone. Naughty boy's phone and his good boy's phone. The good boy's phone and his naughty boy's phone. Naughty boy's phone and his good boy's phone. Phone and his naughty boy's phone. Naughty boy's phone and his good boy's phone. The good boy's phone and his naughty boy's phone. Naughty boy's phone and his good boy's phone. That's a good boy's phone and his naughty boy's phone. Naughty boy's phone and his good boy's phone. The good boy's phone and his naughty boy's phone. And his naughty boy's phone. And his naughty.
XM. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Let's talk about animals you think.
Yeah, I like that. Hi, Opie and Anthony Show. Bill Burr.
That was
Bill
a great
Burr
read, by the
hanging
way,
out.
Anthony. It's a great
Oh,
read.
thanks. Yeah. I put a lot of effort into my reads, my live reads, and thank you, Bill. I was in the turlet. Had to make wee-wees and blow my nose. We wanted to talk about animals.
Yeah, we were
because
watching-
we're watching a little kid. I guess, and what was he, shark fishing or some shit?
In the Gulf, and the fishing technology with the rod and reel is so good that this 9-year-old kid reeled in a 7-foot shark.
Yeah, never would have been able to do that in the old days. With a shitty little reel.
With your worm on the end of it?
Pocket fisherman. The Popeil pocket fisherman.
Would have yanked him right in. Yeah, so we started talking about, I was like, I couldn't do that. If you had a shark sushi roll, I could eat that. But
You're
I could,
all in on there,
But I
but-
could never be, I couldn't kill something like that. But a chicken, I could kill a chicken.
You could kill a chicken with your bare hands?
I could do that. I'd grab him. Like if I was hungry enough, after a while, it would take me a couple days of hunger. All right. If I had no water or anything like that, I would immediately become cranky within 4 hours, and I would grab him by his chicken face, and I would do that thing where you act like you're starting up an old car.
You crank it.
Yeah, you crank.
And his neck just snaps.
His neck snaps, yeah.
I've seen him do that, and I've seen him do the bullwhip thing, where they kind of take the chicken by the head,
the feet,
the face, by his face, like you said, and then they do like a whoosh, you're cracking the whip with him, and his neck just snaps.
I could do that,
and that's over. Now, but the thing is, like you're saying, after
I would look the
you're
other,
hungry,
I would look the other way, but it would be one of those things. After I did it the first time, I would
think you'd be desensitized.
I'd open Pandora's box.
Fucking bite his throat open with your teeth.
It's like a serial killer with your first kill.
Yeah. The first kill's the hard one.
Yeah.
And then it just gets easier.
What about a deer? With all your guns, could you shoot a deer?
No, I'm not a hunter. I
Could
like
you
shooting.
shoot a person or a deer if you had to choose?
Well, it would have to be a bad person. You know.
Oh, you know what? I'm fucking with your gun license here. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
you're
asking
not.
You dumb questions.
You're actually not.
Is there
because
anybody in your neighborhood you want to just
if
wave
it
your
was-
gun at, Anthony?
I'm not a hunter, so I don't like I always get it like you get this weird death feeling when you kill something. Like some people love it and they're like, yeah, I got a big deer. I'm all fine with that. I'm not anti-hunting. Go ahead, hunt your balls off, have fun. But I don't know. Even when I was a kid, and I would hunt like rabbit. You'd shoot a rabbit and then you're skinning it, and you kind of like something died.
Yeah,
you just have some death, some looming death feel over you.
Yeah,
yeah.
And you have all this cereal in the cupboard.
Yeah. It's like I could have eaten like a fucking burger.
I'll tell you what. The ones
Something.
I love watching those redneck things where they shoot those wild boars.
Oh yeah.
Dude, they're gigantic.
I know. I want to run through this building doing that.
Dude, this one takes like fucking 9 shots. It just keeps getting hit, going and just keeps going.
I like how the hunters a lot of times will say though too, like, "Hey, that thing will come at you. They're fucking nasty. You gotta watch the." It's like, really? If you weren't there,
you weren't shooting
but
at it.
it wasn't gonna come at you. But again, I could give a shit. You know, I don't mind people hunting. That's it's got to be fun if you don't mind killing things. How much fun is that? Something's moving around and you got to shoot it. It's fucking
it.
hard. It's gonna be great to do if you didn't mind.
It all
killing
sounds great
shit.
till I watch them do it. Like when they, there you
Yeah.
go. There's a,
Oh, Jesus Christ. Wow. He stopped that fucking thing dead in its tracks. Wow, did he blast that thing?
Yeah, if you get the
That was
audio on it,
perfect.
you got to see. This might be the one.
Oh, that one he hit.
Awesome kill
Quite
shots.
get that one. It's called Awesome Kill Shot.
Why doesn't he just go home and fuck his wife? Why don't you do that?
Because she looks like what he's shooting at.
You're probably right. He's shooting her by proxy. This fucking asshole with his camouflage jacket. How much can you stack the deck? You're blending in and you have a gun. Fucking coward.
Yeah, but look at the degree of difficulty through those trees.
Yeah, that is tough. Oh, no.
Good.
Come on.
I
can't even get
Come on.
2 shots. Come on.
Is that a Revolutionary War gun?
They got some nice etching on their weapons. They take them very seriously.
Cool.
Oh,
Zach
look at that.
Galifianakis?
Wow.
Are they going to eat everything they fucking hunt?
I don't know. Probably not the tusk.
But I mean, do they eat wild
boar? Got to marinate it for a while. Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
They probably make some good bacon out of that. There is an adrenaline rush. There's a thing. Like, I have hunted, but I don't like killing things.
Fuck that.
But there is like an adrenaline rush thing that happens because it takes a long time to find something. If you're real hunting, not fucking going out on some game
back
reserve,
in the day when you had to
area.
do that to survive, that must have been the greatest feeling ever.
Yeah.
I'm going to eat.
Yeah, hey, yay, I get food. Yay. But, oh, man. They sure are dusty animals when they hit them. The dust blows off of them. Very dirty, those pigs.
Fucking thing just running through the woods, minding his business.
Yeah, I think they get dogs chasing them, too.
Oh, of course. Why wouldn't you?
Like some dogs chase them around.
Why don't they shoot the dogs? Oh, no, that's right.
That's their dogs. They pat them on the head and go, good boy. Good boy. Yeah.
Oh, the trailer.
Oh, boy. Boy, this guy loves killing things.
Yeah, I have such a hatred for this guy.
This guy loves killing animals.
I really don't like him.
Bolt action, too. You got to give it to him. He's not using some semi-automatic fucking rifle there.
That's great.
Takes a little bit of skill. Be able to get off 3 shots with a bolt action.
No. According to everyone, it's an impossible shot, really? I saw the same movie you did, asshole.
And this guy's shooting at a running pig with a bolt action.
No.
Jesus. Come on. Oh, would that go through the tree and fucking hit him? This guy using a howitzer? Yeah. Hey, you know what it is,
You
though?
know that's good eats, though.
Yeah, I guess
what
if you eat it,
wild
that's fine.
Fucking boar bacon must taste like? It's got to be wonderful.
Do you think so?
I bet.
Probably good, yeah.
Oh, it's probably really good. Fucking pig.
Did I tell you when I was up in Montreal, I was with Bobby and
I like that this is a natural segue.
I know.
Not even, we ate a pig's head.
What?
Had a pig's head. It was fucking disgusting.
Really? Well,
but wait, there's some kid doing a blog who he's only eaten 5 different foods his whole life. He's totally picky and he's trying to expand his palate. So as the comedy, he picked the most fucked up thing ever.
A pig head.
Bobby dove in. He ate the fucking eyeball part of the snout. He
thought
had
it was
the
a
ear.
mirror. He's doing doing his hair.
I get it, dude, because I'm fat. Exactly.
Those pigs, when they're shot, they should do that funny rolly over thing. Their legs go stiff and they rolly over, roly poly piggy.
It's like silent film actors pretending to die.
I'll tell you something. That's a tough fucking shot. They're running balls out. The guy's got what amounts to a red dot. It's not even like a really a magnified scope on the thing, and a bolt action.
Shoot the cap.
Oh,
why a bolt action, you think?
I think he wants to put a little bit of skill into it. He's
what was that last thing he shot at?
I don't know. It looked like a fox or something.
Yeah, house cat.
Maybe he should house cat. Maybe he shouldn't shoot that. I don't think you could eat that shit. But deer is a weird thing to hunt because they're not running. You sit there and wait for the deer to come up and kind of stand there. He looks up majestically and you fucking blow his neck out. But the pigs, wow, they're flying.
Yeah.
And this guy's got to lead them and fucking shoot bolt action.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Travis, you want to
that takes some skill. I'll give it to those guys.
Mick Foley is arriving.
Mick Foley is here. From the, what's he from now?
World of stand-up comedy.
Oh, right. Okay.
What's Roland doing?
You want to take a break real quick?
Oh,
so we can catch up?
Oh, we did.
Yeah, but we went
were
an hour
doing that
45.
to catch up because we went an hour 45, so we were going to take a break right before Mick sits down. But, it's pretty clean shaven. What a head of hair Mick's got on him.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, it looks great,
Lost
man.
a bunch of weight. Yeah.
Mick, take a seat. You know what? We're going to take a quick break, catch up on commercial breaks because we gave you guys so much quality radio.
Yeah.
And we'll be right back.
Sirius XM. The Virus. The Opie and Anthony Show.
Ah, yes. We're back and joined by Mick Foley.
Hello.
My God. Been too long.
It's been a long time, and you guys did right by me the last time.
Did we? I always think like, oh, God, what did we do to Mick last time?
Ginger Lynn had an orgasm on my knee.
That's right.
Yeah.
I was going to say last time I saw Mick, I remember that.
That was a good one. Yeah. Oh, good.
And here's the bizarre thing. I went right from here to going to OutQ Radio and taping this very sensitive promo for an anti-bullying campaign.
The gay channel.
Exactly. They'd been influenced. I had a talk with them a couple weeks earlier, and they asked me if I minded if they used our conversation like as the building block for this anti-bullying campaign. So I went right from Ginger Lynn having the orgasm on my knee to doing the sensitive anti-bullying campaign. And it wasn't until I left the building that I asked myself, was that wrong? Was I wrong there?
No, because you didn't bully her into having an orgasm on your knee.
No.
So, yeah.
She loved it.
And it was my suggestion. And in my defense, she was looking a little uncomfortable, and you guys were suggesting different objects that she might.
That always happened.
Insert.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And so I felt like I was the cavalry riding to the rescue with that suggestion.
You were. That wasn't a near bullying. You saved her.
Do you know how many guys would have offered up their knee in that situation?
Yeah.
Yes.
Or chin.
You're a hero. You're a hero.
My wife thought it was a good decision. Yeah. She liked it. And
because you were a little worried about that. How'd that work out when you got home?
You know what? I have an iron-classed defense.
What happened?
Or was it ironclad?
Ironclad
defense. I just say, I've had head injuries.
That's true. We've seen them. They're on video. You could watch him receiving head injuries.
So I busted my butt for 23 years to put a roof over these kids' heads, to put food on their table.
Wow, that's good. He's got a great excuse.
He just has that match with The Undertaker on the loop.
That's
when he goes through the top
flying the top of that cage.
And then he just walks away going, for you.
One of the
I
best
did it for
ones.
you.
What was the date there, Sam? What was the date?
I know it was Hell in a Cell. It was June 1999.
That's good. Bandwagon fan.
98.
98.
Third week of June.
Okay.
June 90.
Happened
I'll
to be
still
the
give it to you.
same day in June that Superfly Snuka came off the cage against Bob Backlund.
Okay.
It's one of those great wrestling moments.
What year is that?
That was 82. Yep.
Okay. I love Superfly when he was in here doing the promo for us.
Hey, can I tell you a quick Superfly story? And I'm going to substitute one verb for another one. I mean, it's the effed up. So if someone wants to, are we allowed to say that?
Yeah,
that
we prefer it.
All right, okay. I'm gonna go to Sam. Sam, will you drop the F bomb for me?
Fuck.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And so I would say messed, and then you throw in the other one. Okay.
Okay.
When Superfly, this is coming from The Rock, who does an amazing Superfly impression.
Does he?
He said that when Superfly was let go by WWE at the peak of his popularity, giving you some indication of how messed up he may have been, he would actually show up and be in the main event, and he'd look outside the window and say to his driver, "Not tonight, brother." Look at the building. Lines going around the block and take off as he wasn't in the mood to wrestle. So
Not tonight, brother.
He went to AWA, the American Wrestling Association, and Vern Gagne was having a conversation with his son Greg, who said, Dad, I don't know, the guy's kind of messed up.
Fucked up.
Right, guy's kind of
fucked.
Yeah. And the Superfly heard it. He goes, "You think the Superfly is
fucked up?
You think the Superfly is
fucked up?"
And then the Superfly went into a toilet stall where you heard the sound of like a hand chopping, followed by loud inhaling. And then he came out and his eyes were all ablaze. He goes, "Now the Superfly is
fucked up."
There you go.
Would he really say "not tonight, brother"?
Not tonight. The Rock doing pretty well. "Not tonight, brother."
That's fantastic.
That Superfly was fucked up.
He was.
Yeah.
That would explain, though, why when he came back to WWE, he wasn't exactly a main eventer anymore.
Yeah. I just saw him. I saw him at the Gathering of the Juggalos. He was, I think he's 69. I was at.
Is he 69 years old?
69 years old. Yeah.
How's he look?
It's gonna be rough.
He looks better than I do. Like, he's
Come
got that look of
well,
a
you really
guy
set the
who's
bar
ripped.
high.
You actually, when he came in, we were commenting how nice and clean cut you look and everything. Your hair looks really nice and well kempt. You're shaved all nicely. What's going on?
Celebrity wife swap.
What?
Celebrity wife swap. I was like, I don't know, I might put my marriage under a lot of strain, but I'll do it for a free haircut.
So what was the haircut thing? Did the other wife
The
tell
other wife,
you to do it?
her rules. She suggested I do a makeover, and
She was like a Bob Seger fan. I'm joking. You look great. You look great.
Man, you know
I'm joking. You look great. You look great.
What I said to the bar, I was like, I still want it long enough so that when most people look at it, they're like, yeah, he's kind of got long hair.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
not all gone, but I mean, they took off 10 inches.
They must have, yeah.
And I made the donation to women who've, I got to get my little.
Of course you do. That's fine. You do a lot of great charitable work. He does, yeah.
But I said no to the pedicure, the manicure. I went for they got me a set of front teeth. And then when I came home, even my kids were like, "Dad, I have no respect for you now."
Shit.
And the story on the front teeth is I used to wear them in 1990, and then I met my wife. And she's like, "Why do you wear those things?" I said, "I don't know. It's like a stereotype, the wrestler with the missing teeth." She said, I think you look sexy without them. And the teeth literally went out of my mouth and into the car ashtray, and they stayed there for many. I would put them in when we were arguing. That was like my big kind
of annoy her.
Yeah. So I had the makeover, and they said I was the only guy that season who was undergoing a drastic transformation. And if you guys remember, the beard was gray. The beard was graying, and I thought, I can't dye my beard. Like that's... with the fans, that would be right below fixing the teeth and getting a new ear put on, dyeing the beard.
Yeah.
But now my excuse is it was for a television show.
Television.
Television.
It's for television. Had to do it.
Who'd your wife swap with?
I don't think I'm at liberty to.
Let's say.
I don't think I'm supposed to even be saying that I'm on the show.
Well, it's kind of cool that you did say that, but hey, you know what? It's only going to do good for the show.
The producers are like, I'm not saying you should talk about it. Officially, we can't say that. But
right.
If you happen to mention it, it puts pressure on ABC to actually air the episode.
See?
But they wanted opposites. So I mean, she went with an unbelievably good-looking guy. Former Calvin Klein model with the abs and
Jesus.
And it just so happened that when the new wife came in, our little puppy Randall had the runs, and my agreement with my wife was, all right, you can get the dog, but I'm not cleaning up poop. And so she came at a good time when there was dog poop literally everywhere.
Now let me ask you a question. With a show like that, how much time do you actually, or do the people spend with each other's wives?
It's like 5 days. They claim it's a week, but
where do you sleep?
She sleeps. I can't tell you for sure where my wife slept. But,
no!
But our woman had the spare bedroom.
They don't sleep together?
No.
What's a wife swap then?
It's a learning experience, man.
It's the other parts of the marriage.
In order to accurately depict life with me, she slept in a different bedroom.
Oh,
I like that. Jim started.
The woman was great. She was a sweetheart. I was afraid when I heard she was really conservative, there was going to be like a Fox News anchor, and that I was going to really butt heads with her.
Yeah.
I mean, she just, she believed in keeping the house, run finely tuned, and we're a little more freewheeling in the Foley house. She kind of grabbed whatever bed is available, and since I'm up until 4 or 5 in the morning, she would come in and she would see me sprawled out in a kid's bunk bed, and even though my wife was gone, the little kids, they fall asleep, they go to sleep, and they hang out with their older daughter, and some people find it appalling, I find it kind of endearing.
I like that Jim thought that this ABC show was just a show about guys banging each other's wives.
Swingers. I knew that you didn't, but I'm like, why would you sleep in separate? If you're going to do it, make them sleep together and fight the temptation.
Apparently I make noises when I sleep.
I think there could be a problem too with husbands killing the other guy, and
they wouldn't sign up for it. They're going to kill.
But I'm telling you, there is a future. There is a celebrity swinger show waiting to happen.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
There is. I'm not.
Celebrity.
I won't be part of it.
You got to go non-celebrity.
Yeah.
That's what you have to do. You got to go regular. Okay, let's put it together. Let's do the pitch here. You get some couples who are just unhappy in their marriages.
Mm-hmm.
You get them to switch, but they're not allowed to bang. You got to be
Right.
something. There's got to be some sort of immunity in there, isn't there?
Yeah, there's always
I don't know
got
how
to be
to
some
do
kind
it.
of immunity.
I don't know how to do it.
Give up on the
Stick them on an island. Stick them on. I thought you guys were all going to jump in. You all just that felt like a real TV pitch to me. Where you guys were all the executives just going, I don't see it.
And we're like,
Yeah. Can I walk out of the room now with my what's left of my dignity?
Have you ever had a bad pitch? I've had a couple that were.
Oh God, that's
I actually know the signs. When somebody starts like staring at their pen, like playing with the pen, looking out the
it's
window.
bad.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's.
Do you remember CBS back in the day?
I never pitched to them.
Oh my God! It was like walking into that the commissioner's office in the Natural. It was like no lights on, and it was unbelievably. It was notoriously a cold room, and you would go. It was like doing the Apollo. You just went in and tried to survive it.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
So my dad was crazy, and I thought
Who
that would be
here has
interesting.
pitched a show? I'm asking for a show
Oh,
of
yeah.
hands
Yeah,
on
yeah,
radio,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
I have.
All the
I think
you,
we
Sam,
all
right?
I
have.
haven't yet pitched
Yeah.
a show.
You know what's amazing is that it really doesn't matter how good the show; it's how good you make it sound.
How
while
well you
you're in
pitch.
there. It's
Yeah.
it's
There
all
is a
in the
trick
pitch.
to the pitch. Yeah. And apparently we don't know it.
Well, I obviously fucking don't know it. It's about me, the guy that you've never been interested in. Now you should
Yeah.
be.
This show is like me meets me.
Yeah. Just-
Wow, that sounds fascinating.
Yeah, there's a I always try to make it like too different, and just there's a neighbor, he's a rapist, but you don't understand, he's different now.
It's not
Yeah.
like
But he's not good at it. He never quite gets to
Yeah.
do
Can't
it.
close the deal.
Yeah.
See, I know the standards.
But he's likable too, because he goes to hit them with a brick and he just can't do it, and he lets them go. I always fucking foul up the pitch. How's stand up, by the way? Are you liking it?
You know what? I am. I just I tagged along with Judah Friedlander last night and did my first like multi-club hopping deal.
You guys should be on the Handsome tour together.
Judah's a pisser.
He's
man.
great.
Judah's great, and every club he go, you want to go on? You want to go on first? You want to go on after me? And I'm like, I'm not. It's like in wrestling, I'm not following Judah Friedlander. Tonight, I'm doing my own show at the brokerage, largely so I can get some quality videotape because I find I relate everything to wrestling.
Yeah,
and if it's like I talk about these AWA guys. For the casual fan who would tune in and watch their horribly produced show, they just automatically surmise that everybody on the show sucked too.
Right.
And it's really the video quality. And so I've been, tweeting out these couple of handheld things. Because my big challenge was people say, really, even you guys, like I would come in and from time to time be fairly entertaining here. And then you guys, really, comedy? I don't see that. Comedy, no. So-
The thing is, people. The fucked up thing is,
That's when you're making a mistake. All right.
the voice goes up.
No, that's a great idea.
Does it make you happy?
Well, that's good.
The people have come on the show and been very funny, but couldn't possibly do stand up. That's why I think because it's there's a whole different thing between just being funny and getting up on stage with a microphone
Right.
and making people fucking laugh.
Right,
That's
right.
hard.
And it's funny, when I used to talk to colleges, you could tell stories that were humorous, and if people laughed, it was like the icing on the
That's
cake.
extra. Yeah, you're just
But
telling a story.
it's a lot of pressure, especially, Judah went and saw me one time where I came out of I was at a thing, benefit show for the troops. I didn't know if I was doing a set, and this is at the Broadway where they have like 15 comics on, and they were all talking about masturbating, and like that was going to be my set.
Oh,
and
shit.
so I'm sitting there in the front row, like, okay, what do I do if I'm called on? I can't talk about masturbating anymore. And so I went up there. Here's a showcase where guys have been on TV and had, actually performed around the country. And I go up there and wing a set after coming out of the front row, and it was not, pretty. At one point, I actually said, look, if I was in a pool, I would ask for a life preserver because I'm just
You're done
drowning
here,
here.
yeah.
And so after that point, I really started writing ideas down. In wrestling, you go out there, you have a couple ideas, at least that's the way I did it, and boom, you put it out there, and hopefully it's good, hopefully it's impactful, but then you never touch it again. Whereas in comedy, what I'm seeing is if you have something, you go out there, you try it out, you figure out how you can make it better, whittle down the bad stuff, keep the interesting stuff. So it's, I don't mean to get all corny about respecting the craft and all that.
It's true, though.
No, but you're asking the right question. You're sitting there going, all right, I can't do that. You know, because those guys have done that. And then when you started bombing, you did the best thing. You addressed it.
Addressed
the
bomb,
worst
yes.
is to just keep plowing through as people are just going like, oh, my God, does he know? This is horrible.
You got to acknowledge it.
That's if you have a polite crowd. If they're a mean crowd, they'll just start laughing at you.
And I know because I did the virus, and I thought I'd put in my own 5 minutes of stand-up. It was the most uncomfortable feeling in the world.
It's so fucking hard. I don't know how. Like, just to have the balls to get up there and do it is amazing to me.
But I was used to people automatically liking me and
Right,
cutting me
right,
that slack. And sometimes I go out there in front of 15,000 people and bomb on purpose just so I can get a rise out of, like, Jericho in the back. He'd be like, you actually did it. You
Look
did
at
it.
you bombed. It was hilarious. Yeah.
And it's you don't get the same grace. You don't get that same slack from the stand-up audience.
No.
But I'm plugging away. I'm really I'm going to give it at least a year or two and really pursue it. And if I could ever open for either you gentlemen, I would consider it an honor. So
do you? Let me ask you. Do you go on the show by yourself, or are you having other acts on the show, or is it just you for an hour and a half, or how does your show work?
It depends. If I'm being booked. Like in Plattsburgh, New York, they'll find a local comic to open up, and then I'll go on and I'll do it for a while. If it's a wrestling audience, then I can I'm trying to find out like how can you go out there and please everybody and not essentially be Mick Jagger on a solo tour refusing to play Stone songs.
Right, yeah.
So I try to find wrestling stories as a jumping off point. And then try to make it so that anybody can enjoy it, but so that wrestling fans don't feel like I'm excluding them.
Like you've totally given up on that and won't even acknowledge your wrestling career. I tried that in
2003 when I had my first novel. I was like, I'm a writer now.
Yeah.
And one person came to my book signing who was not a wrestling fan. Like the entire tour. One person. And I asked her, like, what do you think about wrestling? And she was like, I don't watch wrestling. I said, well, why are you here? I think you're a wonderful writer.
Well, like, damn.
So we're talking.
And then he choked her out.
I've got to get back in the good graces of WWE just so they can put my appearances on their website, because that drives like 90% of the audience, right?
Oh, yeah.
Do you host the shows, Mick? Do you go on first and host?
I've never hosted. I would like to. I mean, I'm open to doing anything. Last night when I was tagging along with Judah, I was doing the 5-minute sets, which are hard for me because my stuff, it's not bing, bang, boom. It's kind of storytelling. But by the time I did my fourth club, I was like, okay, I get this. You kind of have to get into it and out of it fairly quickly. But guys would tell me when I was rambling on for an hour that, you need to whittle this stuff down in case you get the call for, if a TV show comes up, you can't go out there with these long meandering stories.
And then we hit 2001 when I then
No, when you're telling a story and you got to do that. So then
I learned the curse word, and I haven't done this. Is as soon as a comic goes anyway, they have no idea what they're doing.
Just bombed.
Yeah, exactly.
So what else is going on?
Yeah.
That's another one. Shit is crazy. That's the black version of the white. So what else is going on?
Shit is crazy.
And Adam Ferrara said, never go up there and say, I know what you're thinking. Like, that's... a heavy guy goes up there. I know what you're thinking.
I know what you're thinking. Yeah. I like to eat. Okay. Yeah, that does.
Well, you should just say something that they're not thinking. That's always like, I know what you're thinking. Suicide bombings are funny. What? No, we're not.
Wait a minute.
You really throw them for a loop.
I don't think that for a second.
Dude, everybody in the 90s that I opened for seemed to have that. When I used to do all those gigs, they go, I know what you're thinking.
Oh, God, yeah. I did it.
Yeah. When did Jimmy Carter open a fruit stand? What?
That's good, though. That's good stuff.
I don't know what the fuck. There was always like you looked like two people.
Yeah. For me, it was Sinead O'Connor and Doogie Howser. I started like in 1990. I would say that, and then Sinead O'Connor and Uncle Fester.
Hell?
I don't know if I ever did On Crack or On Hell. I don't know if I ever did those.
On Crack.
I don't know if On Crack or From Hell.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever done those.
You shouldn't.
No.
You shouldn't do those.
And last time I was
Unless I said I fucked a pregnant woman who was on crack, because that was true. That made sense.
Well, that's funny.
So I got it.
You mentioned off air that you had actually done a cruise. You'd done Shane McMahon's, like his engagement, bachelor party.
Yeah, me and Bob Levy.
And you said you bombed that day.
It wasn't good. It was, I got a couple of laughs, but it was a very intimate setting. Vince was there, obviously Shane, his friends. and it was a very small boat ride. Pat Patterson, I think, and I
just what we were saying earlier.
Shane didn't want to answer if he masturbated, but again, he was a younger guy then. He was with his friends, and they didn't know me. It was like if I was a known comic at that point, maybe. But I wish I had saved the shirt because they gave me a shirt that said SS Shane McMahon Bachelor Party.
Remember when you asked me what wrestling memorabilia I wanted? That shirt would have been.
That shirt was like,
I had it from Shane McMahon's Bachelor, and I threw it out.
Patterson.
With my rock shirts, 10, 11 years ago, because I just didn't. I should have saved that one.
Yeah.
I remember Pat Patterson beat Ted DiBiase for the Intercontinental Championship. He took a pair of brass knuckles out of his tights.
That's the way Pat did
I
things.
should have checked for
And
that.
I was flipping out. How did you not see it? They totally had me.
You would want that, Sam?
The Shane McMahon Bachelor Party T-shirt? Yeah.
SS Shane.
It's ungettable.
Yeah.
What, are you going to find it on eBay?
I wonder how much those are worth.
Maybe.
Nobody has it. Except for the people who went to his bachelor party, and nobody's selling it. There weren't wrestling fans at his bachelor party.
No, just
this is your Franklin Mint side.
Sam will remember. Remember when Shane wrestled Steve Blackman?
Yeah.
And he took that gigantic fall. Like they had a place.
Two things of the screens, the SummerSlam screens?
Yeah, he was like 40 feet up in the air. And, I mean, they had a place for him to land, but it took a lot. That kid's got some guts.
It was huge, yeah.
He got some guts. And one of the perks when I was in good graces with WWE is that I would go, like, once the show started, I would go into Vince's office and take like whatever steaks they had leftovers. He was a guy who liked the best of everything. So it was a really good filet. It was usually a good filet. Sometimes it'd be a great chicken breast. But if it was Chinese, would be the best Chinese food.
For his office.
Yeah, and it was understood. And when I went back there after I'd almost gone to TNA the first time, like I knew the relationship was strained because I didn't feel like I had that. I didn't have that power anymore to go leftovers.
We take his shit without with impunity. Yeah.
But on that day where Shane took the big fall, I went into the office and Linda McMahon was in there and she was sobbing uncontrollably because she'd just seen her son fall 40 feet.
Oh,
and even though he was
shit.
okay, it was still quite a trip. And she was sobbing uncontrollably. And the thing to do would have been to say, "It's okay, Linda," and then leave. And I said, "I'll only be a minute." And I went about preparing my plate.
Jesus
While Senator McMahon sobbed uncontrollably.
Are you still being cautious with the finances, I hope?
Am I being cautious?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still cautious. Yeah. My kids can't see it, My kids, they take great issue to the fact that I make them drive around in the 2002 Chevy Venture.
Oh,
man, I love it. The older and uglier it gets, the prouder I become.
Really?
Oh, I just beam with pride.
Not into anything new and shiny.
You know why? Because now I rent cars frequently. Now when I'm on the Emerald Isle and I see an Impala, it's like, oh boy. And if it's got leather interior, like I might as well be in a Maserati. It's just a thing of beauty. Yeah.
It's not like you didn't pilfer or you didn't piss your money away. You have the means. Do you ever treat yourself to something? What's the last thing? What's the last luxury item you got?
You know what? I think I mentioned this like a year ago when I was on the show. I got a car stereo. Yeah, I did. Yeah.
What year is this?
This is about a year ago. I got
a Blaupunkt.
Who
you hang out with Huggy Bear? What year is it?
Super Tuner.
I got the amplifier under the seat. Yeah. So
you will still fly coach?
Wow.
I'm amazed that Mick will fly coach.
Well, you know what? I mean, when I fly WWE always had me in first. I'd wrestled for 14, 15 years when I first got an F on my fare. I had no idea what it was. I'd seen Y fares and B fares and C fares and Z fares, and I went up to one of the guys like, "What the hell is an F fare?" They said, "It's first class." And I said, "Well, what kind of mistake? There's been a mistake." No, you're the world champion. The world champion always flies in first. And then I lost that title like 3 weeks later, and the F still came up, and I didn't say anything. And then one of the guys let me know that like in WWE, once you're the world champ, you're kind of grandfathered in.
Oh, wow. Hey.
I got used to it, and then when I went over to the other place, like my manager made sure that was one of the things.
Yeah.
Like it's more the gesture of respect.
Yeah,
than
it also makes the company look better. It really is on a high profile company like that. If you're the champion and you're sitting in fucking 37D, it looks ridiculous.
And there's nothing worse going from first back to coach.
Oh, man.
You really feel like it's like a behind the music arc.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He started off modest, 37D, as Jimmy says.
When I book my own flights, you better believe I'm a coach.
I don't doubt
but I
it,
get
yeah.
bumped up quite a bit in Delta because I got the million miler status. But when you show up at the airport and you're hoping for the upgrade on the cross country flight, you don't get it.
Why wouldn't you just pay for first? You have the money. It's not like
it's principle, my friend. It's principle. You got to live by principles. And I've learned the secret on Southwest. Is I'll try to get on and get that exit row, and then if I see a heavy person coming from that middle seat, I reach for the air sickness bag and start breathing heavily, and it works like a charm.
Oh, they don't want it. That is a good one. Wow. He gets his fake puke sound.
I like air sickness while it's still on the ground.
Yeah, this guy's going to be a problem to sit next to.
And then I recruit a thin person. I say, hey, buddy, you want to sit?
Yeah.
Sit in the middle seat here.
And then you get imagine that. You get a fucking fan like Sam. Then he sits down and he won't shut the fuck up about wrestling just the whole flight. And then at WrestleMania, when you, oh, God.
You know how Southwest they have the open seating, which is where I usually take out the vomit bag.
Festival seating.
This one person punched me in the shoulder as hard as she could. Hey, dude! She was out of her mind.
Oh, man.
And she thought, I'm such a big wrestling fan. And then she got on the plane, and I saw her make a beeline for me, and she sat down next to me. And during the course of the flight, she was saying how she usually prefers women, but that she would make an exception for me.
Was she pretty?
You know what was weird is that she became pretty over the course of the flight. I said, well, you know what happened with, have you tried a relationship with a man? She said, my last relationship with my old man didn't work out too well. And I said, what happened? She goes, I stabbed him. I said, you stabbed him. So by the end of the flight, I said, listen, if this were another time, another place, could you envision yourself stabbing me? And I liked her. I was like, she went from being this unattractive, very butch-looking woman, and something about the stabbing and the danger made her like exotic to me.
And the fucking complete power over she's a fan.
Yeah.
So it's possible. That's probably what it was. Like all of a sudden, you're just this guy on a plane, and you could fuck this girl. There's something hot about that. I imagine. I wouldn't know, but I've heard.
Oh, come on. I told my wife this story. The guy from Warrant died, right?
Yeah.
And I remember the story about one of my friends who joined the Mile High Club with the lead singer from Warrant. And my heart went out to her. I was like, I wonder how she's taking this. They were very close on that flight. It's the type of crowd I run with.
That's like almost impossible to do now, isn't it?
I would never want to fuck. Like all I think is if I'm peeing, I'll actually brace my arm above me on the fucking thing because I'm afraid that the plane's going to drop and I'm going to be paralyzed by banging my skull. My dick would never work on a plane.
Is that what you think?
Yes, I do.
Who would want to fuck in a public bathroom?
Wow.
Like the airline.
Well, that's just it. The public bathroom. The only time
Jimmy's like,
the only time the Mile High Club thing works, I think, is if you're flying private and you have a fold down bed thing. It's for the wealthy. You're not in fucking coach on Frontier Airlines joining the Mile High.
That'd be interesting to wonder how much harder it is to get away after 9/11, or just how many hand jobs are on a daily basis.
Does a hand job count?
I don't think a hand job counts as Mile High.
Post 9/11, when there's no more blankets and anything you ask, can I have more peanuts? Why are you being hostile?
And then everybody's looking for any weird movement that another passenger is making. A repetitious movement under a blanket means you're putting together a bomb from a sense of feel. Like you've practiced it. No, just getting a hand job.
No, I had a thought. My friend Mark told me years ago he was flying. His friend was a pilot. They flew smaller planes, and he said he got blown on the plane. And he goes, as he was about to blow his load, I think he told it, and the guy fucking just like went like,
dove?
Dove a little bit. He fucking blew a load in a girl's mouth while the fucking plane was diving. He said it was amazing.
Coming while your stomach's dropping.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't picture that
It's got to
either.
be a little odd, yeah.
That's a weird way to get fucking blown.
Yeah, maybe they'd probably force it out a little more.
I don't know.
It's an odd thing. I don't know. It's just impossible to get away with anything but just having a shitty ride on a plane these days. We were talking about it earlier. The grand old days of the stewardesses with the short skirts. That's just gone. Now they're flight attendants, and don't fucking call them stewardess, and they're not as young as they used to be.
Have you had the singing flight attendants?
No.
Oh, man. And, you know, I fly Southwest quite a bit, especially when I was going to Orlando with TNA, and you get the same flight attendant singing the same song.
Holy shit.
You know,
What are
about
they
landing.
singing?
Like, they'll turn.
Oh, like they'll talk about the safety shit?
Yeah, yeah, that type of thing. Or when you're landing, I won't even try to make up
the
words, even though I'm just about to. He's like, "Oh, we're landing. We thank you for flying on Southwest."
Oh, I think I've had that one. I remember
there's
that.
So many. Of them.
I'd want it to wing over and nose in.
I hate that
Just
fucking
stop it.
shit. I hate fun on a plane. I really do. From the crew, fucking beat it. Don't try to entertain me.
The same thing with the waiter who comes up and puts his foot on your table and says, "So,
Oh,
here are the
yeah, that
specials."
guy.
You just want to be served.
It's you know what it is. It's like through the unprofessionalism, he thinks he's being more one of the guys. It's like, no, I want professionalism.
Exactly. I want service.
I hate the crowd on the plane when they laugh at their dumb jokes, just encouraging them.
I know.
Oh yeah.
It's like if this person was in a comedy club, you wouldn't have laughed at that.
No,
you're just all nervous.
Well,
you
I'll
think
give you
if you
one.
laugh, that means it's not going to crash.
Right.
Here's the classic airplane standby joke, which is, ladies and gentlemen, we have a first-time flyer. He's 97 years old, and then people clapping on your way
yeah.
out. Say hello to him in the cockpit.
I get it.
He's flying
He's
the plane.
pilot. That's crazy.
I've never heard that. I don't like fucking jokes. I really don't, because they're not funny, and it annoys me.
I don't like
so
jokes.
fucking much when they try to have personality. Don't try to have personality to hide the fucking death we're about to face.
Yeah, we're entrusting our lives to you.
Virgin America is a great airline. I've flown them a few times, and they're really good. But they have this recording they play where the seat. Like, if you've never used a seat box, just go through your boring announcements and stop trying to jazz this up, shitheads.
That's what I like. I like the straight-faced, boring fucking display.
Yes.
She's just up there clicking the belt, the mask, put it on. Yeah, okay.
You know what's so fun? I fly
like
so
that
much.
shit.
Just talking about this is depressing me.
It
that on Monday I have to fly from here, Newark, all the way back out to L.A.
That's a long.
What airline?
I go American.
Yeah,
Coach?
You know,
first
Coach,
Never.
absolutely. I'm all the way in the back.
Are you Coach?
Yeah, I swear to God. You know, I've flown so much. I'm sure you can do this shit where you can fall asleep for a couple hours and look out the window and pretty much guess within 3 states where you're
Where
at.
you are?
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You know the pattern where they're going to fly. Sometimes they go up into Canada. Most of the times they look down, can pick out the Great Lakes. I've actually gone and looked at ballparks and been like, that's got to be Cleveland. Where is it? There it is. There it is. There's the Jake. And right on the water's the Hall of Fame, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame with the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Virgin
awful.
Atlantic, they got the super economy, and it's a good deal.
I wouldn't
It's
know.
all-
As far as I'm concerned, if it wasn't for the wings, the back of the plane could fall off. I sat there for fucking the first 18 years of my career. I wouldn't care if literally if Zyklon B was dropped in the back of the plane. I should have quit one
Do
joke.
you always fly first?
I won't say always. No, shorter flights I won't. Like, Chicago, I
Well,
won't spend
usually
that kind of
can't.
money, or fucking
Yeah, yeah.
Florida.
Yeah, a
Anything
couple
over
hours.
3 hours,
Right.
I make myself do it. Because it's like I used to dread flying so much, and it became such an important part of my career. And now the gigs give you a partial buyout on the fucking
Yeah,
flights.
$300 towards that $4,000 ticket.
Well, I make myself do it. It's a write-off.
Well,
Tax write-off.
when I had the last book out, they only had the money for the U.S. tour, but yet I would look and I would see that I was flying from Orlando, or I was flying from Kentucky to West Virginia via Atlanta when it was actually a 130 mile drive, and I would say, can I just drive this, and save you guys $500 or $600? But when it came to the budget, they said, no, we can't send you, we don't have the money to go to Canada. So I got a ticket for $120 round trip. Flew myself to England so I could do 3 dates in England because, I go out and I've failed a lot, but I like to know if I fail, it's not for lack of trying. I don't want to be a guy sitting on the couch going, if I would have tried a little harder.
You had a $120 ticket to England?
No, 120 to Toronto and back.
Okay.
The UK, they get those super economies, which I would insist on. Like, I'm going out there, I'm doing 4 comedy shows in the UK in November, and I told the guy, okay, we don't know how this is going to go, even though tickets, man, they're really, we sold all but 12 tickets in one day at the Leicester Square Theatre in London, so I'm pumped, I'm
awesome.
pumped about going there. But on the way back from my, self-paid UK tour, I saw that I could save money by ditching my super economy ticket and only pay like $40 extra for the for the exit row. But it's a 747. The exit row was right in the middle of the plane, right next to the 6 toilets. So that every person on the plane who has to take a dump had to pass right by me. Literally, it was the worst 7 hours.
Oh, shit.
I would rather go through Hell in a Cell again than to sit in that seat.
Bad.
It was just like, and I was also the
perpetual
extra row
line
where there's no, the perpetual, 6, 7 people.
Yeah.
It opens up.
And then the reek that you just,
But Mick, here's
every
the thing.
time the door opens, it just stinks.
If you have a family and you're flying your family, that's
Right.
one thing. I understand it gets to be expensive, but it's a write-off. It's almost like it's when you're flying for work legitimately, and I only fly for work, it legitimately is a work expense, so you can write it off. So it's like, it's not.
Yeah, but it's only the tax on that money. So
No, I know,
it
but I
is-
mean, it is something like I'm 43. I'm not fucking 18 and just wildly spending money. I'm fucking 43 years old,
He's
and I'm
convincing
tired
me.
of it.
I'm going to start doing
Dude,
it.
But that's
you
the
know-
best part about traveling with Jim when we go to Comic-Con and stuff is we're hanging out together the whole time except we're boarding the plane and he goes, all right, Sam, see ya.
Later.
See you when the plane lands.
One of the classic
And he's
relationship
sitting right up
You get on the plane,
See
Jim
you
already
later,
has a
Sam.
mud mask with the cucumbers
yeah.
on
But I
his
flew
eyes.
coach for many years.
Yeah.
I fucking flew. I sweated the upgrades. I would call every fucking time for the upgrades. Believe me, I sat in the back for most of my life. So it's like
I don't even call for the upgrades.
No?
now it's automatic.
I don't
Now,
even give a
can
fuck.
I
You're
ask
just like,
you-
fuck it, just get me point A to point B.
And this is specifically for Norton, because I think we're in the same boat here. There's this little part, you can agree or disagree, of me that really enjoys seeing how uncomfortable other first-class passengers get when they see they've got me next to them. Like, I'm like one of the guys they're specifically trying to avoid by going to first class.
Oh, you mean by the way you dress or
And
something?
by the way, dress is just looking at me like, this is the type of person I was hoping not to sit next to in coach. That's why
He
I'm
definitely got upgraded.
to this day, one of the biggest compliments of my career is when I was upgraded to bit on the way back from Japan, where I'd had that death match. And I'd had so many places in my body stitched. It was the hand, it was the remaining ear had 14. I had 6 in the hand, I had 7 in the eyebrow. It was a total of 42 stitches in 6 different places. And while I was at the hospital, I didn't even realize that I'd been burned. I had 2nd-degree burns on most of my arm because that skin underneath is the same exact color. Like, there were so many other things that hurt that it wasn't until the next day I woke up and I saw that it was getting all crusty. And it was turning, and it was like
Your
brownish.
flesh, you mean?
Yeah, and because I'd had the stitches, I wasn't allowed to take the shower, and so I had just blood caked in my hair. I got the big patch on the eye. I mean, I love my eye was all swollen up from where it had been punched. I mean, I could not possibly look worse. And the lady in business sitting next to me, I mean, she looked like she needed that air sickness bag for real. And she got up to use the restroom. Like an hour later, I'm like, man, this is one long dump this lady's taking. I look in the back, and she was like snuggled up in a window seat in coach. Had actually made the choice to move to coach.
To leave first
to get
class.
away from me. And I was like, I've still got it.
I could
Still got it, man.
I could still horrify people.
And now with this short hair and the clean,
I know, you're
I'm not
looking
likely
like,
to scare anybody.
I look like shit when I fly. Sweatpants and a fucking Aussie shirt. Yeah, I never care. I love the fact that you're wearing a suit on a fucking plane. You
with his
dildo.
tent, with his tent and his sweatpants, erection, fucking half a.
Do you know how many fucking 3 days later I forgot I took the Cialis rods I've gotten on fucking aircraft? I actually have a blanket I fly with because I used to have to cover myself because I fucking piss so much. I'll put my hands down the front of my pants to keep the waistband and my sweatpants off my fucking bladder, and I always get very powerful rods on the plane.
Nice. Yeah, you remember when the part of the Mankind character was pulling the hair out and throwing it in the air? And I would actually, I'd pull the dead hair out and I would throw that up there. But to give the illusion that I was pulling by the roots, I would shave little divots out of my head just kind of haphazardly. And the Undertaker told me, he was on a flight, and he said the guy next to me was just horrified while I was sleeping. And I said, why? Why is that? And he's got that deep voice. He's like, Jack. He still calls me Jack, the Cactus Jack is Jack. You have to understand. You've got 11 stitches in your head. You've got little areas of missing hair. You got a black eye. You have your shoes off, and you have a sock puppet with a happy face on your foot. And I think of all those things, it was the foot. I would reuse those sockos. I can write those off. I reuse them.
Jesus,
I think of all the things.
That's like a sickness at this point.
Yeah, I was feeling
Does that
pretty
drive
good
your
about
wife crazy? Like that level of frugalness, I'll call it.
It's OCD, by the way. It's a piece of OCD.
Is it really?
Yeah, I believe so.
Just holding on to that money?
Oh, not being. There's a difference between being smart and been saving. And I try to fucking, again, I paid into my fucking principal because I hate giving the banks interest. Like,
yeah.
And then there's a point of, I'm living life, and if I can afford a little bit of good stuff, you make life comfortable.
We'll go on a nice vacation. I just don't like having stuff.
But she's probably gets so annoyed at you sometimes.
Is that what Brad Pitt said in Fight Club? You don't own your stuff.
Yeah, your stuff owns you.
Your stuff owns you.
But who convinced me? Fucking Louis. And I
was
were
just
talking.
a movie, Mick.
Yeah, exactly.
you can go out and get yourself a nice, comfortable bed. At some point, dude, the amount of punishment you've taken, you got to treat yourself.
I'm a 3-star man. I'll specify on my bookings. 3-star hotel.
3-star.
Yeah,
don't need the 4
I
or
don't
5.
need the 4.
But you know what? Those nicer ones, they won't leave you alone.
Yeah, they're too nice.
Hello, Mr. Foley. We're just
What do you
calling to make
need?
sure everything's okay right as you start to fall asleep. And then they'll knock. Turn down service? It's like, do you have, can you just fuck off?
Louis told me that years ago, he told me that when he flies, he goes, he travels first and he stays in a suite and he doesn't give a fuck what it costs. He's like, just take it out of my pay. I don't fucking care.
Really?
Years ago. I mean, when he could afford it, but, it wasn't making what he's making now. And I just thought of that. And he's like, he just wants to enjoy that fucking traveling. When you travel for a living shouldn't be a nightmare that you regret and go, oh, fuck, am I going to get out? Who am I stuck? It should be like a comfortable part of it because then you don't hate it as much.
Give me an Impala and a 3-star and I'm pretty
Look,
good.
if you're cool and you're comfortable, that's all that matters.
I was on a book tour in 2003, and the book tour, right? This is author talk here, so you might want to tune out.
Sure. Let me see who's written
You don't
books here.
get paid because you're promoting a project,
Right.
but they put you up in great hotels, take care of the food and everything. And after 3 weeks, my publicist called up and she said, "We're concerned that you're not eating." And I said, "No, I eat." She said, "We haven't seen a single charge." I said, "Well, I go across the street to the deli, or I get a protein bar, or I get a little fast food." She goes, "We pay for this." And I said, "Listen, no disrespect, but I broke in a certain way, and I just can't pay $50 for scrambled eggs, no matter who's covering it. I can't do it, man."
You've said that before. That's a fucking OCD thing. There's a weird thing. It's like when you're in a casket, they're not going to put all you saved on top of you.
I don't know if this is because of the same reasons, but what grossed me out was before Mankind used the sock puppet, he had a glove over his 2 fingers they used to shove in everybody's mouth. And Mick, you put a bunch of stuff on eBay, and I was reading the descriptions, and one of it was the glove that covered your 2 fingers that you put in everybody's mouth. And on the auction, it said only 2 of these exist.
Yeah.
Now
That's why I was the least popular person in the dressing room for about a year.
Yeah, you'd keep shoving the same glove in everydy's mouth.
Sometimes I watched it, sometimes I didn't. You know what's funny is the hierarchy, in WWE and the locker room, I guess, as you call it, decorum. Is that the right word?
Sure. Yeah, we'll go with that.
Sure.
Is that like when I wrestled The Undertaker, it was always clean.
Well, I remember you doing it to The Undertaker and there being a loogie at the end of the glove.
Wasn't that his loogie?
Yeah, it was his loogie, but that means you put that glove into somebody else's.
Someone else's.
No, I would Purell it or whatever. I would use a clean sock every time I did the Socko, except Mark Henry was new, and it didn't matter. He was the world's strongest man. And they asked me, did you use, like there was a word for it, like the gimmick sock or something like that. And I said, at this point in his career, Mark Henry doesn't need to know there is a gimmick sock, like the one that was less ghastly. But my kids get on my case because my daughter, maybe it is OCD. Maybe I'll check it out, and she can't make sense of the fact that. She's like, Dad, you won't let us buy anything. And then you give all your money to kids in Africa.
Oh, shit.
And I was like, I'm never going to answer that. One day you're going to come up to me and you're going to explain why it's different. It's hard for me to explain it, They've actually come up to me and talked about their inheritance. My kids.
Wow.
They're afraid I'm giving away my inheritance.
Elvis was very generous.
Like, how much you got left, Dad? What are you doing?
Elvis was very generous with strangers. There's a very famous story of him walking by the car dealership, and there was an old lady, and I guess I hope it's not an urban legend, where he saw an old lady looking at a Cadillac or whatever it was, and he goes, "You like that car?" And he bought it for her. He was weird like that, but around his own people, he was horribly cheap. He paid them very, very low, which just breeded resentment from people who fucking cared about him and took care of him.
Is that right? I've seen her. One time, you'd fly him, you go get fucking peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
Yeah, I'm not saying he wasn't extravagant and weird, but I heard he paid very cheap. And it's almost like the ego feed of giving to others was like a big ego feed, but like with the people who are already there. But I hope that's not just an urban legend.
So you're saying I give money for the ego feed?
No. Charity's a little different, though. No, I'm not saying that.
Africa is about Mick.
Yeah. Giving money to charity and starving people is not. I think that classifies as just being a good guy.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that you're wrong to do that.
Well, Mick,
can I ask Mick a question?
No,
I'm sorry. Before I forget.
No.
I'm sorry.
Okay, Jimmy. I'm sorry.
Sam, Sam is obsessed with wrestling paraphernalia and stuff, and I know you've sold a lot. Do you have anything? It doesn't have to be ring or something that is yours that he can have.
Yeah.
But
okay.
Here's the thing. It should be something special, and it should be something that he would have to frame and hang in his living room, because his girlfriend will hate that he has to hang something framed in the living room. But it should be something you have to display in the living room.
Hopefully giant.
The next time I'm on, I will bring something special just for Sam.
Yeah, because nobody is more supportive of the art than Sam.
Right.
And he can't afford to buy this stuff like on eBay. He can't afford it.
You don't know how many times I checked the eBay auction prices on those boots.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, look, I work here. I'm not making enough money to pay $3,000 for Cactus Jack boots.
Yeah, we raised 20 grand with my good stuff for rain.
Damn.
And my kid's like, who would buy that? Like, I'm putting up a pass to Whitewater from 1996, and my son was like, who would buy that? And that was like the first thing, and it ended up selling for $100.
Were you poor when you grew up? I think I've asked you that before. I don't remember.
You know what? I didn't feel like I was poor. My dad had a good job. He was an athletic director. It wasn't until years later that I realized that other people heated their homes. Like my friends would come over and they would be bundled up. Like we had it on 56. Growing up, 56, no AC. 56.
No
That's
AC?
my mom. Yeah, no AC.
You don't do that to your kids, right?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I remember when we finally moved in a house that had central air conditioning. Then my parents were so conservative; they wouldn't turn it on. It drove me nuts.
You know how many fights I had with my mother for that?
They would leave it at 74. Well, keep it. It was just enough to be fucking uncomfortable.
Yeah, I would go to bed.
It's fine.
I would turn the AC on when I went to bed at like 4 in the morning, and I would just hear the shitty bedroom door open an hour later, and then my mother heard it, and then I would hear like,
and turn it down. Then you wake up all hot. Shit, fuck that. I need the bedroom like a refrigerator.
Yeah,
it's got to be really.
We had
fucking cold.
my parents in our house. They had an air conditioner in their room, so sometimes we can go in and watch a TV show and cool off, and then it'd be back to my room with the little window fan.
The fan. Oh, great.
Yeah.
You got it. Make funny sounds into it.
We got a plug tonight, right? Mick tonight.
Mick is
the Brokerage. BrokerageComedy.com in Long Island. 8 o'clock show tonight only. Bill, of course, Stress Factory tomorrow through Sunday. Those shows will sell out, so call for tickets. 732-545-4242 and Carnegie Hall in November.
November 11th.
So, yeah, if you can't see Bill this weekend.
Carnegie Hall?
Yep.
It's one of the satellite ones. It's up in, I'm playing Carnegie up in Albany.
See, I was playing the Carnegie Deli once.
Ship.
Carnegie Hall?
Yeah, that's pretty fucking huge, man.
Man.
Yeah, that is a biggie.
See that? And you can still dress like this.
I know.
That is
Like,
nice.
right there.
Look at 'em.
It's right there.
All right, Jimmy, anything else as far as a plug goes, or anything you want to say? Get out, because
love a blowjob.
Like 10 after, right? We'll work on that
If
after
you want to stick
the show.
around for the after show.
Ugh. Oh, I mean, yeah, the after show.
You know, Mick's been invited to stick around for the after show.
Please.
Why would he?
He should. It's a good show.
I'm sticking around for a little while, then I have to enroll my kids in school.
I guess that's it.
And I've got to go somewhere to do something with someone.
How long are you in town for?
I fly out tomorrow. I'm flying to Bangor, Maine, and driving to New Brunswick, St. John, New Brunswick. And this is a deal where the guy could have, I could have glass, and instead I booked a $579 round trip because I like to drive, man. I like that. It's about 5 hours from Bangor to New Brunswick.
And you just
I'll get in an Impala, play some tunes, a little Tori Amos to
You're
get
going
me
to get
going.
a Chevy Impala commercial out of this.
I know, really.
A little Tori Amos to get you going?
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, anytime I
Is that why you drive? Because you want to stop over at the rest areas? Wink, wink. Nick, I'm disappointed.
I play some sort of fairy tale, like when I'm in a really good mood on the road. It gets me going,
Wow. You are an eclectic guy.
It's a very all the wrestlers we've mixed them one I find most interesting.
Yeah.
All the wrestlers.
There we go, Sammy.
Oh, look, he's hearing it.
Oh, yeah.
Look at this.
Oh, yeah.
Now all we need is an Impala and a long road.
Yeah, and some estrogen.
Sing it, Tori.
Well, let's leave you with this then.
Yes.
As long as E-Rock wants to keep playing it. And thank you, of course, Mick and Bill. Always a pleasure, as they say.
Nice to be here.
And
Thanks for
I just
having me.
want you guys to vouch for me. Not a single orgasm on
No,
my leg
you're
this
clean
time
today.
around.
All clean.
Just
Don't
keep
have to-
the porn stars out of
Well,
it's the things I can rationalize.
yeah, we'll
on
keep
this
you. We'll
show.
try to keep you out of trouble.
No,
All right,
I want to
thank
see Mick get divorced just to watch him go through the process of watching her get all the money.
Oh man,
That would be
my frugality to just get taken like that. Oh, that would be horrible.
She would buy a big house and all kinds of expensive things.
He get the lowest, he get the cheapest lawyer in the fucking phone book.
I'd represent myself.
Yes, I'm going to be
on that.
representing myself. A fool for a client. Yeah. Well, thanks for coming by. Of course, Sam Roberts. Stay tuned for the big
after show.
Big after show.
Big after show.
With Sam Roberts.
Aftershock.
Anything with the following the word after is not pleasant, right? It's the
Afterbirth.
you know.
After.
Well, afterbirth may be pleasant.
After
Anthony
hours.
I kind of like the fact that it is-
pro-abortion. He's,
I like the
took
fact
that stand earlier.
Yes, I took that stance earlier. But I like the fact that it's like afterbirth. Like our show is like the nice baby, and then after that just comes this mucky crap that is your show.
And then it gets marketed as cosmetics. Did you know that?
Oh yeah. They
Makes
love
people beautiful.
rubbing that
They
shit on
do,
their
yeah.
face.
People rub the
Yeah,
afterbirth
that's
in their
Really?
face. Yeah.
Just call it aftershock.
Yeah,
a couple of shock jocks. You get it?
If you look
Aftershock.
Aftershock.
Where were you when I started doing this
man,
show?
that's
I'm
it.
not
Aftershock.
out to name names of cosmetic companies, but there is a very high-end brand that has the phrase human placental protein,
Yeah.
which is actually just afterbirth.
And it's delicious.
So you have the cosmetics people
that up.
coming into the...
Dude, you really are a ghoul.
It's horrible.
Yeah, you get a rub.
It's delicious.
Looks like that thing from Alien that's stuck on the guy's face and wraps that umbilical cord around their neck.
Yeah.
Eats that shit.
Should be in the Aliens movie, right?
Exactly. And on that note,
Thanks, Chip.
why are
Thanks
you
for
people
bringing it
trying
home.
to keep me here longer? All right, good
Wait,
afternoon,
Bill.
morning,
Bill
everybody.
Burr,
No,
what
I'm
are you,
not-
cold
I'm
to something?
Oh, Burr. See you tomorrow. Jesus. The Sam Roberts Show can do whatever it wants.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't care.
The Virus. Sirius XM. And now, the Opie and Anthony Show continues. This is After O&A Live. Here's your host, Sam Roberts.
I know that song. It's After Opie and Anthony Live. And we have a very special guest because Mick Foley has decided to stick around. And Mick, I'm assuming you're only doing this
Out of pity.
out of pity for me. I mean,
kindness. No pity.
Yeah.
Just
listen,
kindness.
you know how the Opie and Anthony show works. They insult the after show all they want, but they listen every day. Like every day, Anthony comes in and says, "Hey, I was listening to the after show," and blah blah blah. It's a good show, and it's not like you're the first guest who's been here. It's not like I just tricked you into coming. Loverboy, the band,
really
did an acoustic version of "Working for the Weekend."
You talking about Mike Reno?
Yes, on this show.
Did he wear the headband?
No, he didn't wear the headband.
Are you kidding me?
But he didn't. He didn't. I got away with "Working for the Weekend." They wanted to play the new song, but I pressured him into, look, let's play the hit. Let's play the one people know. And they did "Working for the Weekend" acoustic.
Very good.
And
right.
And it was great. We didn't get to any phone calls, so if you wanted to talk to Mick for a minute or two,
yeah,
866-WOW-1-WOW, 866-969-1969. I usually don't open up the phones on the after show, but I figured Mick Foley's here. Ant's going home. I don't know if you heard the show from the beginning at 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. I don't know. The replay's on at 3 p.m. if you missed this story, but Ant is going home to his girlfriend who has a loaded shotgun.
Ooh.
See, Ant lives the lifestyle, some call it paranoia, but somebody rang, his girlfriend, after he left the house, heard the doorbell ring at like 5, whatever. As he was driving into the show, she heard the doorbell ring, so she got a little worried, and she called up Ant, and instead of, I don't know, doing something rational, Ant told her over the phone how to load the shotgun.
Okay.
And taught her how to load a shotgun. And so she's waiting at home with a loaded shotgun. We all assumed that there was a good chance that this was just a trick. Ant also has security cameras on his house that he can check on the computer. He rewound the footage when he got to work. And there was nobody ringing the doorbell. So we're assuming that she's now waiting for Anthony to come home with a shotgun.
Nice.
So who knows how it's going to work out. I hope that he makes it into work tomorrow.
We certainly hope so, especially with Opie on vacation.
Yeah, otherwise it's literally just me. I'm the last man standing.
Or A. It's
no,
just
Sam and Jim, which nobody wants to hear. I wanted to ask you about the Gathering.
Yeah.
Because you briefly mentioned it. I don't think Ant and Jim really know what the Gathering of the Juggalos is, but trust me, I know the Juggalos.
Right. Hey,
what was this experience like?
I took the booking. I mean, they were paying very generously, and I knew the rumors about this this show and how they could be unkind to some of the performers.
You talk about getting booed at the Virus tour.
Yeah,
this is a show that Tila Tequila was at last year and got pelted with rocks and feces.
Yeah.
So but you took the booking.
Well, am I allowed to curse on the show?
Absolutely.
I'll throw one curse around. I like to make them meaningful. I actually had seen a link. Some guy said, "Hey, good luck," on Twitter, said, good luck, I hope you do better than this guy. And I thought he was going to show me a comic who had killed there, and instead they had some guy dancing to an electronica beat, and he was just being pelted by debris. I mean, there was just so many liquids going up there, and cans and bottles, and he was like moving out of the way of it. He was like, "I love you, it's okay, peace." He was taking it really well, and I just thought, I'm not going to react well to debris being thrown at me, and B, I'm not quick enough anymore to dodge the debris like
How
he
would
did.
you react? Because you're like, you have a persona of a lovable guy, but people kind of forget that you also, as you described your appearance earlier on the show in First Class, you've been through death matches as well, and you're
but it's that respect thing.
Right.
I'm talking in the past about, hey, I didn't like being cursed out on the headsets, hey,
when you were doing play-by-play for WWE.
It would, I would have made me feel like walking out. It would not have brought my game up a notch by having feces thrown at me.
Right. You wouldn't think to yourself, oh boy, I better step this up.
I've made it, man.
Yeah.
They're bringing out the best in me. This is like Apollo Creed to my Rocky.
Right.
I would not have enjoyed it. So I actually bought a rain slicker,
Just in case.
and I stopped by. Almost missed my plane because I was stopped by a warehouse called Lacrosse Unlimited. I used to be a goalie in high school. I hadn't picked up a lacrosse stick in over 20 years.
Yeah.
And I didn't even know it wasn't their store. It was the warehouse. The guy was like, "Oh, you're going to be playing a little lax?" I was like, No, not going to play lax. They're like, "Well, what are you using the stick for?" I said, I'm probably going to just catch some shit.
Yeah.
And he goes, "What kind of shit?" And I said, human shit, that's thrown at me.
Uh-huh.
And then I got out there, and it was like a love fest.
Well, they also love wrestling.
They
the
love
Juggalos.
wrestling. I'd done the announcing on their show. It took me 13 hours to get to that.
It just reminded me. You were in the Insane Clown Posse movie, right?
I was Cactus Sack. And that's
right.
why
Cactus
they loved me. They
Sack,
were chanting
yes.
the name Cactus Sack. So it went really well. The wrestling was fun. I mean,
it took you 13 hours to get there?
13 hours, yeah.
Why?
I had to fly Orlando to Nashville, and then it was supposed to be 3 or 4 hours. I made it to Cave and Rock. I had the GPS on. It said Cave and Rock FRY, which I thought meant freeway. I thought, okay, it's a little odd that Cave and Rock's got their own freeway. And when I got there, it said approaching Cave and Rock Ferry. I went, ferry? And I show up, and there's just the road ends. I can see Illinois on the other side of the river. It's literally 1,000 feet away, and the ferry service had ended for the evening. And, luckily, there were some musicians in a Winnebago. And they were wrestling fans, too.
Were they going to the gathering?
No, they're not going to the gathering.
Okay.
They're just camped out on the
I was
Kentucky
about to say,
side.
you're losing the term musician loosely if they're going to the gathering.
They were just camped out on the Kentucky side of the border, and they were like, yeah, Cave and Rock. It's about 90 minutes. It's every bit of 90 minutes. And then some. I was like, it's right there. I can see it.
Yeah.
And it turns out, I had to try to work, and I've got the GPS in the phone. The phone lost its signal. And when the guy from the gathering finally got a hold of me, I was like, I don't know when I'll be there. I don't know if I'll ever make it. Just start the show without me. And because it was the gathering, I got there 20 minutes late, and I was actually an hour and a half early. They started 2 hours late. I did the 3 hours of wrestling commentary, which was a blast. And then I went on at 4:30 a.m. Not the optimal setting, because it's 4:30. The fans have been waiting for the comedy. So they put their headliners on before me, real professional comics.
Oh, so you did wrestling commentary, and then you also did comedy.
Yeah,
okay.
But it went good. It really went good. It wasn't a great set, but it was pretty good. And under the circumstances, given what I was expecting, it was like a love fest.
Well, yeah, I saw Charlie Sheen didn't make it out unscathed.
Yeah, he got some stuff thrown at him.
Although I saw at one point somebody threw some kind of garbage at him, maybe a can or something.
He made the catch.
Caught it.
He caught it. I saw that 1 minute clip, but did he then come out and get more debris hurled at him?
I think after that, they kind of let up on him because they liked that. But before that, that wasn't the first thing they threw.
Really?
He got pelted with a ton of stuff before that. But unlike Mick Foley, I guess Charlie Sheen doesn't have that pride, so he just kept coming out and coming out and coming out and getting stuff getting pelted with stuff.
Well, I think he was probably being paid pretty handsomely. He should have worn the Gordons of Gloucester rain slicker like I bought. The other thing I bought was a water cannon, and I actually went through the trouble of buying a couple gallons of milk.
Mm-hmm.
And so I then joked about it. I didn't need to use the milk-filled water cannon.
But you were really ready for this to go wrong.
I was ready for it, because if I even detected urine, then they were going to get a full-force blast of what I would tell them was another bodily fluid.
a cannon full of it.
Yeah. And then it read, and I said, you would get basically you'd get a huge load in the face, and by looking at this crowd, I could tell it wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah.
And then I was able to segue into, this phenomenon of, guys completely forgetting, where once upon a time semen ended up, because now it's like that all-out assault on a poor woman's face. Like, that's got to be.
You had a whole thing.
It segued nicely, and it was kind of a, nice touch, and I told it in a way that people related to.
That's beautiful.
So
the plus side would have been if you had hit them with the semen cannon. It certainly would have made TMZ, because TMZ loves disasters at the gathering of the Juggalos.
You can't show semen.
Well,
I told a story about
once you had a cannon full of it.
I called up every wrestler at the gathering, which was like 50 guys.
Yeah.
Said, hey, planning on jerking off between now and the show? Yeah, of course. Why? I was like, can you save the sample for me? And I was just going to pour all these cumulative.
That's legendary.
Wrestler loads in there. And, I think that would have been a nice visual to get the semen.
I have no idea how the gathering of the Juggalos makes a profit. I saw the list of people that are going to be on this show. How many fans were there?
I've heard anywhere between 10 and 40,000. But
you can't tell.
It's this crazy. I'm glad I did it just for the experience. Honestly, I'd like to do it again next year. But even if I don't, it was worth it just to see this, just this battalion of strange people camped out in little tents too.
I'm trying to figure out some kind of way we could form a connection so that O&A can broadcast live from the gathering next year. I haven't pitched this to O&A yet, so I don't know if it's going to go over. But
Man, yeah, it would be. It depends. Like I was shocked when I got booed at the Traveling Virus. So you would think that these people would be O&A fans, but you never can tell.
No, was that your first attempt at stand-up? You said that you did like 5 minutes. It was just you saying hi to the crowd, but you just thought you'd do a little stand-up.
And I did a little story that I'd done in college, about my wife motioning to me at Disneyland and telling me she thought that Pooh Bear was trying to get my attention because, these characters that can't talk.
Mm-hmm.
But my wife's like, I think Pooh Bear is a wrestling fan. And I looked over and Pooh Bear was like confused, like he wanted to get my attention. And he finally did the crotch chop. It's Pooh Bear doing the crotch chop. And I mean, that's kind of a warm, fuzzy, cool story. And I told it at college and it had gotten over pretty well. And when I told it there, it was like, people started booing me. And
well, you have to understand, like, I mean, I've been on this show for years, and you'd think that they'd have some kind of affection for me by now, but literally there are wishes for my death on Twitter every single day of my life.
Every day people want to see you dead?
Every day that I wake up, by the afternoon, somebody has sent me a message saying that they wished I was dead.
You think it's the afro?
I don't know what it is, but maybe, whatever it is, that's the O&A fans. That's their mentality that, there's somebody on stage, we should boo them. But that is kind of a trial by fire.
Yeah.
I'm happy that the O&A universe gave you probably the worst reception you'll get in comedy, but also your start in comedy.
It was my start. It made me never want to do it again.
And it took a couple years before you...
But I was relieved by the fact that the guy who went on after me, Rich Voss was the host, and he just sliced me apart with like 2 lines, I was like, oh, God, like, really, really... Oh, it hurt the ego a little bit, but that, and then he apologized on the air, like, "Hey, man, it's just business," you know, and like you understand that completely. Now, and it would not have been so understanding
that day wasn't the time.
But I had been in on the show like 2 weeks earlier, or a week earlier, when they were trying out comics for that.
That's
open
right. We
slot.
did Car Crash Comedy.
Yeah.
The winner gets to do 5 minutes of the virus.
So these are people, doing their best stuff. The guy who was selected was really funny in studio.
Yeah.
And when he went out there, oh my God,
they didn't even let him get a joke off.
It made my reception seem like a Woodstock love fest.
Well, it should make you feel better that Bill Burr, who obviously you know, and he's like a beyond successful comedian, went to the Traveling Virus tour. He got booed out of the place.
Wow.
And when we were in Philly, he went up and he, I can't even remember why he was getting booed, but they just started booing him.
They were booing him because the 2 comics that were on before him, who's Dom Herrera got booed, and Dom's from Philly.
Yeah.
And he's a
guy
legend
from
in that
Philly,
city,
yeah.
and they were booing him. And then I think Jimmy Schubert was on that show too.
Jimmy Schubert? Yeah.
So Jimmy set the tone where people were just not happy with what was going on. Dom came on, and they were just booing because of Jimmy Schubert. Bill came on, and they were still continuing the whole thing. And then I'll let Sam take it from here.
What Bill did was he said, he said, fuck all of you, and said, how much time do I have left? And he had like 7 full minutes left on his set. And he just spent the entire 7 minutes giving that crowd the worst beating that I've ever heard anyone give. It's one guy versus 20,000 or whoever people were, however many people.
Shitting on Philadelphia.
And he destroyed the entire crowd.
But then they respected him. Right?
Yeah, I mean,
he got a standing ovation at the end.
He became a legend.
You know, that's the way it is. That was very much like the ECW fans.
Yeah.
In order to become a bad guy in ECW, I had to essentially take away everything they liked about me, like showing up like this. That was like the only time in wrestling that I went completely clean shaven, that I lost the goatee and everything.
And you showed up in an Eric Bischoff t-shirt.
I showed up with the Forgive Me, Uncle Eric. I was pulling out all the stops, and you really had to do that. I claimed to be eating, watercress sandwiches, whatever it took to lose their respect. And what was so odd was that I had 2 shows left with the company, and everyone knew I was going to WWF at the time.
Yeah.
Which was, and I got the "you sold out" chance for like 3 months in WWF, and then they kind of stopped. And obviously going there turned out to be the best thing I ever could have done. There were guys who stuck around out of loyalty to ECW and like didn't realize that, eventually those fans would stop being loyal to them. Like they're not taking up funds for Axl Rotten.
Sorry.
Yeah.
But if you want to see, I was going to say, I mean, you talk about nice segues into different things. If you want to see the way mixed comedy has evolved, then you should check out The Brokerage tonight. By the way, it was probably a year ago or more that I saw you at the Brokerage. I brought Jess. It was a great show. Everybody had a good time that was there. And it wasn't a sellout, but that's because there was like hurricane weather conditions. And I remember driving through the rain, and it was a pretty impressive crowd for the weather conditions. But Mick has had the worst luck with some of his earlier stand-up dates because there was that hurricane rains and nobody could get out to Long Island. Then the next time you did a stand-up set, I think, it was here in the city, but it was during the blizzard of whatever.
And then the next time I did the city, I got in at like 5 p.m., around 4:30, 5 p.m. because I wanted to avoid that, the traffic. And a few hours went by between the time I got to the club and the time I went on. I went out there was like 8 people in the audience. You talk about a bomb scare, but there had literally been a bomb scare between 5 and 8. It was the guy with the car,
the Times Square bomb.
Times Square bomb,
my
yeah.
You have the worst.
And I came out. It was like the city had been almost, not literally evacuated, but nobody was going anywhere. So I have had some bad luck. That Brokerage show was fun, but I was still under the impression I could go out and tell stories like I did at colleges. Didn't realize that I actually had to have, a little follow-up, punchlines. Still had a good time, but this should be a much better show.
Well, if you look up on YouTube, you have started doing more stand-up comedy is what you're doing. Right. So if you look up Mick Foley comedy on YouTube, there's a few videos. You're going to video more on this.
We're going to do these things professionally. I have my old mentor from college coming in, and we're going to film them professionally, edit it, and essentially just put them out there so people can see what I do. And obviously I'm not being all that funny on the show, on your show right here. I'm not like, he's being awesome.
Engaging and entertaining.
Engaging entertainment, but certainly not laugh out loud funny. But I have some good stuff lined up. Last night when I went out and I did 4 sets at 3 clubs. We went from the Gotham to Comic Strip Live to Stand Up New York, back to Gotham. And I did 4 different 5-minute sets. And it was good because they got stronger as I went on, all right, you get that confidence level.
And you're obviously taking the stand-up thing seriously. You're gigging
I'm
at this
gigging,
point.
Man. Yeah, I'm gigging.
A lot of people calling in with this question. 866-WOW1-WOW, 866-969-1969. Mick, if you have to go.
Well, let's take, you want to take 2 or 3 phone calls?
Sure,
and I got to run.
Gabe in Staten Island, you're on the after show.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
How's it going, man?
Good. Quick question for Mick. I read some rumors online that he was considering going back to WWE. Is this true? Because I know you kind of left the last time because Vince was kind of a dick in your ear, so I was just curious if that was really...
A dick in your ear?
I'd like to say I've never, actually had a dick in my ear. Literally. There are definitely those rumors. I probably will sometime in some respect. I'm not sure what I'll do. But I'm planning on dropping like 50 big ones just in case I get that WrestleMania call.
Yeah.
Please do not go back to TNA. That was TNA sucks.
I won't go back there. I enjoyed it there, but it was not. It was like trying to wear a pair of pants that just didn't fit. And after a while, you're like, I just gotta get out of these pants.
Did the pants start to fit less when different people kind of took over?
No, not really.
Okay,
not really. When it was. I would joke that the show was, TNA plus Mick Foley, which is total nonstop action plus me. But then they really started getting into emphasizing everything but the ring. Like the wrestling was just kind of like an afterthought. And for me, my big talking point was, okay, maybe WWE is like the New York Yankees of wrestling, but that doesn't mean the Tampa Bay Rays didn't have a better team last year. But when I really started believing WWE had a better product all around, it's kind of tough, for me to take a check and not believe in the company. I know that sounds,
What's your pride? You talked about, it's like, I want to be representing the best. And you can't go and do interviews and say, this is what I'm doing if you don't honestly think.
I had nothing to, it was hard for me to talk about the younger talent being groomed. I just, they kind of took the bat out of my hand when they went away from wrestling to such an extent.
What do you think? Obviously, WWE is doing some new stuff now. Are you watching?
I am. Yeah. I used to watch, because my kids love WWE. You can learn a lot from kids, and I realized when we were living like 30 minutes from Daytona, and TNA was having their biggest show of the year, their Bound for Glory, they like to consider their WrestleMania, which with all due respect to TNA, it's not. Like, there's no other
WrestleMania is
event.
WrestleMania.
Yeah, I mean, WWE doesn't even have another event that compares to WrestleMania.
Yeah.
And when I realized that my kids did not want to go to that show, but wanted to go to the Daytona house show WWE was running 10 days later. That
Like they just said, you were like, do you want to go? And they said, no, thank you.
They stopped wanting to go, and then I would say, kids, why don't you watch it? And they would run out, line up like 5 or 6 reasons, which were all pretty legitimate,
pretty accurate.
I did like it there most of the time.
Yeah.
I did not have a problem with Hulk or Bischoff.
Okay.
I wish I'd stayed until at least mid-July instead of leaving in May. But I relieved them of quite a bit of money. And then, sometimes things do work out for a reason. I could not have done the gathering. If I'd been there, I would have been on the road, and I could not have done the celebrity wife swap if I'd been with TNA. And that turned out, I mean, I know it's got like washed up loser written all over it.
Look, I may not be have the reputation of the manliest man, but Wife Swap is one of my favorite shows. I mean, Wife Swap is always entertaining. There's never been a non-entertaining.
Yeah, and you know what? I had so much. When I say washed up loser, I mean that's you don't get the you don't get your A-list people on there. You get people who were probably on the downside of fame.
Yeah.
But then you see that revitalization.
That's what it is. That's like Dancing with the Stars.
Yeah, and all of a sudden these people are big stars again. I mean, who was Flava Flav before the surreal life? And now he's like a really marketable guy. So
we had him in here a month ago.
Exactly. Would you have had him on 5 years ago?
No, of
right,
course
exactly.
not.
I mean, people have never heard him sing. Did he sing when he was with?
He was like the hype man.
He was the hype man. Yeah.
Yeah. So he just kind of shouted out words.
We did the show, and I would not have been able to do that if I had been with TNA. So things worked out nice. I appreciated being there. It was fun for quite a while.
Do you see when you're watching WWE a spot? You don't have to tell me what the spot is, but do you see a possible spot where the pants do fit a little better in WWE right now?
Oh yeah. I mean, even if it was the ambassador role, TNA doesn't have, or Impact Wrestling doesn't have the ambassador role.
Mm-hmm.
So when I was off the air, it was like I was of no use to the company. They weren't real good on media appearances. I was right in Long Island most of the time I was there. They just didn't have the infrastructure. They couldn't do it, whereas WWE does, and there's a lot of jobs, a lot of things I could do and ways of contribute without ever being on the air.
I wanted, before you go, this is what was on my mind. Last time you were in here, you said as WWE champion, you were sleeping on some shady guy's couch.
Yeah.
You told that story last time you were on O&A that, he ended up, I think there was some kind of drug thing going on.
I thought they were showing up because I was a champion. The parade of seedy looking guys. And then the guy whose house it was said, no, he apologized to me for all the people coming over. So I understand, I've got the championship and it's kind of a big deal. He's like, no, they weren't there to see you. So what were they there for? My girlfriend's a crack dealer, and that's when I realized.
Couldn't you have just lied?
That's when I started becoming a 2.5 to 3-star hotel man. At that point,
well, that point is really late in the game to start becoming.
Late, yeah.
You were a major star.
I was a champ. Yeah.
Everything. You were the star. All your experiences on O&A have made it clear that I have been forever a giant Mick Foley fan. How close was I to having you sleep over at my house?
Hey, if the offer's there, where do you live?
I live in Westchester. You could just come down, today.
I might take you up on that.
Oh my God!
Yeah, I might take you, not today because I've got to fly out of LaGuardia. I've already got my hotel. But another time, Sam, I could. Not the couch. I mean, I'm going to get the master.
Right.
Bedroom, yeah.
I mean, we got a little love seat in the couch, so I'll put Jess on the love seat. I'll sleep the couch. You get the bed. All good.
I would prefer Jess in the bed.
Well, I don't know because Jess has an affection for you, so I don't.
I'm a snuggler,
No, I know.
That's all as far as it will go.
I know you are, but I think Jess likes you a little too much for me to allow you to share the same bed.
That's cool.
And young Eric the Sex Bagel in the other room, he's a giant wrestling fan as well, so I wanted to make sure he gets a question in.
You kind of took my thunder because I was going to ask Mick if I paid you $10, could you go to Sam's house for a night and hang out, watch wrestling?
He's talking about the charity auction you have going on.
Oh, yeah, the auction, yeah.
For Rain.
I should have plugged that. The best way to find out is to go on my Twitter, @RealMickFoley, and then it's on my profile. You just click on there. and we're offering people the chance, number of tickets. You buy five $2 tickets, so it's a $10 donation, and you become part of the nationwide raffle that will grant you the grand prize of a home visit from me to come hang out, with you, and there's people at home going, that doesn't sound like much of a prize.
It's a prize.
We take care of the airfare. I provide the food and beverages. I bring pictures. I bring a little bit of memorabilia. And it's for anywhere from 2 to 20 people, or 1 to 20 people.
Plus, it's like if you're calling your friends and saying, I'm having a wrestling party, hey, by the way, Mick Foley's going to be here. That would be the draw.
Exactly. Right now, actually, things are going a little slow because I don't think people get the concept that I'm actually getting on a plane.
Look,
and we're not even limiting it to the U.S. It's Canada, it's UK, and then I was getting these people from Europe going, how about the Republic of Ireland? It's like, all right, I thought the UK covered that, but it's a different country. I'll go there, Germany, Austria, France. I'm kind of limiting to places I can get to from JFK with an 8-hour plane trip.
If any of you watch Raw, SmackDown, or WWE pay-per-views, you obviously would find it a thrill to watch them with Mick Foley on your couch and your friends there to see that Mick Foley's on your couch. It's $10 to enter this raffle.
Why not?
Like, there's no reason not to. I'm sure Eric has already entered. I'm going to enter. Hopefully I'll win just for the creep factor of Mick saying, Sam again.
The celebrities... it's called Celebrities for Charity, and they have everything ranging from, a visit to the, U.S. Open. I believe Shawn Michaels brought somebody out to WrestleMania. I would like to do those type of things. It's such a great business model.
Yeah.
That, there's no reason if this is successful that we can't do a Survivor Series trip where we fly 2 or 4 people out, put them up in the city for 3 nights.
Yeah.
New York City. So, people should, donate, and there is a chance there are legitimate winners. I mean, I'm going somewhere.
You're going to a guy's house.
Yeah, I'm showing up at somebody's house.
I get so nervous going to people's houses. I could never handle that. But obviously, you slept on couches. Well, Mick, you have to go attend to your children.
I do.
Which is a legitimate reason for going. So his Twitter is Real Mick Foley. That's where you can get the information on the charity auction. And if you want to go see him perform comedy, it's brokeragecomedy.com. It's on Long Island. It's at 8 p.m. tonight. I would recommend everybody go. I was a little bummed out that you didn't do, the scheduling stuff didn't work out. You were supposed to do the Pro Wrestling Syndicate show in Ronkonkoma.
Yeah, we were filming Wife Swap. That's why I couldn't do it.
I see.
Yeah.
I was booked on that show. Oh. So we would have officially been booked on the same show.
Oh, man.
I was managing the men who are now the tag team champions. I brought them to that glory.
And their names are?
It's Pat Buck.
Do you think they want to be referred to on national radio as the guys?
They're the Lone Rangers. That's their tag team.
They are
name.
the guys.
They're the tag team
It's all about
champions.
Sam anyway. Who cares?
Exactly. I brought them there. Let's be honest.
One of my one of the stories I tell, I'm not sure if I'll do this one, the brokerage talks about how I succumbed to the twin terrors of Jack Daniels and Christy Canyon one night, the most formidable tag team since Ben Dune and Phil McCracken ruled the Canadian Maritimes. And then I say, that was a real tag team. Just, say the name. Yeah, a few times. Then people say, Ben Dune and Phil McCracken. They would actually announce these guys. The tag team champions, Ben Dune and Phil McCracken. It's great stuff. Only in wrestling.
I love it. Well, Mick Foley again. The broker. Who's calling, Eric?
I don't know.
You want to take this last call?
What?
That's not one of our numbers.
That's the office.
Someone has
Take
the wrong
one more
number.
call. Yeah, let's just do it.
All right, here's a call. I haven't screened it. You're on the air.
Hi, is this Mick Foley?
It is. Yes, sir. You have not been screened, so we're taking a chance here. Let me have it.
Oh, hey, this is Pete calling from Philly. Hey, Mick, I wanted to ask you, back in the ECW days, did you used to go to Tony Luke's after some of your matches? And if so, have you been back ever since?
Tony Luke's, is that a restaurant?
No, yeah. Tony Luke's, the cheesesteak place that used to be right around the corner from the ECW arena.
I guess not. I guess I did not. I was not much.
Picture used to be up there, and it was signed.
Well, I may have. Maybe I stopped by for cheesesteak one time. I don't recall it. I was not much of a socializer, although I do remember watching our show with Smoking Joe Frazier in a hotel one time.
Well, I guess that was an anticlimactic final call asking about cheesesteaks. But if you want to boost your confidence, Matt in Quincy, Illinois says Mick and Jess make a fine couple.
Nice.
So,
okay, I like to hear it.
That's what it is. Mick, I appreciate you stopping by and making the after show legitimate. While we got a couple minutes left. So
Actually, we really don't.
We just play. We got 2 minutes. I see the clock.
Okay.
Play 2 minutes of Mick Foley helping Ginger Lynn get the knee orgasm. By the way, Jess has destroyed me many times for things that have happened in the studio, so I feel your pain on this, Mick.
Let me hear it.
All right, here it is. Mick Foley and Ginger Lynn on After Opie and Anthony Live.
All right, we're going to organize this, though. We got $20 a man. Guaranteed less than 5 minutes, right?
Yes.
All right.
Like Price is Right. Closest to orgasm time without going over.
And it's just
All right?
my knee, so technically this is a loophole, right?
I'm wearing jeans. You're wearing
Danny, can
pants.
put down
everything.
the times. I'm going to go with 2 minutes. 2 minutes 20 seconds, Bill Burr. Anybody else?
1 second. You know that cunt who always says $1. I'm not going to do that.
Let's just do
a minute 47.
All right, let's write this down.
Another pertinent question here for Ginger. Is Christy going to be upset with me?
Anybody else in on this?
Because
No,
when
I
I'm
have
on
no
the-
money. I have $20
when I'm on
on
the
it.
Playboy show, I've never done anything, right?
You haven't.
I reject all the advances.
What'd you say, Bill?
I said a minute 47.
You know, I don't think it's a bad thing because we both have our clothes on. I know that you and Christy have a thing. I don't want you
What'd she say?
cheating on Christy. I'm not cheating on my man because I'm fully clothed.
Yeah.
So I think that there is a loophole here and we'll be all
yeah.
right.
It's a comedy
gray
bit.
area.
It's
for the comedy.
But what I do like is that they closed all the curtains around here. Everybody.
We have to because of human resources, so that we don't put somebody walks by, they get offended, we're in trouble.
The Opie and Anthony show is now over. For real this time. Check out the O&A show on Facebook at facebook.com/Opie and Anthony. And catch Opie and Anthony live Monday through Friday from 6 to 10 a.m. Eastern. Ron and Faz are next. On The Virus.